Is it a screenshot from his? Should we give him
From
credit for it?
yeah, well, he has posted the full manual a bit further up, PDF.
And then he posted evidence that that's the theodolite he owns?
Yes, yeah,
All
the
right, so he
DTM, the
completed the
Nikon
task.
DTM 420. He has
Okay, so
completed
he
the task.
actually, yay, yay. I knew he could do it. I believed in him all along. It was tough love from the beginning. All right, I'll have to look at it later, but so what does it act? Does it actually say, like, how does it phrase it?
Check. Okay, it's very,
Damn.
very simple. I mean, this is all it says. Angle measurement accuracy. DTM 420, 4 inches / 1.3 mg. And that's it, pretty much. So
So I'll have to read it and see if there's any other context in there.
yeah.
Probably not, though. Because that's not really telling you what's the angle. Like, is it the angle from the plate? You know, because like if you have like a free flowing, so like there's certain ways to do a gimbal where like you could have a free flowing one where there's no stops. You know, so it's just a tensioner, and then you move it and you release the tension and increase the tension. So that variance would be very hard to get it to be a static angle, right? Then you have other ones that have a gear system where you can turn a gear and it'll rotate the body for you. And obviously the gears have play, so they have a tolerance. And then other ones have clicks, you know, so each tooth is a click, and so you can only click it up so many times. So it's only telling, so it could only be telling you the accuracy of the angle from the separation of the body to the plate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if that's the case, that's not telling you the accuracy of the angle that it's reading at distance. But at
Right.
least he completed the task, so kudos.
Here's a little bit of additional information about what he posted. Okay, so this page actually helps clarify things rather than strengthen his claim. Let's read it carefully. For the DTM 420, it states the accuracy for arc seconds / 1.3 mg. Standard deviation is based on DIN 18723. This single line already undermines the way he's using it. DIN 18723 is a laboratory standard. It defines how angular accuracy is tested under controlled conditions. That means controlled distance, controlled target, stable environment, repeated measurements, statistical averaging. It does not mean guaranteed total field accuracy over arbitrary distances, guaranteed accuracy through 100 miles of horizontal air, guaranteed geometric validity of the path of light. Now notice another important line: minimum increasement 1 second, 1 arc second, or 5 arc seconds, depending on the mode. Minimum increasement is display resolution. That is not the same thing as accuracy. Many people confuse those. Resolution is what the screen shows. Accuracy is the statistical deviation under test conditions. Now look at both-sided reading. That is crucial. Quote unquote, both-sided reading. Professional practice requires measuring in face 1 and face 2 positions to cancel collimation and axis errors. The specification assumes proper procedure, including two-face averaging, which I have heard that he does do. So, anyway, if he did not perform both-sided readings and average them, he is not even operating under the conditions assumed by the spec. Now let's examine what this page does not say. It does not specify distance tested target type, horizontal versus steep angle path conditions, atmospheric limitations, long baseline guarantees. Because the accuracy spec is angular encoder precision, not environmental performance, this is the core misunderstanding. The instrument measures the angle between its internal reference axis and the incoming light ray. It does not certify that the ray traveled straight for 100 miles. DIN 18723 testing involves repeated angle measurements to stable targets, often collimators or controlled optical setups, not long horizontal terrestrial shots across thermally stratified air. Now, here's the decisive technical point. Even if the instrument's internal encoder is accurate to +4 arc seconds, that number is a standard deviation of repeated measurements to the same target under test conditions. Over 100 miles near the surface, the dominant error is the encoder resolution. This is the refractive bending variability. If refractive bending fluctuates by 10 arc seconds, the instrument will still repeatedly measure the same bent ray with +4 arc second mechanical precision. It will be precisely wrong. Precision does not equal correctness of the physical path. Now, about the infinity focus argument. The manual page does not mention infinity focus as a validation of angular performance over extreme distances. Infinity focus only ensures that parallel rays can be sharply imaged. It does not guarantee the rays are straight or unbent. If the air bends rays slightly, by the time it reaches the instrument, the rays can still be locally parallel across the aperture. The telescope will focus them perfectly at infinity and report their angle faithfully. The instrument cannot detect whether the ray was bent along the way. That is physics, not opinion. Now, the logical error. He's using a laboratory angular precision specification as if it is a guarantee of total geometric field validity over 100 miles. That's not how specific surveying specifications work. If it were, long baseline geodetic surveying would not require reciprocal observations, refraction corrections, short sight segmentation, redundant measurement, statistical adjustment networks. Sorry, I didn't realize it was this long. I started reading it. The existence of those procedures proves that the +4 arc second alone is not sufficient to guarantee the geometric truth over long horizontal distances. This manual does not support his conclusion. It only specifies encoder precision under a DIN test conditions. Those are not equivalent to a 100-mile near-surface terrestrial shot through dynamic air. If you want, okay, so there was something else as well. Okay, so instrument error that's not included when you see the little +4 thing as well with the arc second. Okay, so that +4 arc seconds is typically the angular reading precision of the encoder system under controlled conditions. It is not the total measurement uncertainty in field use. Here are additional instrument error contributors that he's not accounting for. Collimation error. I won't read out the descriptions, right? So it's collimation error. Oh, actually, I will. If the line of sight through the telescope is not perfectly perpendicular to the horizontal axis, every elevation reading carries a systematic bias. Even small miscollimation can introduce several arc seconds. Vertical index error. If the vertical circle 0 is slightly off, all elevation angles are shifted. Many instruments require index correction procedures for this reason. Trunnion axis tilt, or trunnion. If horizontal axis is not perfectly level or square to the vertical axis, elevation readings change as the instrument rotates. Level bubble error. The instrument depends on being leveled precisely. A small leveling error translates directly into angular error in elevation measurements. Tripod stability. Over a long observation period, settling, thermal expansion, or vibration can introduce shifts. Optical pointing error, crosshair thickness, and optical resolution matter. If the target is only small or blurry, centering error can easily exceed 4 arc seconds. Backlash and clamp tension, mechanical play when reversing direction can introduce small angular differences. Temperature expansion, mechanical components can expand and contract.
Oh, real quick. Let me add a point there. So backlash is when you have a geared system. There's a physical space between the gears in order for them to move. So when you're rotating it, and then you change, and then you rotate it, then you try to go backwards. There's a gap between the gears, and that's called backlash.
Good point. All right. Temperature expansion. Mechanical components expand or contract. Precision specs are usually tested at standard temperature ranges. Now, here's the important distinction. Manufacturers often specify angular accuracy +4 arc seconds under conditions. Properly calibrated short sight lines, stable targets, ideal environment. They are not guaranteeing Total field measurement uncertainty over 100 miles of horizontal air to a low contrast target. So even if, I skipped a bunch then, by the way. So even if instrument contributes plus 4 arc seconds, collimation adds 2 arc seconds, leveling contributes 3 arc seconds, optical pointing adds 5 arc seconds, refraction contributes 10 to 30 arc seconds, the total uncertainty could easily exceed 20 arc seconds in real conditions. Remember, 4 arc seconds over 100 miles corresponds to about 3 meters of vertical difference. 20 arc seconds corresponds to roughly 15 meters. That's enormous when someone is making specific claims. Right. Here's the logical flaw in his position. He is treating the manufacturer angular resolution as if it represents total measurement certainty under extreme environmental conditions. That's not how meteorology works. Instrument resolution is only one term in the full error budget. Any serious long-distance angular claim requires documented error budget. Total uncertainty equals instrument error plus setup error plus pointing error plus environmental error plus systematic bias. Without that, quoting plus 4 arc seconds is incomplete. It's like saying a lab scale reads 0.01 grams, therefore it must weigh a truck accurately.
So sorry, DJ, can you give us a synopsis or a final analysis in what
Before
you're
he does
saying? What are
that,
you trying to prove? Okay.
I have to add a caveat to that. After reading all of that, DJ, it's irrelevant because Jesse, no matter what, will just say that as long as any of the invariance is covered by 7 over 6R, then it doesn't matter because I can just apply this panacea known as 7 over 6R. And as long as it's within a certain tolerance of 7 over 6R, I'll just say it's still a globe. It doesn't matter. So the accuracy of my device is irrelevant. And the fact that he has to include 7 over 6R means that many of his observations aren't actually accurate. They need 7 over 6R to be applied. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, so basically, Jesse was claiming that because it states in his theodolite manual that it has a certain margin of error, which is actually quite small, when he goes and does an observation over 100 miles, for example, and it doesn't say in his manual that it's not accurate over that distance, and that his lens on his theodolite has a function where you can focus it to infinity, therefore it is accurate over those long distances. Even, yeah, so under any distances, basically.
Oh, right.
So
But
we
in
would,
that, go on.
yeah, so I was just reading out like a rebuttal for all of that, and how that's basically an averaged amount that's acquired through lab testing, essentially, or testing under very controlled conditions.
Right.
Not necessarily that it means that the theodolite is going to be that accurate over these huge distances when we have all of these other things that need to be taken into consideration. So we're just going over all of those different things that he
Right.
didn't take into consideration potentially.
Right. Okay. Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. Thanks.
No worries.
Yeah, it was very good and very informative as well, by the way. So it's excellent. I think it said that the theodolite is accurate at short distances. When you extend it, it becomes less accurate. Is that right? Am I right to say that?
Well, yeah, of course. It's just like a firearm, dude. If you're accurate, if you have an accurate shot group at 300 meters, does that mean that you're going to be awesome at 1,000 yards?
Absolutely
At
not.
2,000 yards?
No way.
Yeah, look, it's basically like I didn't even read out the whole first section that it came up with, where the main problem is what happens to the light before it hits the theodolite,
Yeah,
and that's the main thing, right? And over these huge distances, it can just be a little bit of the deviation of the light somewhere along the path, and that can add up to huge errors. And he has no idea what's happening to the light, over that entire path. And because it's over such a huge path, right, there could be all sorts of crazy shit that happens to that light on its way to the theodolite.
Yeah, that's fair. But keep in mind, Jen, the most important part to know here is that if the answers don't fit, you must inflate it. So you just increase the size of the radius of the Earth till it fits, then problem solved.
yeah, that's what they're doing, of course.
Hey.
Hey,
Hashtag globe life.
ew.
I know.
Are you a Glober
Party,
still?
party around the world. I don't know. I don't know. I
Mm.
just
Party
believe in.
across the world, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Did you just me?
What?
I said, did you just me?
No, I didn't meet you.
No, it's okay.
So is there a
I'm just
topic
kidding.
right now? Or
Yeah, we were talking about theodolites. Well, not me, but DJ and Jen.
what is that? I never heard of that.
It's a surveying tool measuring across the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
There's two things you have to have. You have to have distance and angle
Uh-huh.
to make it work.
Yes, you do. It's
So,
gotta be real.
so the distance is linear, meaning a line between you and the point, and then an angle to it from some kind. That's two lines that are straight.
Yep.
One of them is horizontal. So when people measure the Earth, they always measure it flat.
Is that true? Where'd you get that?
That's just in all the manuals. I'll give you a little screenshot of a manual
Oh,
if you're paying attention to the side chat.
yep. I'm looking.
All right, just a second.
I mean, what changes for you if the Earth is flat? Like, what if it is flat or if it isn't? Like, what's different?
A lot of things, but you probably won't realize it until you actually acknowledge that that's how you have always lived on the Earth. I mean, if I describe to you something like up and down, what do you think of?
Mm, um, like up in the sky or down on the ground.
Right. So, but you think vertical, right? Vertical,
Mm-hmm.
up, down,
Yep, yep.
horizontal.
Yes.
So they're always tied together. So when you say something is up, you're talking about up and down according to a horizontal plane. You're not thinking of away from a ball. You're thinking up and down. That's vertical. So when you think up and down, you're talking about a flat Earth. Oh, the demons have come out.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for laughing. It's just something you said. Hold on. Woo.
How old are you? Are you like 15, 16?
She's 47.
No, I'm not 47. What the? What the?
Yeah, well, then prove it by giving us a younger age than 47.
All right, fine. I'm 31.
See, I knew it all
Okay,
along.
There you
and what did I say that was so hilarious?
it's just thinking about like you think it's flat. It's just
No, I'm talking about you think it's flat. When you say up and down, you're talking about
okay.
a vertical and horizontal relationship, right?
It depends on orientation. Yeah,
Orientation. Okay, so what is your orientation right now? Is it vertical or horizontal?
it's up and down, up and down.
Vertical. Okay, so then you admit that you live on a flat Earth, and you
No,
describe yourself that way. Oh
no,
no.
no,
So
I didn't. No, actually, I didn't, sir. I am not.
you said
I'm
up
just.
and down.
I
We
said
agreed earlier. You
upright.
said up and
I'm.
down. Excuse me. Upright.
As
Right.
opposed to
Okay.
in and out.
Are you not in
Okay,
and
well,
out
no,
away from the
okay.
sphere, Earth? There's only two options. You either have in and out or up and down. Which one is it?
Hopefully in or out because it feels good. You know.
Oh my gosh. So when we get to this point in the conversation where you realize that I'm correct, are you just going to make innuendo? Or how? 31 years old. Certainly, you're not this immature.
Well, let's be clear. I mean, part of their religion is giant floating balls and phallus symbols trying to get them. You know what I mean?
That's true. So, as you originally claimed, up and down is what you describe, never in and out. Okay, she abandoned the conversation. Who else we got?
Nah, bro. She was here to hit on lats, and then once you started talking, she quit lats, and she's like, "Now that's a real man."
You gonna take that, lads?
I have to, man. He's my boss, bro. He pays me at FE merch. Gives me a flat earth hat once a month for sitting in here for 16 hours a day. Pretty good deal, honestly.
Enough.
Not bad.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
That's what I'm
We have a
saying.
lot of new people. We got Swiggy Dozer. What's up, Swiggy? SLC. Who else? El Prubeloscas. Okay. I think I said that right. I probably missed like a whole section of that. Any of you guys think that the Earth is flat or round? What are we doing here? Round like a ball. Somebody engage. Swiggy, it's you. Unmute. All right.
Yeah, quiet night tonight.
Here we go.
I stated my position already.
Oh, okay. Is it the spinning water ball in a vacuum?
I'm agnostic.
That's a weird term that some globers use in this conversation. They want to remain neutral, like Switzerland, and say, "I'm agnostic. I don't know." And it's like, do you even want to know?
No, bro, you
Why
missed it.
doesn't-
He's not. It's not what he meant. He said he's the Attorney General of knowledge. So we should literally be asking him what's
Oh,
up.
oh, I
No,
did miss that.
I'm agnostic, as in I don't know. I'm not going to claim to know the answers. I'm open to learning shit, but yeah.
Well, okay, so you're open, so you want to know.
Sure.
Okay. So, like our previous caller who, you know, went into debased or debauched mode, do you experience Earth, your existence, everything, other than in a vertical and horizontal way?
I don't really think of vertical or horizontal when I'm just going about living my life.
Right, but I'm willing to bet that you describe your experience on the Earth as a vertical and horizontal type existence. So if you say I'm a certain amount tall, you know, or high, or over, or above, or below, or across, or over there, or all that stuff, all those things that you use each day to describe your relationship with your surroundings, isn't it vertical and horizontal?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I mean, I guess I think of vertical shit when I'm biking up and down hills.
Right.
Here in the Texas Hill Country.
Right.
But yeah, man, like I know, I'm aware density is like irrefutable fact of science, and gravity is just a theory.
Yeah.
At the moment, it's a theory until I guess proven otherwise. But anyway.
Okay. Fair enough. So your overall experience is of a flat, stationary Earth that has pressure in the air that you breathe, and all the relationships that you have with your surroundings are of a flat, stationary Earth. I don't think you would probably disagree with that. So then the next question is, if you're an agnostic, which I may kind of say I don't want to call you a liar, but I don't think that you're being completely honest. When people say they're agnostic, it's like, well, I don't want to choose because there's the one that is my experience, but then there's the other one, which is what I've been told and I believe. Right. So you're like, well, I don't want to pick one, even though I know the one is true and the other one has only been given to me through imagery and propaganda. Right.
The only thing I'm led to believe is my ability, like, to possibly do some shit, or believing in myself. I don't really just automatically subscribe to a narrative that I've been spoon fed or whatever, and like the mainstream education of America.
Okay, so I mean, this is Discord, and I'm going to ask you your age, and I'm not trying to dox you or anything, but how old are you?
I already told the dude, like, what's his
Okay.
name? AI.
Well, I wasn't
Yeah.
here for that. Could you do it for me, please? I'm asking kindly, if you would.
28.
Okay, you're 28 years old. Would you be honest with me and tell me that up until you were 20 years old, even 25, you were under the impression and you believe that you were on a spinning Earth in the vacuous region of space?
I guess I wasn't. I never
Okay.
really thought of like how that it would feel to be doing that. I never thought of like I I still don't think it really makes a huge difference whether or not we're spinning on a fucking spinning ball or a flat Earth. Like the thing is, I think we shouldn't be giving. I know we shouldn't be giving NASA so much fucking money.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I agree with you. Listen, I didn't come to this knowledge until I was about 35. Okay. So, like you, I was under the impression and I embraced the idea and the belief that I was on a spinning Earth that was a globe within a vacuum, and for 35 years. So, I'm not trying to shame you. I'm just trying to kind of let you know, or at least, help you along with the honesty of this conversation where you can say, yeah, I believed that because that's what I was told, and no one ever told me any different. Would you say that's fair?
This place called the English Hub.
Channel called the English Hub. Sorry, I have someone talking in the background. What were you saying?
That's okay, man. That's okay. I mean, you can invite anybody that you want to in on this conversation. You can put it on speaker, and we'll talk to everybody in the room, and they can ask the questions that they want to. But either way, I'm just telling you that up until I was 35, I believed that I was on a spinning water ball in a vacuum, like you did, for 35 years. So there's no shame in admitting it. I promise you. But that's what you believed, right?
Become too hyper skeptical, and it's this
like I said, I don't usually take like I don't really take like the mainstream narrative of science or history that we're taught in public school. I just don't like. I'm not gonna automatically take that shit at face value and consider it as something even relevant to my everyday life, and therefore it's like we got like my point I was trying to make earlier. The point I was trying to make earlier is that we have like more fucking pressing issues to fix here on Earth, rather than trying to fucking go into space and shit. Like, why can't we pool money and resources into like feeding starving children instead of like funding NASA shit? Like,
Well, I appreciate that, but that's not going to happen. I'll tell you why. Because there is, well, I'm not going to get into the deep rabbit hole, but if we're at a state geopolitically where we're just going to apparently, according to the mainstream narrative that we're experiencing today, we're just going to attack people willy-nilly for no apparent reason, and waste money and do things that make no sense. And that's just the way it goes. But these are the same people, I should remind you, that are telling you that you live on a spinning water ball in a vacuum. So if the power structure that you're exposed to is doing things that you don't agree with, it sounds like you don't agree with what's going on, and where the money is spent, and and they're also telling you that you live in this place with limited resources and blah 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 and whatever about the globe. Why would you go ahead and follow down the path with these same individuals that seem to have no care for ultimately the poor or the whatever the marginalized people in the world, and even and their lives, when they're telling you that you live on if these people are crooks and they waste money and they do things that you don't agree with, why would you agree with anything that they're telling you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like. I'm not gonna automatically disagree with everything, but I'm not gonna automatically agree with everything either. Like, it's just like I don't know why. Like, basically, you were saying there are infinite resources. However, there are clearly non-renewable forms of energy. We're extracting and we're fracking the earth for oil and shit, and that will eventually all be depleted.
No, hold on, brother. Hold on, bro. Bro,
just
stop you. Let me stop you, brother.
Suck Mother Earth dry and shit.
Holy crap!
So it's like, Julian Brown, right? Like, I think like they want to like stop what he's doing, recycling oil. Like that would be a better solution for.
Yeah, but let me ask this, brother. Where's the evidence?
Geopolitical conflict, as well as like the health of the planet and benefiting the economy. But
that's great. No, that's great. No, dude. Where's the evidence that oil is finite?
I mean, it's considered a non-renewable resource. So
yeah, right. They told you it was non-renewable, but where's the evidence that it's not renewable? Because there are facts that they've went to oil wells which are supposedly dry and they're flowing again. So there actually is no evidence that it's non-renewable. That's completely conjecture.
That's happening.
Well, I mean, how much oil like resurfaced or entered the well again, and how much, or how do we measure like how how much
where is the idea? Fair enough, but where is the idea of where oil comes from in the first place?
I mean, the idea is that it's from the underground. But yeah,
but what? What's it made out of?
It's made out of like organic material or something like carbon.
Right. Yeah, specifically they try to tell us that it's the dead dinosaurs and plants from millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of years ago, right?
Sure.
Yeah, they got no proof of that either. It's all a story, brother.
Nice.
They got no idea. They got no idea where oil comes from, dude. Zip, zilch, none, or how much of it there is.
Look on my oil reserve.
Hey, who's this? Who's this Google brained heckler in the background who couldn't come up with a rational thought if he had it given to him by Google?
Hey, dumbass! You could literally go search online all of the records
we could search online. We could Google it.
Use fucking different technology like LiDAR. You fucking idiot.
Wow.
Apparently, LiDAR technology can tell you about
oil. You can also just use like sonar and different detection technologies of how the Earth looks underground. Like,
hey, Sweat.
this is all publicly accessible
Swiggy.
information. We're acting like this is some conspiracy.
Swiggy, do you think you could put your homie on the mic and he could tell us all about his gripes. He feels passionate about the subject.
I'm not interested.
I mean, they got their own Discord and shit. So anyway,
Well,
I'm just keeping on.
well, I hate to make you the middleman, but it sounds like your homie in the background lives exclusively on what he can find on Google. And that's his proof for everything.
Yeah, I actually study this shit by reading books.
Yeah, and then reading books, and then the evidence for the things in the books or on Google will come from where?
Come from literal fucking education
Right.
websites, websites.
We're going to reinforce the things that we find on Google from other people that just make stuff up. Do you think you could provide for me any empirical evidence for the things that you're claiming, or are you just going to go ahead and spout Google for the rest of your life?
I'm not going to talk to somebody that fucking misgenders me.
There it is. So now it's all about I'm not going to engage because you make my fifis feel bad. What a shame.
You don't know how to respect somebody's pronouns.
No, it's not even a matter of listen. Just tell me about your pronouns, and I don't really care. And the fact that you're abandoning this conversation to go into your pronoun fifis tells me that you lost already.
The reason I hear your stupid retarded self is because my fucking brother thinks
there it
to
is.
spend this fucking time out of jail on a fucking Discord of dumbasses who want to lecture people about their fucking worldview. Shut the fuck
I
up,
love it.
dude.
I love it. Every time that you swear at me means I've won.
There's no point in having a conversation with somebody like you because no matter how much evidence I provide, you will just fucking reject it.
Stop! Where is the evidence? I'm waiting for the evidence of the claim.
He's not giving you a chance even. He's not giving you
Jen,
a chance.
Jen, please. You're not helping the situation. So no evidence was provided other than what he wiki Google searched, and now he's going to abandon the conversation with swearing and talking about his.
Yeah,
swear.
Shut the fuck up.
Google searching anything.
I want you both to shut the fuck up because
get out of the VC. I don't want to fucking hear these stupid.
Okay.
Then leave, bro. Nice. Now we're chilling.
Now we're chilling.
Right, is Swaggy still there or is he gone?
Well, I had to mute him because his homeboy there, or I don't want to misgender anybody, his home thing apparently couldn't handle the conversation. So he began to swear at me because I called him out on a wiki Google search. So we're going to try and move on to somebody who may want to have a real conversation.
Yeah, it was a pity. The reason I say that is because Swaggy Dozer, I think it's Swiggy Dozer, was actually listening to what you were saying, even though he was remaining neutral. I thought you were going to move him onto like checking for the coverage of the other.
Jen,
yeah, go on.
To be fair, I was getting triggered by Heckle Boy in the background, constantly appealing to Google. Oh, you could just Google this and you could just Google that. So I got a little triggered, got a little animated, and had to interject. And maybe that put it down into the south. But yeah, that heckler in the background is just like, you can just Google it. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I heard him. I just ignored him because Swaggy was. I felt Says Who was going to make some inroads because he was on his way there. It's just a pity. That's all.
Oh well. Even though it's difficult, emotions will not help in this conversation. We just need to talk about what is. And so if we can avoid, as best we can, the emotion, we'll get a long ways. I'm pretty sure of it. We've got Nay here. Hello, Nay. Do you say Nay? Oh, Nay left.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even know what you're supposed to do in that situation, dude. Like, that guy had a deeper voice than I did. I would have done the same thing.
Yeah. Unfortunate. We got too big for bike. Too big for bike. That's interesting. Flat. Nice. Welcome, Too Big. I haven't seen you before.
Hey, Lats, did you read my wood?
Oh, I did. I did read your wood.
You see what it said on the bottom?
I did.
What did it say?
It said flat. The fucking flat is best or something. What did it say?
It
Damn, I gotta
says,
scroll all the way below.
it says flat out best. You know why?
Oh, flat out
That's
best. Okay.
a flat panel, bro. Advantech flooring. It's very, very flat, my bro. And when I level the floor and I put the flooring on it, that's horizontal, my bro.
Could have had a flat slope.
Yeah, but I leveled it.
Oh, nice, nice. Very good.
I know, right?
Very good.
Very flat, my bro. In fact, yeah, if I'm not mistaken, the Earth's surface might, or in total, might actually be flatter than this board, because this board has subtle texture to it, and the variations of the texture might actually be greater than the variations of the Mount Everest to the relative surface of the Earth's 997 million supposed square miles. So the Earth
Oh,
might
for
even be
sure.
flatter than this, bro.
I tell people that Earth's flatter than a sheet of paper all the time. Let me see if I can find that picture. Here it is. Sheet of paper posted up in the side chat for everybody to look at. Earth is way flatter than that thing. You have fibers that
That's an
stick out.
awesome. That's an
What?
awesome image.
Oh, I know, dude. Like, you have some of the fibers that are sticking out that are like more than the body of that sheet of paper. See, if anybody ever wants to use that, you're more than welcome to tell them that Earth is flatter than a sheet of paper.
No, bro, no. The first time I heard you say it, I immediately went back in time 13 seconds and trademarked it.
That's all right. I like you guys in here so you can trademark my stuff. It's all good. Use it, bro. Also, if any newer flat earthers want to practice debating against a glober, I'll pretend to be a glober for you. Gonna get some experience somehow. Any takers? Boats over the horizon, anybody? Other planets round? Gonna build up the next generation of flat earthers in case we're all on a plane together to Korea or something, you know, the plane goes down, then what? Gotta have some good backup flat earthers to carry on 24/7.
Okay, Globo. Right, Globo. I'm going to post something in the side chat. I want you to explain to me.
Oh, crap. Okay.
Hang on. All right. Where is it?
I don't know. I just got nervous. All right, let's go. Let's try it.
Oh, we're going past it. Where is this damn thing? It's here somewhere. It's not that far down, is it? Oh, yeah. Hang on. I'm nearly there, I think.
Oh, you're good. Just gonna say.
Holy shit! This is.
Only
Geez, I accumulate some
never mind.
shit in a matter of days. Like, no, I've gone too far. That's got to be here somewhere. Oh, did we lose someone?
Just Jin. Oh no, never mind. Jin's still here. Just kidding.
Right.
We got somebody 1, 2, 3 ABC.
Jin will like this one.
Oh nope, he left too.
Oh.
Dang, dude, what the heck? Member since April 1st. Joined April 2nd.
There we go. All right. Can you explain to me how this is the mathematical calculation and principles behind determining rate of descent, right, and preparing for landing on a globe, when your distance, which is also indicated as the surface that you're flying over, is a straight line?
Wait, what? Okay, wait, hold on. Say that one more time. Okay, hold on, one more time.
All right, so what I posted there is a diagram, basically just outlining the mathematical principles involved in the planning for landing, for descent for an aircraft. Now that distance, that's where it says surface, that can be up to 100 miles, even more depending on conditions and the type of aircraft and the altitude. So if that's how they're calculating, like their rate of descent, the angle of descent, and all that stuff, right, over that much distance, how are they considering the distance between them and the airport a straight line when there's there's up to 100 miles where there's 1.2 miles of curvature, right, over the surface?
I see what you're saying.
From the plane's ground position to the landing site.
So this image is just used for the layman to understand simply before we calculate curvature to it.
Right. So there's later calculations that are made. So they do the initial. Right, they do the initial calculation, right? This is what it would be like if we were over a flat Earth, but now because we're not on a flat Earth, we've got to make this little adjustment here. And how come they don't add that into the diagram? Right?
Yeah, that's a good response, though.
That's just because this is for for ease of understanding for the layman. So in flight school, for Glober flight school, we actually have to calculate it to the geoid after we get this angle here. Whew. All right. On the hard one.
That was a Glober textbook response, that was.
It was, and I won't press you to post the actual source of information or anything like that.
The citation for that, yeah.
Oh, of course. I mean, it's out there somewhere. I mean, somebody has it. I don't have it though, but just because I'm not a pilot, I'm not a rocket pilot, so I just I just go off of something I heard one time from somebody. I think his name was Robert Utah or something.
Right.
Something
right.
or other.
So you're playing the Glober that doesn't know what he's talking about.
I would like to highlight that Jesse has admitted I didn't measure the path along the path I measured the arrival of angle. So Jesse, path of light does not measure the path of light. Interesting. So why are we even entertaining Jesse at this point when he doesn't measure the path of light? Why is your namesake, Jesse, complete BS?
Well, I learned something interesting about his theodolite too, or his total station too. It's very interesting. I'll talk about it in a minute.
That's devastating, Jesse. You admitting that you didn't measure the path, seeing as how that's your namesake and everything. I mean, I've got this screenshotted. I will be posting this everywhere I get the opportunity. But this is the end for you, since Jesse, path of light, does not measure the path of light. That sucks, dude. Such a simple question, and you failed so miserably.
Well, it's not intended to be measured. What you do is you get an observation, then you do the geometry. If it doesn't fit the globe, you just draw on the paper with a red pen the magical path of light that's needed, and then you say, voila, that's the path it must have took. Why measure
Exactly.
anything, dude?
This is funny. Without the path being non-straight, the angle cannot change. Please explain.
I
Yeah,
think
it's
Are you
easy.
begging?
I think anybody else here could explain that to you as well. So let them explain it because you'll let them.
Well, I'm asking you.
Yeah, listen, Jesse, don't muddy the flat water, okay?
Are you refusing to engage, Jesse?
I'm choosing to engage with people who are willing to have dialogue.
I'm having I asked you a question. You won't reply? Oh, there it is. Okay.
Let's see. Has there been any other news on Artemis? Let's see.
Okay, well, you know the picture that was supposedly taken by Reed, I think the head of the leader of all the astronauts. He took some images. That first image of the Earth, looking back as they were heading towards the moon, where it was asked, "Why is it so lit up if the sun is behind the globe? How come we're getting that much?" They're saying that luminosity is coming from the moon.
Yeah, but also I think in one of the still shots, they said they had a prolonged exposure. And of course, the reason they did that, Jen, is because, people have been criticizing that they never showed a shot of the Earth in the dark side where they could see the stars and the Earth in the same shot.
Right.
Remember? And then they also said, oh, we've never seen a spacecraft looking back at the Earth and having spotted a satellite. And so supposedly they have another shot that has a satellite in the corner. So they're just trying to tick all the boxes of the critiques that they've been getting over the years.
That's right. True. But they made a mistake because when they showed the Earth,
Jen, one more. Or like, why is the girl's bathroom device square instead of rounded like a woman?
Well, yeah, exactly. No, yeah, they're still making that stupid mistake where it's not following the curvature of the bum. Just to make a better seal, for example. You don't know. It's a good point.
Wait, what? What device are you guys talking about?
The toilet seat on the Artemis. That's on the ISS.
Oh,
Yeah,
I was like,
ridiculous. Yeah, ridiculous.
Wait, is it actually square?
Yeah, yeah.
Why have I never seen this? Do you have a picture of it?
Yeah, well, I have it, but it's going to take a while to retrieve it. I suggest you Google it for yourself.
Yeah, let me
ISS
just Google.
toilet
Yeah,
seat.
I guess that
just
would
do
be
it.
good if you
ISS
said
toilet seat, for example.
it.
Then look
Okay.
at Artemis toilet seat. Yeah.
Toilet seat. Let's see images. Ew, what is that?
Exactly. Women say the same thing. They would never use it.
How would you? That would. I don't know, dude. I'm like
There you are.
imagining like.
There you are. There you are.
Wait, this
Not
is for men and women?
Yes, exactly that. And it's not inviting for you to sit on, is it? It's not, is it?
Where does the meat and potatoes go?
It goes in that hole.
The hole is so tiny, dude.
You have to put a bag in there first. What you do is you put a bag in there first. It has an elasticated end, so you put it in, so it sits around the seal. Then you sit on top of that bag. And by the way, you would have to have switched on the vacuum. So that's actually sucking as you put the bag in. Like, really strange contraption. Then you do your business. You pull the seal off the bag and drawstring it and push it in, and shut the cover down.
Bro, but the hole, like, you can't even.
No, you did. You said it wrong, Jen. Listen, not to be rude to Jen, because I respect him, but he forgot a step. You then tape it to the wall to prevent the radiation from getting you.
Well, that's the Artemis. I was referring to the ISS at this point, but yeah.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah.
Bro, but for Artemis 2's toilet also, it's just like a 4-inch diameter hole, like.
That's it. That's right.
It cost $30 million.
The plan. Yeah, there you go. Well expensive, because the ISS is 23 million now, up from 19 million. But anyway, what they were saying was that on the Artemis is that in order to protect from the radiation that's coming into the capsule that could possibly come in, they're going to hang up their urine bags and poo bags on the walls, and that's going to be used as insulation and protection from the radiation and cosmic ray particles that may come into the cabin. That was the idea. That was definitely put up as a mechanism or a methodology to protect from the radiation. And of course, the question is, how do you do that? That means you've got to put your hand into that vacuum and grab that bag back out.
99 bags of dookie on the wall.
Right, and then spread it out. You've got to spread it out evenly, right, and then hang it up.
Oh, dude!
Wow, exactly. And then you know for 10 days you're going to be staring at your poo and urine for 10 days. If that doesn't make you chuck up, I don't know what can do.
Wait, so
yeah, but Jen, they put a blue dye in the bags, so it looks like blue. Okay, so it's not completely gross.
Well, I don't know. I don't
Actually,
think
I just
it's
made that up.
completely blue. I still think you're going to
Listen,
see
but
chunks of brown poo.
Jen, I just made that up, dude. Kind of like a lot of this stuff is made up.
The bacterium was a blue color. It was blue. That was the original one. It was blue, by the way. That's what they used on the Apollo missions.
Oh yeah. So Lats may not know this, but on the Apollo missions, they had to put this powder in their dookie bags and then mix it together to sterilize it because they didn't want the microbes. Yeah, they didn't want, just real quick, they didn't want the microbes to accidentally get out on the moon and then evolve into super space Martians and then come back and kill us.
So how did they mix it? They give them like space chopsticks or something, or like what do they do?
Well, just going back to that sachet, it actually came in a sachet, one sachet, and you had to open it up, and it came out as a liquid, right? Bacterium disinfectant, and you're meant to squirt that in. How are you meant to do that when you're in 0G environment? That would mean you'd have to open that bag and put your hand in. Now you're risking all that content coming out. How does that work? Silly idea. And then you have to massage. You seal the bag and you massage it, and you massage the bag in order for the disinfectant to do its work.
Yeah, exactly. And then you're like, listen, the guy that actually was flying the thing, holding the joystick, his hand hurts. So he's like, hey, bro, my hand hurts really bad because I'm the pilot. Can you just massage my poo for me?
Yeah, that's what we'd have to say. Yeah. The other thing is you have to attach that bag to your bum, right? It's got a seal that you pull off the little tape that you pull off, and then it reveals the actual sticky part, the actual seal itself, and that sits on your bum. But you can't do that by yourself properly. You just in 0G, you need help. You need your assistance of your colleague. Yeah,
so what are you gonna do if you what if you number 3 and it's just like flying everywhere?
Well, this is the problem, you see, because if it's a diarrhea, liquid poo, well, what do you expect? It's going to go everywhere, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to go everywhere. All right. And as soon as you take the bag off, your bum, right, you've got to make sure that bag is upside down. So it's, so everything goes up into the bag and you keep it like that. You don't turn it the other way. Can you imagine?
Jen, it's like when you're trying to catch a bee that's trying to sting you, and you put the cup over it, and then you try to put the piece of paper underneath before it gets you.
Yep.
Yeah, because I would expect everybody's going number 3 because everybody was going from like steak and lobster and regular meals, to like space MREs. I mean, I don't think it's gonna agree with everybody's stomach, so that's what I would expect would happen.
Well, yeah. Not to mention that your stomach is also going to be floating. It's loose. It's not normal for you. So you're going to be suppressing a vomit or clenching your butt. Either way, you're not going to be normal.
Oh, I don't know. This is so funny, dude.
Yeah. It's a serious problem, actually. The plumbing system of the human body doesn't like to be in a zero G environment.
Now, Jen, listen, Jen has some very technical points there, which is a good point, but you're wondering why it's so funny. Part of why it's so funny, Lats, is that a Glober will just be told, oh, you see what, that's silly, because we actually train on the ground to catch each other's poo in bags so that when we go up into space, we're experts at it. And then the Glober's like, oh, yeah, that's right, poo training. Yeah, totally cool.
I wonder if it's like what you said, where you just like release a bunch of bees in the room, you just like tell everybody to try and catch them, like with a bag. That would be pretty funny.
Yeah, that's how we know.
I guess that makes them king shit.
Shit. That's exactly how we know they never went. That's the reason why they could never go. You can't do your toilet business properly. The call of nature shuts down the whole mission. That's it. That's it. It's all over. They're lying because you can't go to the poo properly.
Jen, as your PR man, that's your new tagline. If you can't go, you can't go.
That's right. There was one astronaut that reckoned he held on to it for 4 to 5 days. And then finally the moment came where he had to do it. Reckon he hung on for 5 days in space, 5 days, holding on to a poo. Yeah. One astronaut said that. And then finally the moment came where he had to let go.
It must have been torture, dude.
Oh, well, dude, listen. He warned Neil that the tickle fight was a bad idea.
Yeah.
98 bags of Dookie on the wall.
Exactly. That's just so silly.
See, because then it's just like, wait, so what are you supposed to do for number one then? Like, I can understand for guys because we can aim. What about the females? What are they supposed to do?
Oh, it's a good question, right? Now, the original, we're going back to the ISS just for a second, right? The original toilet broke down in late 2017, early 2018. Toilet's broken and they had to repair it. When you looked at that toilet, okay, and the funnel, if you got a picture, you will see like a pipe with a funnel on the end of it. Now, it's okay for the men, as you said, but for the women, they would have to aim, right? It doesn't sit flush with the curvature of the woman's form, right? So you're going to spray. I've asked women if they would be able to use that properly, and they said no, they wouldn't be able to, there would be a mess. Okay. Now, the most recent one is the one that's on the Artemis 2 now, and there's a slight curving to that funnel now at the top. So it's able to actually at least create a better seal. You understand what I mean? But there's still going to be a mess. Still going to be a mess, no doubt about it. They're out of their mind.
Because they're showing what like a towel, like in outer space with water on it. I feel like it would just get stuck on you, and then what?
There you are. You see, you're going to be stinking of urine because you've got no showers in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Wet wipes. Yeah. They change their underwear every 3 days, I think. 4 days. That
right, and then listen, if it goes down like that, it's a cascading chain reaction. Because homie A gets covered in the stank, they start getting sick and vomit. Then you got nauseous vomit fumes added to the poo-pee fumes, and then homie B is going to puke it, and then homie 3 is going to puke it. And then unless homie 4 is like some sick, twisted pervert, he's also going to puke it.
Wow. And there you are. Suddenly communications break down.
Yeah, and then the stomach acid gets in your eyes when you start pressing the wrong buttons, and you blow the whole ship up.
You send it rocketing into outer space in the wrong direction. Oh. Yeah, I mean, it's comical, and it really is. But that's what NASA offers up as the methodology to going in space. That's why they made a big deal about the toilet. And listen to this one, yeah? The toilet broke down on the first day of the mission on the way out. It broke down, yeah? And they reckon that the woman, Christina, repaired it. Now, usually, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not having a go at women, but usually it's the women that wreck the toilet. Usually. Women do not do plumbing. Okay? So now you've got a woman in space fixing the toilet. Really? Really? The amount of tampons and sanitary towels that I've had to remove from blocked toilets, ladies and gentlemen, I would know because I've been a plumber with my brother. Listen, it's not a joke.
Yeah, dude, I used to work retail job at this one place, and a lot of the other retail jobs I worked too, but this one specifically because it was a bigger place with a lot more customers. Cleaning the woman's bathroom was a punishment.
Wow.
That's how we punished. That's how we got punished.
Because the nightmare things you find there, I tell you, man, yeah, you don't want any children to see that. No one should see that. But there you are. You're a plumber. You see all sorts of things, giving you reoccurring nightmares. half chewed up tampons stuck to the fan. Can you imagine that? Come on, and you got to clean that fan.
Listen, it's a family show.
and that fan has to be clean like new. Yeah, right. So you know you're taking the fan off. You're unbolting it from its pin that's holding it in place, and then you clean that so that like it's brand new. And then you clean the content and everything else. It's yeah. So don't tell me women are doing plumbing. Come on. She repaired the toilet. That the most expensive and most furthest traveled toilet in human history. That's what they built that as, by the way. And the fastest flying toilet. Quite breaking a lot of records this year. Cool. Yep, they're breaking a lot of records this year. NASA with the Artemis.
I'm gonna bring it back with this lunar rover here, talking about stuff from space that's ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
Can you
That's
imagine,
$63 million a pop. One of them in today's money is roughly $63 million for one rover.
They said it's over 280 million today. Look at this thing.
Wow. For one
Yeah,
rover.
dude.
Well, that's gone up
Yeah, look
since
at
then.
it, bro. Posted it up in the side chat, dude. Look at that thing. Look at those beautiful lawn chairs sitting right on top. Look at that thing.
Yeah. Do you know what they said? Yeah, they said it had less moving parts than a Jeep. For the price. You know, less moving parts.
Yeah, it didn't have the windshield wiper.
Oh, yeah, and the price 200. It was 63 million the last time I checked. Wow, it's that much now. What a joke. And you know, it was based on the Willys Jeep anyway, wasn't it? You see, that was the thing.
Hello.
Welcome back. Hello.
I wasn't even here.
Oh, sorry, you sounded like the other young lady that was here. My mistake. Well, welcome. And how can we help you today?
Yo,
what is
is
this
that a
topic
picture of
about?
Chester?
Yeah, rest in peace. But what is this
Oh,
topic
sorry.
about?
Oh, flat Earth. Sorry.
So you're
Flat
not
Earth.
gonna tell me?
Flat
All
Earth.
right, what?
Earth is
I
flat.
just told you, flat Earth.
Oh,
Wow.
I thought you were. Earth is
No,
flat.
we're not kidding.
Yeah.
This is the
Oh, here.
Flat Earth
You can go
server.
ahead.
Yeah. Welcome.
It's mind-boggling.
Yeah. We're explaining to you how the Earth isn't an oblate spheroid. You see, because
Did
we're
I miss
measuring
the
it.
explanation, or can you do it again?
Could you repeat that? Because I was talking when you spoke. Go ahead.
My apologies, man.
But no.
Did I miss the explanation? Did I miss class?
I think you were at class at your school and they misinformed you, is what we'll say here. My question to you, and I'm sure my colleagues would also be interested, how do you know that you are actually living on a spinning ball? How do you know this? What's your best proof?
I don't know.
Can you speak up? Because I didn't quite catch that.
I don't freaking know if Earth is flat or not. God never mentioned that Earth was flat. Because there's heavens and earth. And, I mean, there's no proof that it's round. And landing on the moon is bullshit. Everybody knows that. Yeah, Armstrong never actually landed on the moon.
Well, that's great news that you said that. As opposed to God not telling you it's flat or a ball, but do you think you could find out for yourself? We found out, haven't we? We know it's not a ball.
It's probably a conspiracy theory.
Well, actually, it's a fact that it's a conspiracy indeed. Yeah. But the flat earth is not a conspiracy theory. It's actually the truth. Okay. I'm trying to get you to ask, how did we know this? How do we know this? Because we're telling you we know it's flat, you see.
How do you know it's flat, sir?
All right. Good, good. That's a good question. First and foremost, what is your name, young lady? What's your name on the user server?
My name is Austin.
Austin, is it? Sorry, she's. I'm not catching her username.
My name is Mux. It's Mux or Austin,
Okay, I've got
whatever.
it. Yeah, Mux. Thank you very much. Okay, so Mux, right? We were told at school that the Earth was an oblate spheroid or is an oblate spheroid. So if that's the case, then there should be some curvature there. Do you agree or disagree?
Can you repeat for me, sir?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I can do that again. My name is Jin CBR1. I'm saying to you that when we were at school, we were taught that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, a ball-shaped Earth, blue marble.
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, and that is true, there should be some curvature there, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So that means when we go out into nature now, we should be able to measure the curvature of this Earth over a given distance. Do you agree or disagree?
I don't really have an opinion about that because it's kind of new to me. I never
No, that's
discussed.
okay. Yeah, I'm going to take you through it step by step. If you are told that the Earth is an oblate spheroid and they give you the numbers of 24,901 miles, that would be the whole thing in its entirety, the circumference. And then the radius of that, which is a quarter of that, being 3,959 miles. That means with those two numbers, we should be able to check and verify that number. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree with you, but I'm reading something that Mr. Flat Earth Judge sent.
Okay, that's fine. You read that. I'll give you an example. When you want to buy a pair of shoes, right? Yeah, when you want to buy a pair of shoes, right? You may look in there online and you like the design. You go to the shop, you check them out, don't you? You check the size, right? And oh, it is. Let me try them on. Okay, you can check. Do you agree with that? That if you're given the numbers to something, you should be able to validate it.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So what we've done, the flat earthers, is that we've gone out to try and measure that curvature of the Earth, and we're finding that the Earth isn't curving at all at the rate it should be. It's just horizontal every time. Does that make sense to you now? Yeah?
Yeah.
Right. That's why we're telling you that
It's
the Earth
kind
is
of
flat.
it's kind of new to me because it's kind of hard to process something that you've just learned. I've only been here
That's
on
fine.
Earth for like 15 years, so
That's okay. That's why. Because when how did you say 15 years?
yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Well, that's because you haven't seen the curvature of the Earth anyway in the 15 years, and you haven't thought about it. You've taken the education. You're still acquiring education at the moment because
Yeah.
you're still at school, which is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, what you will need to do is probably ask your teachers, did they ever measure the curvature of the Earth, for example? You could ask your teacher that question. How did they measure the curvature? And if they say no, then you could ask them, how do they know they're on a globe, for example? You see? Mm. That would be the thing, because in order for you to know whether or not the Earth is a globe or if it's flat, you'd have to go out and measure that. Okay? Right. Now that I've told you that, do you have any questions for me and my colleagues?
Who are the colleagues?
My colleagues will be my friends in here, colleagues, fellow flat earthers who are in this server. Okay? You
Think
see a whole
about a
list of them.
question, and when I'm ready, I'll ask you. Let me just
Yes,
process
okay.
this because fried my brain kind of.
Okay, yeah, that's okay. No, the initial shock is always the usual reaction. That's okay. We're saying it's flat because we are not able to measure any curvature of this Earth anywhere that we've been to.
Okay.
All right. So whenever you're ready, you can ask any question if you think of one. But I'm glad you said that. NASA is not going to the moon. So, you realize that now they're lying today with Artemis 2 going to the moon. They're clearly lying, especially if we're measuring the Earth flat. If we're measuring the Earth flat.
Listen, everybody knows it's bullshit but them.
Right. Well, they're busy stealing the taxpayers' money, you know what I mean? So they don't care as such. The thing is, when you realize that the Earth is indeed flat and non-rotating, not moving, then you know that all the images NASA are showing you of a spherical ball in space has to be fake. Has to be. Yeah, I didn't find out that the moon landings were a hoax until I was what? 40 something.
Yeah, wait. Speaking of that, Neil Armstrong is a bull pooper. Like how they do like the NASA experiments and stuff. I think I've seen a video on YouTube, and they actually do it underwater.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. It's called the negative buoyancy pool. I think it's what it's called. It's the biggest swimming pool on Earth. And they've got a replica of the ISS in there. And that's where they do their so-called moonwalks training. So you would be correct in stating that. Yeah, that's what they do. And let's not forget, NASA also are in the possession of 24 fully equipped state-of-the-art studios, more so than Hollywood and all the other film producers combined. Okay, so you're right in what you say. Very true.
And
I didn't know all this when I was 15. Go ahead.
There's also like a question like I'm very confused about is like how how the video of like the moon landing and stuff, and they were like hanging the American flag, stupid Americans. No shade, but sorry. So they put the flag. It shows that there's a shadow. How is there a shadow on the moon? Like you can see their shadows and stuff. A lot of people are wondering.
Yeah. The problem with the shadows, as you mentioned, a good point, is that they were at different lengths. Of the two astronauts, they're near each other, right? But one shadow was longer than the other, than his partner, for example, when they were putting that flag pole up and getting the American flag set up. Yeah, there was an anomaly with the shadows, which meant that obviously if it was the sun, then the shadow length should have been the same. There shouldn't have been any difference. But that highlighted that there must have been another light source. Okay, outside of the sun, they must have had studio lighting, because that's where they were really, in a studio doing that, and that's why the shadows were of different lengths.
It's just like so pathetic. Why are they building rocket ships if they're lying? Like it's so confusing. And why did NASA stop discovering under like the ocean and stuff? What did they see so they can stop? I totally I completely changed the conversation. I'm really sorry, but it was just interesting because we talked about
actually, when you came in, we were talking about NASA and the moon landing hoax, and how going to the toilet, but going to the toilet shuts down the mission. That's how you know they could never have gone, actually, just before you came in. So the fact that you actually offered up that you don't believe they've gone to space and you think it's all BS is fantastic. And I give a little round of applause there, because that's exactly what we were talking about before you came in. Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, yeah, no, thank you. Because it's good to hear a 15-year-old coming in and saying that, means that the message is obviously getting out there. Because when I was 15, okay, I believed it. I saw it when I was 8 years old, 7, 8, 9. I saw it, you see. So I carried the belief for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't until 2001. I was 40 years old, or 39, going to be 40, when I discovered that it was wrong, that they didn't do it. You see what I mean? Yeah. So it's a long time. That you already know at 15. That's smart. You're smart now. It means you're not going to waste any time. You know they're lying. Yeah. So it's okay. You think of all the questions you can think of to ask, because it's all related in a way. Like I said, yeah, when you find out for true, for real, that the earth is indeed flat, right? And you know it is because you're seeing it for yourself, long distance observation, no curvature anywhere on this earth, okay, over long distances. That's when you make the claim you know the earth is flat, then you know for sure that NASA cannot be showing you a globe and say that's where you are, because that's impossible, because the earth's flat, right? But you already know that anyway now. Yeah, you already know that they didn't go to space. So any images that they say is coming from space has actually been proven to be fake.
They look pretty fascinating. They're really fascinating, but turns out it's all a lie.
Yeah, they're really
These are
fascinating.
all the elites. The elites are lying to
That's
helpless
right.
civilians like myself.
Yeah. How did you come to this information? I'm interested. At the age of 15, how did you come to know this? And that the elites are lying? How do you know this?
I love browsing, and listen, the supreme leader, for example, in my house is my father. The supreme leader of the country is the president. The supreme leader of the president is the elites, the billionaires.
Right.
The Rothschild family, Rockefellers.
Yeah, and you're 15. Amazing.
Jews.
Amazing.
I mean, I'm Jewish myself, and I don't like the Jews. You know, the Jews.
Yeah. You go ahead. Well, you know, we don't really Jew bash on this server, mind you. Okay, but so let's be careful what we say there. But the fact that you know all this already at 15 is amazing me at the moment. Wow. Really
Unfortunately, my generation been exposed to a lot of things.
Yeah, but you're only 15, you see, which is not really that long on the earth, to be honest. Okay, that's why you're young. You've only been on the earth 15 years, but you've acquired this knowledge. I didn't have this knowledge when I was 15. You understand? Well, look at myself when I was 15. I was into biking, and I was actually in the army cadets at that time as well. So I was doing different things. I think like I didn't have that knowledge you've got was nowhere near my brain. Nowhere near.
Because we have easy access to the world, social media, Google. I use Brave. Yeah, we have like easy access to things. You can just type a word and then you will find a whole bunch of tabs, a whole bunch of information.
Well, I'll say this: you've definitely utilized the technology to the positive, because you're carrying some what I call must-know knowledge, important information, so that you can build a good life in the future. So, you know, I'm going to wish you all the best on that, on your life, because you're still at the beginning of it. And again, I give you a round of applause, because I think all those who are listening in the live stream, they can hear this young girl, 15, right? And she's acquired some important knowledge. And we give you a little salute there from everybody in the server.
Thank you. I'm a guy.
Oh, you are welcome.
It's just, I'm not old enough to have your voice, for example, but I'm a guy. Boy.
Oh, sorry. Oh, you sound like a girl.
It's
I really
not
apologize.
it's not some LGBTQ thing. Oh, do you say it? No, I'm actually a boy.
Okay, I apologize for that, young man. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes you can't tell, you see, because he's so young. That's the thing now. All right,
Yeah,
I apologize for that.
No.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I don't get offended. I'm not that
Okay,
American.
good. Thank you for correcting me as well. Thanks for that. So yeah, young man, you're carrying up some good knowledge at this point. So your dad is the supreme leader. Okay, fantastic. And so has he had any input in giving you this information, or did you do it just by yourself?
My father?
Yeah. What I'm trying to say is, did your dad help you to find this information?
Well, my dad is just like any dad. He just gives you advices about not browsing the internet. I mean, I do browse and I do like have access, but like under adult supervision, like until I'm 18.
Okay.
So there's a lot of things I'm curious about, but I'm not allowed to search for.
Okay. Okay. So this information you have currently with NASA being fake, was that your dad's input?
It's just YouTube videos. I like YouTube.
Okay. But was it your dad's input? Was it yourself?
He said the world is controlled by somebody.
Okay.
Like
Good.
like families, big families. The world is
Yeah.
controlled by billionaires.
Okay. You've done a good job. Then you've done an excellent, good bits of research, and carry on doing that. Okay. Keep looking, because there's a lot there to find. And I guarantee you that you're going to be living your life very different to how I lived mine, I think, in that sense, because you're learning all this stuff now. You see, that's the thing. You've got this information now. So your life's going to be different to what I had. And wish you all the best in that, for sure. Okay.
I hope AI doesn't take over jobs.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let me just pick your brain now. So with AI, what are your concerns? What would you be worried about if AI take? What are you worried about AI? Why?
I would say AI right now is just a tool. Okay?
Yeah.
But my worries is if AI starts taking over jobs, like let's say call centers, call services,
Right.
like architects, for example,
Okay.
computer scientists,
Okay.
doctors. They're creating robots that does surgeries. That is
Right.
scary. Like,
Yeah.
that's scary.
Yeah.
I have
Let
lots
me
of
just.
opinions, but I get distracted easily.
No, but
I don't like it.
I like what I like what you said though. You know, the AI regarding medical care, medical health. Sometimes the human is not steady enough for this very important operation. You know, and maybe the AI could do it better, possibly. I'm not saying, you know, there's a question mark there, but maybe the AI would be more precise. What do you think? Could that be a possibility? No? Yay, nay? Depending on the operation, of course.
I would trust a human being because nobody can beat a human being's brain.
Okay, that's fine. Well, then that's a very good position to hold. Okay, excellent.
Especially a doctor. I would rather talk to a doctor that understands my emotions and how I'm feeling exactly instead of a robot. That the world would be very boring, very depressing. Just robots, you know.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I haven't listen. I myself, I haven't been sick in 45 years because I don't want to be sick. So I'm just keeping myself as I'm 64. I'm keeping myself as healthy as possible because I don't want to be sick. I don't want to go to the doctors. Do you know what I mean? So I don't do anything to harm my health. Okay. Now, of course, I like running, jogging, hiking, and canoeing, all the other stuff, and cycling, and you know, and motorcycling. So I do put myself in danger to have a broken bone or something. But I try to be as careful as I can. Okay, so I'm with you. My sentiments are exactly your sentiments, and that is, yeah, I don't want to talk to a robot doctor. No, the chance of that giving us misinformation is great, but we can't talk too much on that one because that's a sensitive issue. So we'll move on from there. But yeah, your concerns are most people in this server have the same concerns. Okay, just like you. So very good. But yeah, the job loss is definitely going to happen. By the way, that's going to happen as AI comes in. Jobs are going to be lost. I think in architecture, I think the architects would love to use AI, you know, to improve the designs of their buildings. Of course, I tell you where it would be really great to use in the plumbing industry. You know, when they do the toilets and the pipes and that, I think AI would be assisting there in the maintenance of the infrastructure underground, toilet pipes, tanks. Yeah, I think AI will be utilized there somewhat. Yeah, assisting humans together to be working. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. So there are some positive aspects to AI, but I'm concerned of the negatives outweighing the positives at this point. Got to be careful. Yeah. Yeah. I'm currently talking to you from Japan. Whereabouts are you in the world?
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Sorry.
I'm in America, unfortunately.
Okay. Why do you say unfortunately? Why do you say that?
Sucks, bro.
Okay.
America's a shithole.
Okay. All right. See, that's the truth right there, ladies and gentlemen. You're hearing it from the horse's mouth. It's of a young kid, 15, telling you America's a shithole. Look at that. So, you know, my sentiments today, I would agree that some aspects of America is bad, okay, or are bad. But yeah. Yeah. Thank you. I just wanted to know, and you told the truth there. Right.
That America will collapse. World with America will collapse. So, like, what?
Yeah. Let's hope the people survive it. At the moment, the people in America and around the world, everywhere, everyone's indoctrinated. They're sleepwalking at the moment. Maybe one day, slowly, everyone wake up and change the world for a better place. Yeah, but that would take some generations, I do feel. But that's where you guys are going to come in. Your lot's coming in. So I love your temperament, and yeah, you keep that going. Yeah, don't lose this sentiment you have.
Get me out of here, and I'll be good.
Yeah, I think you're good. You're being good already. I can tell you're already being good. So
where would you want to go there, my friend? Other than America, where would you go?
Are you asking me, sir?
Yeah, I was asking you.
I want to go somewhere like, nah, not the Middle East at the moment, but probably these people live safe in the Gulf countries. But I would start with Europe. Somewhere like the Netherlands. It's a
good
safe
choice.
country.
Very good choice.
It's beautiful there.
Yeah, it is. It's clean.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they have they use natural energy. You know, their houses are thermally heated. Yeah.
I heard something about that.
Well, yeah, you can tell you've been on the internet. If you know about that, then you've been on the internet. This young man has been surfing forever, but for the 15 years, carrying a lot of knowledge.
I'm trying to secure my future. I'm trying to get out of this. Okay, I don't want to cuss anymore. I don't want to make people uncomfortable. But
yeah, you're making me uncomfortable. As long as you're not a flat earther, bro, then you're gonna be okay.
He's gonna be a flat earther.
Again. I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, he's thinking about it, you see. Because if NASA's not going to space, right, hang on. If NASA's definitely not going to space and the image they give us are fake, then, you know, how do you know that the Earth is a ball? You have to go and measure it. And when he goes out to actually measure that curvature and find flat Earth everywhere, especially the water, the oceans are level. Wherever you see water, it's always level. It doesn't form a curve. That's when he knows. He's a flat earther anyway, by birth. He's a flat earther by birth. He's just got to go and realize it. That's all.
Right. So, Gene, you saw the rocket launches, I'm assuming, right? The NASA ones for Artemis.
Yeah. Yeah.
All bullshit.
What about it?
Cool. I mean, I had some kind of fascination about rockets. I used to draw rockets when I was little, but I'm like, are they even real? Are they even gonna fly? No.
Right. Let the young man tell you.
All that shit was bullshit, right?
Absolutely.
All the video
but basically,
coverage,
a rocket. Look, let me explain it to you. A rocket. Yeah. Yes. A rocket is a glorified fireworks. That's all it is. And we can do the maths. We can easily do the maths to make such a construction to fire it up. The thing is, it's not going to space. Reason being, there's no air there. The medium, there's nothing there for the rocket to propel itself off of. That's why when it takes off, it ends up going in that parabolic arc to return, because as the rocket rises in altitude...
Why would it need air? Why would it need air?
It needs what I'm trying to explain to you, but you're interrupting me in the middle of my explanation. I'll start again. When the rocket takes off, bang, we have liftoff. All that material is pushing against the ground first and foremost. And as it rises up, it's now pushing off of the air we breathe. All right. And as the rocket rises in altitude, the air that it needs to propel itself up is diminishing at an alarming rate. Hence that parabolic arc. It has to come down. For the higher it goes up, the less the air is, less air there is. So it has to come back down. And that's how it has. It's not that it's carrying its own oxygen. It's carrying an oxygenated liquid and a hypergolic combustible fuel. And when they come into contact, spontaneous combustion, bang. But all that material coming out of the nozzle has to push off the air. Now, my last point is this. In order to sustain an upward trajectory, the nozzles have to increase in size as the air diminishes. And then more fuel needs to be put in. Problem number one, rockets can't carry enough fuel to sustain that. Problem number two, the air is diminishing anyway. There you are. Okay?
Okay, can I say something? Yeah, so
yes,
you
go
just
ahead
said was
now.
completely wrong. So the rockets aren't pushing off of the air. That is absolutely incorrect. What they're pushing off of is the ejecta that they push out of the rocket. It's the explosion. It's the shit that comes out of the engine is what they're pushing off of. You don't need air. You don't need anything to push off of, because the explosion in the engine, the combustion in the engine, is what is being pushed off of. Prove it? That's crazy, bro.
Yes, prove it.
Do any rocket combustion engine, the shit in your car. It doesn't need, I mean, it needs oxygen to combust, but like, what is it combusting after it consumes all the oxygen? What is it doing?
It's
right?
being
It consumes oxygen to make the explosion, but then what it's combusting off of is the energy created.
Oh, blimey, look. You asked a question and you wouldn't let me answer that question. With the combustion engine,
I was
on the
responding to
exhaust
you, Brad.
stroke,
I'm sorry.
On the exhaust stroke, the piston is forcing that material out of the cylinder. Okay, that's why it comes out the exhaust pipe. And then you have an induction stroke where the piston is now dropping down, sucking in air and fuel. Then there's the combustion stroke, right, where the valves are completely closed. You have a compression, and that's where you have the bang, and that explosion forces the piston back down, turning the crank, turning the wheels, and then the upward stroke, the full stroke. What? Sorry?
Where's the air? You said
that would be
air,
no.
right?
But you're comparing. Hang on, you're comparing bananas with carrots. You can't do that. They're not the same. Okay.
I like bananas.
Okay, how are they
different? Well, they're different because, like I said, the air we need that's around us to breathe is what the rocket is doing, pushing off of that. Okay. The car, on the other hand, the car, on the other hand, you're interrupting. I didn't interrupt you when you spoke. I made a point to let you get everything you had to say out. So now you have to let me speak. Thank you. Now with the car, you have a cylinder, okay, right? And a piston is in there connected to the carburetor or the fuel injectors, okay? And then when you switch on your ignition, bang, okay, what's happened there? It means the fuel that was in the cylinder has been compressed and ignited, bang, okay? And then when the piston is forced down, when on the upward stroke, that's the exhaust valve is opened and all that material comes out. Right? And then, so the piston connected to the crankshaft is turning that, which in the end connects to the the prop shaft, which then turns the wheels through gears. Okay? Come on, man. It's got nothing to do with a rocket.
So again, like everything, you're still incorrect. Completely.
I'm not incorrect at all. No, I'm not.
Works.
I'm not incorrect at all. With the rocket, hang on. With the rocket, you have oxygen, liquid oxygen, and an hypergolic fuel, Aerosine 51, for example. And when they come into contact, they spontaneously combust. Hence, they're known as hypergolic. And then that combustion, that ignition, that bang, is shot out of the nozzle. And at the rate it is shot at is what's lifting up that rocket, okay? And as it rises up, It's pushing against the air. I'm going to post the video for you so you get it in a minute, right? It's pushing against the air. And because we know that as the rocket rises up, the air begins to diminish, right? That's why it's following the arc, because the air is diminishing the higher we go up, okay? Rockets don't work in a vacuum. You need to prove that, sir. Thank you.
Wait, can I speak?
Finish.
You
Yes, you may
interrupted me
now.
while I was talking. Okay. So
you actually
again,
interrupted
you're
me.
absolutely incorrect about how rockets work. You have no idea how they work. You don't need air. You don't need anything. I mean, if you've ever seen the movie Interstellar, there's a really good line. The only way humans have ever learned to go somewhere is to leave something behind. The thing they're leaving behind is the fuel, the ejecta, the explosion that happens inside of the rocket, right? You don't need air to push off of. The thing we're ejecting is the gas out of the back of the rocket, right? So you're just completely wrong. And so
no,
you
I'm
need to
not
stop
completely
saying
wrong,
that.
sir.
You absolutely
saying
are.
No, I'm not. I'm going to show you the video, which is only 15 minutes long. You can watch it or don't watch it. It's up to you. And it explains it perfectly. It's called Easy Debunk, Rockets Don't Need Air. That's the title of the video. It's 15 minutes long, and it explains it at a very good level where anyone can understand it, even a young man at 15 who'll get it like that. Okay, just give me a little while to get this.
I'm not going to watch your bullshit video. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
You're just
I'm going to put it in there
incredibly
so no one
wrong.
can say that I
crazy.
don't aim to. That's okay. If you don't want to watch it, that's your freedom to choose.
Do you have a
But
degree? Do you
you're
have like
definitely incorrect.
Have you learned in
with
aerospace engineering or anything like that? Do you know how
I
planes
understand
work?
engineering as an engineer myself, so I do understand.
Oh, you're an
This is
engineer.
why
What kind of engineer?
yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why I'm trying to tell you that rockets
kind of engineer
require air, but you seem to be reluctant in accepting that piece of information,
What
which is
kind of
fair enough.
engineer are you?
Oh, mechanical engineering. There you go. Cars, bikes, bicycles.
Bicycles. Okay.
Yes, and with that engineering, I've also dabbled in plumbing and electrical engineering. Okay,
well, man,
so
you need to go
because
back
you
to
can
school,
do that,
bro. Because you don't
no,
know
I
shit
don't need to go
about how
back to school.
rockets work.
I don't need to go back to school, bro. Okay, I don't need to do that at all. Because when I post this video, you're going to learn. And if you don't want to learn, that's up to you. But I don't need to go back to school at all. Remember, the shape of the earth is just down to measuring curvature. Have you done that? No. All right. Have you measured the curvature of the earth, sir? In all this engineering you've done? Have you measured it?
Oh.
Have you?
We're not
No,
talking
you
about.
haven't.
We're
There you
talking
are.
about rockets, man.
Yes,
you don't know how rockets
but
work.
I'm talking about the shape of the earth now.
Oh, now you are. Okay, sorry.
Whether or not
I
the
didn't know
earth
we
is flat,
switched.
it's to measure. It's to measure because rockets don't go to space. Okay, we know
wait, do you
that.
want to
We
concede
know
that
that
you
as
were
flat
wrong about
earthers.
how propulsion
Rockets
works?
don't go to space. Stop obfuscating.
Yes,
Rockets
they can.
don't go to space.
They don't
Rockets
need
don't go to
air.
space.
You don't
Okay,
need air to push off
rockets
them.
do not go to space. So the images that they're giving us are fake because they go against the measurements we're making on Earth. We're measuring the Earth flat. It's being utilized flat. My question to you is, have you measured the curvature? Can you answer that question, please?
It's incredible.
There you are. You can't even answer the question. Ladies and gentlemen, he hasn't measured the curvature, obviously. Obviously. So how does he know it's a ball when he hasn't measured
Does
it?
anybody want to chime in on his side that you need air to push off of for rocket? Anybody?
I don't need anyone to chime
other
in.
flat earthers.
I don't need the other flat earthers to chime in because the question that was put to you was, you need to prove your position. That implies that they agree with what I'm saying.
Man? Why are you trying to switch the topic?
You were asked to prove what you said. Your spiel about how rockets work, the response from the flat earthers was, can you prove it? You haven't done that yet, sir.
Can I prove that rockets push off
the
air?
Yes.
Or push off the ground?
Can you prove
the
your
ejecta?
explanation as how rockets fly to space? Can you do that?
Yeah, you can put a fucking model rocket in a vacuum chamber and it'll launch.
We've never seen that at all. Every time we see,
boom.
No, that we've looked at rocket engines in a vacuum, and there's no forward propulsion. Hang on, let me explain because you keep jumping in. The only time we saw the rocket moving forward in a very small vacuum chamber was because the vacuum chamber was so small that the gases created the medium for the rocket to go forward. And if you read the comments, everybody said the same thing in the comments, right? But outside of that particular video, all the other rocket engines, the rockets didn't move forward in a vacuum.
Yeah, you're full of shit. No, they do.
No,
So
no, they don't work, and there's no need to get abusive.
Send me your
There's
video.
no need to get abusive. There's no need to get abusive.
I don't want to abuse you, my friend.
Hey, Mr. Rocket, I did post a video at the side chat.
Yeah.
Are you blind?
Look in the side chat. People are putting material there for you.
Okay, I'll look in the side chat. Israel has
there's
a
no
right
need to get
exist. Does anyone else? Is that?
Hey, look the video, son. Shut up with the bullshit, okay?
Yeah. No one's abusing you here.
What chat am I looking at?
Shut up with the bullshit. Go watch the video.
What video, dumbass? I don't know.
Yeah, the one that you cannot see it. You are blind.
I must
just have a look.
Where is it?
Yeah. Can you give him the name of the video? That's what he wants.
I did post in the side chat.
Dude, it's the last.
It's in the side chat.
Okay, I got it.
How
I
the
got
hell
it.
can you miss it?
I found it.
Okay. Thank you. Well done. I knew you could. I'm going to post my one now. My one is coming in the next.
Thrust in a vacuum. Test.
Yeah, stop the bullshit and go watch it, okay? You are just a crap clown.
Go watch that.
Why so mad, man? Why so mad? It's okay.
Go watch
Well,
that.
because you're throwing insults, remember? You were throwing insults. You're the one that was going mad, you know. You use foul language. I didn't use one word of foul language. I just said that you're mistaken. I presented my case. I backed up my case in the side chat. The video is there. Ladies and gentlemen, unbeknown to you, you've been misinformed as to how rockets work. So he's carrying the narrative that the material coming out of the nozzles is what's pushing the rocket up. Well, it's not. It needs the air that we breathe in for it to push off. It needs a medium. And when you go into a vacuum, well, we can't go there, but in a vacuum, there's nothing there. So there's nothing to push. The rocket has nothing to push off of. So what should happen if it was, if you could put a rocket in a vacuum, which we've done, the material just comes out, all the spent gases and material comes out, but the rocket doesn't go forward. Okay? Yeah. And this video that I posted demonstrates that perfectly here on Earth. How we need air. We need air for forward propulsion. Okay? That's what this video proves. And then the explanation text that you read after it drives that point home. And the thing is, you can conduct this experiment for yourself very cheaply. Plastic bottle, couple of little toy wheels, and you've got yourself a vehicle there, compressed air, and you can work it. It's such an easy debunk. It's unbelievable, right? And the explanation is quite clear that the higher the rocket goes, the more, the less the air is, it will need to increase its nozzle size, and in doing so, using more fuel to sustain an upward trajectory. That is the opposite to the curved trajectory that you always witness. So in order for a rocket to stay upright and keep an upward trajectory, all the nozzles on the rocket have to increase in size, thus using more fuel. And the problem is the rocket cannot carry that fuel. Hence, it's got to take a parabolic arc. You see, this is what we're putting forward to you as the truth.
Somebody walk me through this video, please, and explain to me how this proves anything.
I don't need to do that because the video itself is self-explanatory.
Help me understand.
Hang on a minute, you're interrupting me as I'm trying to explain. Ladies and gentlemen, the video that I've posted, it's called Easy Debunk, Rockets Don't Need Air. A dum-dum can do this. This is definitely 8-year-old understanding. An 8-year-old child will understand exactly what's been talked about in the video. So I don't need to walk you through it. Watch it and learn. Okay? Watch it and learn. I've already explained to you. Okay? You're going to have an empty, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let me explain. I'll do it now. So, ladies and gentlemen, what you have is a plastic empty drink bottle. Okay? Right? And underneath the plastic bottle, there's a couple of wheels, 4 wheels, so it can roll. Okay? Now, the gentleman with the bottle and the cap on, there's a little hole there. He puts his air compressor hose into it, fills it up, and then lets it go, and you see it shoot off. He does that a couple of times in the video.
Sorry, I was watching what Miguel posted.
Okay, right. Okay, well then
I wanted somebody to walk me through that. I haven't watched your video. Miguel, can you walk me through this video? How does this explain anything?
Okay, Miguel, your turn, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, a model of a rocket engine inside a giant vacuum chamber. Yeah, and it doesn't work. Doesn't work.
It doesn't work how?
Yeah, it failed.
How does that... How?
Yeah, I don't have to explain anything more. It's in the video. It did fail.
It failed. How did it
Yeah.
fail? How did it fail?
It didn't lift up. It didn't lift off.
It didn't lift off. It's a fucking...
How about you do the same? How about you do the same?
Why don't you watch the video? How long is the video, Miguel? Miguel, how long is the video, Miguel? How long is it?
See, yeah,
it's 48 seconds.
50 seconds.
Well, why don't you go and watch the video then for 50 seconds? Come on.
I have, dude. I've watched it multiple times.
I'm asking. I will ask you to do the same experiment, please.
Dude, I wouldn't even know what I'm trying to prove, brother. I don't know.
Yeah, inside the vacuum chamber. That rocket is not working. It's simple.
Right, the rocket didn't work in a vacuum chamber.
What do you mean? Did it work? What does that mean? What do you mean when you say that?
Oh my god, Fish, you're really exhausting. You're annoying.
Come on. Yeah, exactly.
You are?
Like, it's a simple freaking video, 50 seconds. Like, watch it and then ask questions. Don't argue. Stop the whining.
Thank you.
Like, Daddy, why aren't you teaching me? Like, I'm so dumb. Can you, like, just watch the thing and then ask questions?
Thank
Dumbass.
How old are you, kid?
He's 15.
You are 15 with a 15 years old.
So watch the video. You see, you've annoyed a 15-year-old. You're annoying him.
He said
for you to watch the video.
Watch
it. Watch it. Can you watch? As it's only 50 seconds. Watch it 3 or 4 times. Digest what you're looking at. Do that, please, and then come back.
I watched the video. I understood it, but he freaking confused me.
Okay, explain it to me then, kid. Explain
Dumb
it to me.
people are always that, like, a bad influence. No, you're old enough to understand. Nobody's gonna explain about a vacuum.
There you are. See? Go and watch the video. A 15-year-old's telling you to do that. So just honor the integrity of the position here. Go and watch the video, because we're steeped in the integrity here.
Guys,
we don't pretend
watch
to
the video.
Yeah, watch it 3 or 4 times.
This video
I don't need to hear your voice now, really. Shouldn't be hearing your voice. You should be watching the video now. Just go and watch the video and then come back with the questions you may have. Okay, watch the video 4 times, Miguel's video. Watch Miguel's video 4 times and formulate some questions where you're not
satisfied. I'm going to go watch this video about 50 times.
And now you're exaggerating. Now you're exaggerating.
I'm going to come back. Okay.
Well, go ahead. Good. Go off and go and do that. Thank you, Miguel, for that video, by the way. Thank you very much, because I was looking frantically.
No problem.
So well done. Yeah, no, appreciate it.
Max is good. Welcome.
Yeah. See, what we were educated at school was that the material coming out of the rocket is what's pushing it up and going up and up and up. That's not true, you see. It needs the air that we breathe. And the video that I posted, the air is isolated because that bottle, plastic bottle, they put a tube on the end of the nozzle, a toilet roll tube. And when they filled it up with air, the rocket didn't move. It just stayed there. And they filled it up again and it didn't move. And then they changed that tube for a tube with holes in it. Okay? They put another toilet roll tube with holes in it all over the place. And they put it on, fill it up, and then it starts moving. Not as fast, but it moves. Then they removed the tube and just put the air in naturally, and it flew off, proving that air is essential for propulsion. Just that simple. And then you watch the video, and it explains what the experiment's proving to you. It's just a brilliant video, 15 minutes long, but that's what you learn. And then it fits with what we observe when we see the rockets going up, because they always go up, right? And then it starts to go into an arc, right? And that's because the air is running out. And of course, the rocket is limited in the amount of fuel it can carry. For example, with the Saturn V rocket, that first stage uses, now listen to this, ladies and gentlemen, 80% of the fuel is used up in 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes 30 seconds. You have used the first stage, 80% of the fuel. Okay, and that's all lost in that first takeoff. So then you've got stage 2 and 3 left, and you've got what is that? 85% left of fuel, because the other 5% is the payload. So you have 15% for the 2 stages. So clearly that rocket doesn't have enough fuel to go to space and go to the moon and come back. It's not possible. 80% is lost in stage 1, and you're looking at the rocket going into a parabolic arc. That's what you witness, because the air is running out. That's why it's limited. It has to come back down. There you are. So they're lying to us all the time.
Did he leave?
Yeah, he's going to go and watch the video, you see. Yeah, and then come back with his questions.
There's nothing hard about that video. Okay, let me give you a really stupid example. It might be disgusting, but let's say you drank lots of soda, you have a really nice meal. There's gas. Gas builds up in your body. Where does it go? It goes straight, like, you fart it, right?
Right, yeah. Yes, it has to come out the rear end. Exactly. Otherwise, you're going to be very uncomfortable. Yeah, that's right. Right? Now, it's pushing against...
burp.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying, or you burp. It doesn't have to be a fart.
Sorry, yeah. It could come out as a burp as well. Usually I burp if I'm drinking soda stuff. Back in the day, I'd be going, and getting rid of it quicker that way. I can use my stomach muscles to compress, and then the gases just pop out of my mouth. But yeah, you're right.
It might be different, but also it's, let's say hypothetically, you're having some orange juice, right? You open the can, and then you closed it. Let's say apple cider, okay?
Right.
You opened it and then closed it. And you put it out for a while, right? Gas builds up. Let's say it's producing carbon dioxide. It's just like, it has nowhere to go, so the pressure builds up, and then when you open it, it could explode.
Yeah,
it's kind of the same as rockets, but rockets are controlled.
That's right. They're controlled because of the volume, and that's the size of the nozzle. Okay, the size of the nozzle there controls the rate at which it's going to come out. Okay, that's the main point there. All that material is pushing off of the medium. That medium is the air we breathe. If we were in a vacuum, that rocket wouldn't lift off. The material would just come out all over the ground. It wouldn't lift the rocket up. The rocket wouldn't lift up if we were in a vacuum. Okay?
Yeah.
And that's what the video that I posted demonstrates. And there's no escaping it. Because we know that rockets don't go to space. So they've lied to us. Okay, and that other gentleman that was here, he believes the lie, and explaining to everyone that I was wrong. But no, I'm not wrong at all. I'm absolutely
just
correct
to be
in
clear,
what I'm saying.
The null hypothesis to what you're saying is if I were to have a vacuum chamber and create some sort of propulsion device that acts within that vacuum chamber, within margin of error, right? I can't get a perfect vacuum, but
we understand.
Yeah, in the video that I did post it, it's let me see, SCRB rocket motor. Let me see, just 1 second.
Yeah,
that means it's a solid propelled. No, sorry. Let me see again the information. Let's see. Solid rocket booster, SRB.
Yeah, solid rocket boosters.
SRB motor inside that vacuum chamber. You know, this solid rocket booster. They use this. They did use this in space shuttles, etc.
Right.
But just to be clear, if I posted a video of something that's being propelled within a vacuum, here on Earth, would that be the null hypothesis? Would you change your mind on that topic?
No, I would have to see and look at the experiment for myself before I accept.
You'd have to show us the pressure gauge of the vacuum, because once you put a bunch of gas into a small vacuum chamber like that, it's not a vacuum anymore. And also there's tons of examples of it failing, and I've not seen actually an example. I mean, we've been looking over the years, but I mean, have a look at what I just posted in the side chat. You'll see what I'm talking about. right? Because when you slow this one down, you'll see what actually happens. And you'll see that this little makeshift rocket, it doesn't actually propel at all until until it actually pushes against the wall. So preferably you would want to do it in a bigger vacuum chamber.
Yeah.
And secondly, yeah, we would want to see what's going on with the pressure as well.
Yeah.
I can post another example as well.
If you could have a vacuum chamber the size of a gymnasium, if that's too big, then let's say your living room or a classroom or something with a massive space, and then you scale down that rocket the size and then ignite your rocket, it will not go forward because there's no air there.
So basically,
Well,
it
just
seems
to be
like
clear,
just quickly.
in my head, I was thinking about
Yeah.
plasma or ion thrusters and stuff like that. And so when you guys are talking about, vacuum chambers the size of gymnasiums, I don't know who has the biggest one, but it's something to do in the US, and it's
Yes,
not
in
that
Ohio,
big.
Ohio State, they've got it.
Okay. And how big is it? Do you remember? It's not that big,
Well,
if I
it's
recall.
big enough to pull the vacuum down to 10 to the minus 6 torr. Okay, so they can definitely pull it to 10 to the minus 6 torr. Okay, and that's very, very powerful vacuum in itself. Okay.
So I was just
massive.
listening and listening to your argument, which basically told me, like, if I could show you something being propelled in a vacuum, you might change your mind. But it sounds like the vacuum chamber itself for your null hypothesis needs to be pretty huge.
Correct.
And okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is the thing.
I can do a
reason I
vacuum
say that,
chamber in my
just quickly.
Instant Pot.
Yeah.
Just quickly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Look, okay, so just show us an example where the vacuum chamber is big enough, okay, to where it doesn't push off against the wall and move because it's pushing off the wall, right? Or start to move because it's no longer a vacuum. Okay, either of those two things. If you can show an example where that's not the case of why the object's moving, then that would be cool to have a look at.
Right. Thanks very much, DJ. That's exactly what I was going to say, is that the examples I've seen is that the vacuum chamber was so small that when they ignited the rocket, the material coming out of the rocket created the medium within that vacuum chamber. That's why it moved forward, because it was a confined space. It's too small. You need to create the vacuum, like I said, as big as a gymnasium, for example. Okay. And then you have your rocket scaled down, right? And then ignite that thing and let's see it fly. And it won't go. It will not do that. That's what I'm saying.
What you
that
just
makes
said
a
is
more
all in a vacuum chamber, right?
Sorry?
I didn't mean to overtalk you. What everything you just said, I listened, but it was all in the context of a vacuum chamber, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Right, yeah. What I'm trying to say to you is that the vacuum I'll say it one more time. The vacuum chambers I've seen where I saw the rocket moving forward, the reason it moved forward was because the vacuum chamber was very small. Okay, and as soon as the engine was fired, the material was hitting the back of the vacuum chamber wall, creating the medium at the rate it came out. That's why it moved forward. So clearly that vacuum chamber was too small. We need to have a vacuum chamber the size of a gymnasium, for example. And then in that way, we have a more legitimate experiment. Okay?
I understand. That was so annoying. That echo. Okay, I guess I've seen some YouTube channels, and not to overtalk this because I don't know this like the back of my hand, but I've seen some YouTube channels that are like using ion thrusters, and they're not using it in a vacuum chamber. But my understanding is that those do work in a vacuum chamber.
Well, we'd have to see that again and again. We'd have to see it in a vacuum chamber working.
Agreed. The size of a gymnasium.
Well, yeah, you know why? Because then it's going to give legitimacy to the observation. We can see this rocket move along. We don't want one of these short things. It's not for me. It's not enough. Okay, it's just not enough. I want to see it move. Okay. and sustained movement right to the upper end of the gymnasium.
When I see the Saturn V rocket boost off from Earth, the reason why it got 50 feet in the air in the first, whatever, how many seconds, the reason why it got that high in the air is because it was boosting off of planet Earth, right?
It will be boosting off of the air that's on planet Earth, yes.
Okay,
it's
so
pushing,
both, basically.
It's pushing,
both.
first of all, it's
We'd
pushing off
agree.
the ground. Hang on, it's pushing off the ground. And as it goes up, it then starts to push off of the air, right?
Okay.
And the reason why it takes that parabolic arc is because the air is diminishing the higher up that rocket goes as it's climbing up in altitude, in elevation, going up. Okay? And if it wants to sustain this upward trajectory where it's straight up and not taking the parabolic arc, the nozzles have to increase during the ascent phase. And if that does happen, it means that more fuel is going to be needed because you've now increased the size. So more fuel has to go in. And the problem is the rocket can't carry the fuel to sustain that upward trajectory. It can't. We need a bigger rocket. Bigger rocket, more fuel. There's your problem. Hence, Don Pettit called it the tyranny of the rocket equation. Because when we look at a rocket, 95% of it is fuel. The other 5% is payload. Okay?
I've heard all of this before. It's honestly not as interesting to me as like maybe you tell me, like obviously it's true that rockets have gotten bigger with SpaceX. Is it called Starship or one of the bad, huge rockets? They're getting bigger. We'd agree with that.
Yeah.
So you telling me that it's only 5% or 10% is actually payload and the rest is all fuel? I feel like that equation might be changing in the near future.
Right, yeah. Because currently, according to Don Pettit, who is the NASA astronaut, he stated that. And there's a video accompanying that where he actually explains it all to the next generation of would-be astronauts, kids, even 15-year-olds, they're all in the audience, and he's on stage explaining it. Okay? And he explained to us that if we can reduce the payload, we might be able to get that rocket to go further, were his own words. So he let slip that rockets cannot go to space, hence the tyranny of the rocket equation. The tyranny being that the fuel is being used up just to get up and get out of Earth's supposed gravitational pull. Remember, the first stage is using up 80% of the fuel, 2 minutes, 30 seconds. That's a lot of fuel to lose just to get out of Earth's supposed gravitational pull. And you don't see it go straight up. It goes in that parabolic arc, that familiar arc. Okay?
And just to be clear, when you say Don Pettit said all this stuff and then included the phrase, "we cannot get into space," I'm roughly quoting you.
Yeah.
Is that actually true in context to what he was saying? Because my understanding is Don Pettit would say that we can get to space, yet there is still this tyranny of, gas to weight ratio of rockets. And, it's a really tough thing to solve.
Watch the video. That's what he's putting forward.
He was saying that they destroyed the technology.
Yeah.
He did. He was saying, I can go to the moon in 1 nanosecond. The problem, we destroyed the technology. Yeah, his words. Yeah,
this
right.
is the same guy. Yeah, Don Pettit. The same. Thanks, Miguel. The same guy, Don Pettit, tyranny of the rocket equation, stated that he would go to space or go to the moon in a nanosecond. But we've destroyed that technology, and it will be a painful process to try and reconstruct that.
Okay, I've never seen this before. As I'm watching this video, you're like 0.5 seconds delayed in saying exactly what he's saying, and
there you go. Yeah, we remember everything as best we can,
Do you guys have a link to the full context of this clip?
Wow. I don't have.
Yeah, I can get you the longer one. It's in context, but yeah, I'll get you the longer one.
That's 43 seconds.
Because there's a compilation of them. They're all being interviewed in the supposed ISS or wherever they are. They're being interviewed, and that's when he said that. It's quite a big. He goes on to talk about the SEALs and other things to do rockets, stars, and everything. He's also questioned about what stars you could see and what stars you can't see. It's quite a good video, that one, actually.
now you guys have me reading the side chat too. Pettit, as far as in my consciousness, I know about him, is he was big into photography.
Yeah.
And he was always posting on Reddit and posting a bunch of photos of the round Earth. So when he's talking in this context, are you guys like putting that aside and like he's telling the truth right now? Whereas otherwise,
absolutely not. He's not. He's never. He's telling the truth when he says, he'd go to space in a nanosecond because he's never been anyway. So he's obviously wanting to go, obviously, but he can never go. The point is this: when he shows us images of Earth as a ball, he's clearly misinforming that because we're not measuring that, are we? We, the flat earthers, are not measuring
But he's
any
taking
curvature.
photos of it.
There's a problem.
Well,
if you are CBR, if he's just an employee of NASA, okay, and he has to follow orders, okay, and even let's say an astronaut, that goes in a rocket or whatever, a capsule and a balloon, they sign a confidentiality contract, so they cannot speak what they see. They have to follow orders. That's it.
Yeah. Just to talk about the pictures that you're mentioning of Tom Pettit, those pictures are not coming from space. They are CGI computer-generated images. They're not taken from any rocket out above the Earth's surface. We know this because those pictures have been subjected to the latest digital analysis software package, okay, which you can download for free online. There are 3 types. And what these software analyze the noise from the picture, and that will give it its authenticity, whether or not generally it's come from Facebook. What we find, each image has been copy and pasted on. That's what's been highlighted with all the images that are coming from space from Apollo. Okay, it's all copy and paste.
I've never heard that
okay.
before.
Okay, what I'll do for you is I'm going to post in the side chat. It's called Faking Space series, okay, done by a guy called Paul on the Plane, and he shows you how to download the images from nasa.gov, get all the images, and how to use these 3 types of software where you can analyze the picture and do it yourself. Okay, give me 2 to 3 minutes to get that for you. All right, I'll be posting it in the side chat in the next 2 to 3 minutes. It's must-see material. Lucky I came in today, didn't you? Aren't you?
I'll give you 2 seconds of just context.
Okay. All right.
I'm big
We
into
don't need to do any of
I
that.
do some
Obviously,
pixel
we don't need to do any of that. Can you show me one photograph that Don Pettit has taken of the Earth in its entirety?
My understanding is he was on the ISS. I don't know if
I
he's
don't give a shit
technically-
what your understanding is. Can you give me a photograph that Don Pettit has taken of the Earth in its entirety?
I don't know. I was having fun talking with the other guy, not you.
I know you were having fun, but now we're just going to have to get down to the facts and the evidence. So, do you have any evidence that Don Pettit took photos of the Earth in its entirety?
Not in my repertoire. Not on my.
Okay, great. So, what are we talking about then, Tic Tacs?
So, I was talking about the topic earlier brought up by these guys, which was like, hey, if we could show, propulsion in a vacuum, that would be my null hypothesis to what I was, basically saying, and they were going on and on. And so my understanding is that there exists such propulsion, but I was trying to understand the parameters in which they wanted me to present that evidence. And my understanding is big vacuum chambers. It's not something I can do.
No. I would rather see you show me a rocket in outer space. That kind of propulsion. I want to see it happening in the outer space vacuum that it's supposed to be happening in. That's what I'd like to see.
Okay.
There's other ways of going about it than being rude.
I'm not being rude. I'm just asking for evidence of the claim that's being made.
Maybe you just have a rude personality.
Maybe that's the case. Either way, the question still remains, and it remains unanswered. So, does anybody have any evidence of Earth curve, like measurements of it, that we can validate? Or you can explain to me how gas is sticking to the outside of a ball while it's inside a vacuum. Do you have any of that, concerned Troll Mux?
I would be curious if you could tell me a little bit more about the Earth in which we live. So your first, I'm sorry, your first one that you brought up, you were asking Mox for what?
Can you tell me by what mechanism that gas would be adhering to the outside of a ball within a vacuum? Nope, that was it.
Was the one before that him asking if you could have a full picture of the Earth?
Yeah. No, it was the measurements of Earth curve that we could validate.
Oh, okay. Yes. Sorry. My question was, it was like, the measurements of Earth curve. What scale of distance are you requesting? If I took a mile measurement,
how about
hear me out.
40
Hear me out.
kilometers?
I'm responding to you. You interrupted. Hear me out for.
Tic Tacs, it's not going to go like this, bro. I have other people in here that I could talk to, and not your dumbass. So give me 40 kilometers worth of Earth curve measurements that I can validate. That's how it's going to go.
I think people in here respond to respect. Does anybody love you in your life? Like, why are you talking like that?
Mux, you might not be aware of this, but hung like Tic Tacs here, like hardcore troll. So this is the kind of respect that he's going to get because he doesn't treat anybody else with respect. Now you're new. I can talk real nice and shiny to you, and use this kind of voice and say, "Do you have any Earth?"
Yeah. All I'm trying to say is that was really aggressive. I did not
Me
like.
talking like this is aggressive, but I can talk like this nice and sweet to you because you're not a troll, right, Mux? You don't concern troll or talk about people's voice when they talk to other people. You're totally cordial and you don't worry about tone, right?
I think they're talking about you interrupting and then force muting me.
Right. Anyway, Mux, we're here talking about the flat Earth. Do you have any Earth curve measurements you'd like to present, or maybe you could just tell us why you think, if you do, why you think you live on a globe?
I already had this conversation with Mr. Jin, and I liked it. That's why I'm still here.
Great. Fantastic.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
Sezu, he explained himself in that he's thinking about it, he's looking into it, it's new to him, he's going to research it. He's only 15 years of age, by the way, a young man at 15. He understands that the moon landings were a hoax and that was BS. He understands about the Rothschild and things. So he's quite an educated young man, and his dad has given him some good pointers. He does a lot of research online, of course, and he's interested in this topic matter. And the situation is he's going to go away now and investigate flat Earth. So he's just listening and gathering information. Okay, there you are.
That's fantastic. Mux, you should learn about internet trolls. Hung like Tic Tacs here is an internet troll. He comes in here most days asking questions that he's already had answered for him, but pretends to act like he's here in good faith. So we have a resident troll that comes here every day asking the same questions over and over and over again and pretends like he doesn't hear the answer. So that's my lesson for you today.
Thank you so much, and I really apologize. I was distracted for a second with my drawing, and I heard really bad languages, and I thought I felt in the danger zone, so I had to say.
The danger zone? What's that?
I don't know. Mom said it. I'm gonna mute right now, but thank you so much for what you said.
No worries. Back to the internet troll, because there's no one else to talk to. Internet troll. 40 kilometers worth of Earth curve measurements is what I'm looking for here. Do you have any of that? I'll take your silence as acquiescence and admission that you do not have any of that. Terrific. Y'all can tell me all you want to about photos of the Earth or images of the Earth or whatever from space as a ball, and that's great. The problem is, if it's not curving in reality while we're here on the surface, then the photo doesn't matter, or the image doesn't matter, or the picture does not matter. They're all different, by the way. But nonetheless, if it's not curving in reality, then the photo doesn't matter.
And that's absolutely correct, says who. Absolutely correct. The thing is, they do attach some kind of importance to the photographs. The only problem is they're probably not aware that technology has advanced in photography, where there's software now that can actually tell and tell whether or not the picture is authentically taken where it is said to have been taken from. You understand? And that technology is excellent. And I was just going to introduce him to that, and I put it in the side chat for him to go and have a look. Okay, it's called Faking Space, and how it's been done, and you can check it for yourself. Download the software for yourself. It's all free. No money to be expended there, just your time. That's all. Like you said, the photos really are not that important now, because like once you're measuring the Earth's surface as level, whatever image you're given has to be a fake. Has to be. And this software is highlighting that. That's the beauty of it. Yeah. It's just rubber stamping that fact. That's all.
Jin, I'm looking out for you, man. I don't want your time to be wasted by people like Hung Like Tic Tacs here. I imagine that you've talked to him before here.
No, I don't believe I have, actually. I don't think I have spoken to him.
Oh, I'm sure you have.
Listened. Yeah, I might have listened a few times. And if I have spoken to him, I didn't know it was him then. But anyway, I'm glad you came in anyway, because at the end of the day, we held our position, and that is we're living on a flat earth and you can't go to space. And here's the material. If you're not satisfied with what we're saying, here's material from other people who are suggesting the same thing. Have a look. Of course, they can't prove it. I mean, I thought he was going to show me rocket propulsion in a vacuum, because we did ask for that. Even DJ asked as well, for such material. But then there was another character before him, again, arguing about the way rockets work. He's trying to compare the combustion engine to a rocket. They're not the same, are they? A car and a rocket are not the same. Right? And he was trying to say that I didn't understand about engineering.
I'd agree with that statement, but when I'm talking about this, I'm thinking about, ion thrusters. Obviously that's different, but it's my understanding is that at least the status quo explanation is it can work in a vacuum.
Right. We challenge the status quo and we say, can we please see that happening? Because all intentional purposes, we understand that rockets do not work in a vacuum. And I posted my easy debunk, rockets don't need air. So I would like to see that material working in a vacuum, actually pushing a rocket forward. I'd love to see that.
And just to be clear, is it your contention with rockets themselves, rocket engines, etc., or is it the principle of you're not able to propel yourself inside of a vacuum?
Yeah, I'm saying that rockets cannot propel themselves in a vacuum environment. There's no way they can go up, turn left, turn right, left thruster. you turn right, right thruster, you're turning left. Those things cannot happen. Not in a vacuum. You need a medium.
Agree, throwing rocket engines out the window, would we agree that there could be some propulsion type that exists that could propel yourself through a vacuum?
I have no idea at all. Yeah, I have no idea on that.
Whoa. We're going to agree that it's possible? No, we don't kind of speculate about what might be possible. We just want things to be demonstrated.
Yeah. Yeah. I am the worst when it comes to speculative and speculation Sunday, because I always seem to be keeping it real. So I don't do much on speculation because we can't prove anything, although it's enjoyable for them to talk about. Okay. So I'm the worst guy to ask to agree, because I will never agree. Yeah. It's of no use. Sorry?
Do we agree with the concept of, like, I forget the whole phrase, but it's like equal and opposite reactions? You know, for example,
so those are some of
if you're standing
Newton's
still,
laws.
That's provable, isn't it? That's provable, isn't it?
100%. And
Right.
what I'm at least the concept I have in my brain right now is I'm on a rolly chair and I push against you, and
Yeah,
you're
going to
standing
move
still,
backwards.
and I move.
Yeah,
So
you're going to move
equal
backwards
opposite
because
reaction.
yeah, because but if you didn't have any wheels, right, and you were just on the chair, you may not move until you exert a lot of force, and then you're going to fall backwards. Yeah. See what I mean now? Right.
So what if you push up against nothing?
There you are.
Well, to be clear,
nothing happens.
If we were in the middle of space and I was floating in a vacuum in my crazy NASA space
Sorry, what is space?
I pushed against
again?
you.
Can you be specific? What is space?
Please don't derail. You know what I mean.
I'm not derailing. I want you to. I don't really want to deal with the hypotheticals with you, Tic Tac. I want you to tell me what space is.
Yeah. What's the description?
I'm trying to understand the argument.
Well, I want to understand your argument because you use the word space, and I would like to know what that is.
We're in free fall around the orbit of the Earth outside of the International Space Station. And
what?
We're just floating tethered, but we're not in tension with our
tethered by what? Tethered by what?
I feel like you're being disingenuous.
No, I'm asking questions about the claims that you're making. What is it tethered by? What is it tethered by?
We're experiencing 0G.
Is this around a sphere, Earth?
I'm trying to understand. I'm not.
I
don't know why you're
know.
derailing on this.
I'm
path.
trying to understand Tic Tacs. Is the Earth a sphere in this scenario?
Yes, he was asking, or you were asking about a vacuum in space? That's what I heard.
Yeah, right. And I'm trying to get to the bottom of what space is, and now he's telling me about ISS and tethered, and I'm just trying to get to the bottom of what he's talking about, but he won't really explain it to me. It's almost like he's being disingenuous and dishonest on purpose, like an internet troll.
No,
so I'm trying to get to the bottom
to explain this to you because you are being disingenuous. You know what I mean by the colloquial.
No, I really don't.
You know what I mean when I'm talking about being tethered outside the ISS.
Why are you accusing me of things? My goodness.
Well, in the interest of the listeners, can you explain what you mean by space? Because people are listening to you in the live stream, so bear that in mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, because in geometry, space is length, width, and height. I just want to know what you're talking about.
When I think of space, I think of like the fact that the International Space Station can orbit the Earth, and when I walk out of that space station, can I finish?
Right. You mentioned earlier. You mentioned earlier that you're talking about the International Space Station being tethered, and I was wondering, is it like an extension cord, or is it a piece of fishing line, or rope, or what is the tether on the International Space Station? And what is it orbiting? Is it orbiting a sphere, Earth? Because if the Earth is a sphere, then we should have some kind of measurable curvature somewhere that we could point to and be like, yeah, it's probably a sphere because the Earth is curving. But I'm not. So you must be talking about science fiction. Is this science fiction? Is this a fictional thing that you're describing, Tic Tacs?
I think satellites are orbiting the Earth. It's full of
They are.
satellites.
Okay. Well, so I'm gonna ask you the same questions I asked Tic Tacs. We'll see how you do. All right. So if satellites, which are supposed to be some kind of technological device, right? That maybe they have solar panels on them and they absorb sunlight and so on and so forth, so they can keep powered on and they can take pictures of the Earth or whatever it might be. If they are orbiting this orbit, is that a big circle around a sphere Earth?
Nothing proves that Earth is round, but there's a lot of proofs that Earth is just flat. It looks like a plate to me. If I, let's say, travel by the plane, it looks like a plate. Round, just circular.
So the Earth is a circle to you?
It's flat, but it looks like it's curved. It's like roundish, but it's not. Because how the flip would gravity work on a circle? That would be.
Well, that's a whole nother question. So if
Oh
we
yeah,
if
I'm
so if
still
we
trying to
don't
process that. So if I might sound like dumb to you, excuse the language.
No, you don't sound
I'm
dumb
pretty
to me.
dumb in
You're
this.
asking questions, that's fine. If you're asking questions, that's fine. You don't sound dumb at all. In fact, if you're asking the right questions, you're quite intelligent. So here's the thing.
Thank you.
If the Earth is flat, then when you say the word orbit, what do you mean by orbit?
So round, that's as far as I understand what orbit is. So
Okay.
round.
So orbit in general means a circular path. Okay, it's just a very basic way for you to think about this.
Yeah.
Okay? Circular. Okay, orbit. If that orbit is occurring over a flat Earth, then it would be a circle above the Earth, right?
Okay.
Okay. So if we have an orbit above the Earth, then we're not dealing with gravity anymore. Because gravity is supposed to, well, depending on what gravity you want to appeal to, it's either supposed to attract those objects towards the center of mass. But since we don't have a center of mass anymore, because the Earth is not a sphere, it's not a ball, then that's out. So then the other thing is space time must be warping to keep that craft above the Earth. But that doesn't make any sense because space and time are not material. They're only ideas. They're concepts. They don't have any physical qualities. So ideas can't keep something above the Earth in a circle. So the entire story about satellites orbiting the Earth, in either situation, whatever you want to call gravity, cannot be true.
This got me thinking about more questions.
I'm
I
sure it
have
does.
just yeah, because that's a new topic for me. They don't teach us that in school.
I know.
I don't think America does care about education anymore. All they care about is how they can stick their noses up other countries' business. That's all they care about.
Seems that way.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with the statement he's just made. You know, he's complaining that the education sucks. He's saying he's not getting enough stimuli there. He's getting more from his internet, obviously. And he thinks America's poking its nose into other people's business. And he's only 15. Wow. Mind blown.
And I can't even like get any information from like the news or like TV because it's all paid propaganda.
Right.
They're
Right.
paid to share information so you can believe them. It's just brainwashing, and it's exhausting, honestly.
Amazing for a 15-year-old. This is amazing stuff I'm listening to here. What a chap. Well, like I said, you have to keep coming back here if you've got the time, and your dad allows you to come back because you will learn a lot. But not only that, I think people will learn a lot from you as well because you're the generation that I think about. You know, what are they learning? Well, you're going to be an asset to that generation, your generation. That's what I'm discovering every time you speak. Okay. Don't get upset if sometimes you hear us shouting at some of these Globers who come in because sometimes they do come in to troll or they're not answering the question properly. They're ducking and diving and trying to avoid the question. And sometimes our patience gets worn out and we may have to raise our voice. But I hope you keep coming back because you're going to learn. But I also want you to put input. You're a very intelligent young man. You've said a lot of things that I never knew when I was 15. So well done to you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, do you have any questions?
I also was told that I had an echo problem, so I initially was server muted temporarily. I hope that's resolved.
Echo.
It's very
It's
faint,
gone.
but it's okay now. It was there, faint at the moment, but do you have any questions anyway whilst you're here?
No, I'm pretty familiar with the
topic
topics at large. Yeah.
All right. Well, what do you think of this young man, Mux, the way he's speaking?
Yeah,
I mean, it's definitely the right questions to be asked.
Yeah, well, I find him to be very smart indeed. He said a lot of important things that people of his age should be picking up on. Very smart indeed.
Lux, don't say your real name on the internet.
There's billions of Austins. And I'm online, but I'm supervised too, so I have no worries.
Well, yeah, I can tell you've been supervised because your level of knowledge, you've gained a lot. And thanks to the internet, of course, and then your dad directing you in the right direction. So well done. Like I said, just be patient with us because sometimes one or two of us do lose our temper. And, it does get a bit rough because some of these idiots come in and they misbehave. But we always put our best foot forward. Here, we are very accurate in what we are telling you and the questions we ask and the criteria we set. Okay, because we want legitimacy, integrity, honesty. It's what we want. Let's get it going. Yeah.
I think that's something that you and I have in common. And earlier it was proposed to me to find like 40 kilometers of curved Earth. If I showed you 40 kilometers of straight
I just
Earth,
want the
or
measurement.
flat Earth, can you let me
want the
finish?
measurement.
Jesus Christ!
I just
Why
want
do you
the
gotta
measurement.
interrupt?
There's no reason to invoke the
Listen
name
to
of
my
the Lord,
question.
my friend.
Try it.
I just want the
If I
measurement.
gave you 40
Remember how I asked you for
kilometers
the measurement?
of flat Earth, would that?
Okay. Maybe you didn't actually understand the question, so I'll make it a lot more clear, even though I thought it was very clear in the first place. I'm just looking for over 40 kilometers measurement of drop over distance between 2 points over water that I can verify. That's all I'm asking you for. I'm not asking you for hypotheticals. I'm not asking you for Gish Gallop or things that don't pertain to that specific thing I'm looking for. Get that, Tic Tacs.
Can I have a general idea of what's going on in the voice channel chat? Because I can't see these images.
Voice channel chat. What do you mean?
I think you guys are referring to it by some other name, but it's the
side
the
chat.
text
The side
chat that's
chat.
assigned to that. Okay, yeah. Your side chat. I can't see any of these images, and the last 6 messages have all been images.
Oh, well, you might have to drop and rejoin. Either your connection's slow
Quit
or
reopen.
something like that.
Or I'm blind and can't see the pictures.
It's also possible.
Yeah, so if Mux is interested, he can go into the side chat and look at the satellite images that I posted. I posted one about the satellites and then 2 images of the breakdown of the sky. Okay, and the satellite is, and the temperatures at which the materials that the satellites are made of would be beginning to melt. That's a very important lesson right there as to how those satellites cannot be there, because the way space has been described to us, no satellite can live. And remember, we've never been to the moon anyway. So obviously, if we don't go to the moon, we don't put satellites up. It's just as simple as that. But the breakdown is there, and you can see how the satellite cannot live in that region because it would melt. Plus, there are other factors. That's just 3 images. Have a look, and you'll learn something about how satellites can't be there. And then I'll post one more image. Yeah, there it comes.
While you're doing that, I do have a question.
You go ahead.
Is it exceedingly common that you have a whole bunch of young people who show up here, as in people who are under 20? For reference sake, I'm basically almost 17.
They come in from time to time. That's all. They're not common. No.
It's very rare.
Especially one at his level of intellect as well. Very rare indeed.
I thought
Although
I
it's hard to
was
tell.
the youngest one here.
You are.
Nah.
It's also hard to tell. I mean, there could be 16, 17-year-olds in here, but it's hard to tell because the change of life. Let's put it that way. We don't ask people their ages most of the time unless we're in doubt. I think there is an age limit for this server. I think it's 13, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, it's 13.
Oh, well, I probably should have checked that before saying anything, because if it was 18 and I showed up and said I was 16, oof.
Yeah, it's all good. It's not. So don't worry about it.
Listen, the age restrictions are just suggestions, all right?
Well, it's a TOS thing. So if you're under 13, you're not allowed to be on Discord at all. And then some servers have strict age limits, but I think this one's 13 plus.
Yeah, I'm not overly familiar with Discord.
I usually check with the thing before I join any server. So I don't end up embarrassing myself with getting kicked.
Yeah, smart boy.
Thanks. And also, I really enjoyed that conversation, and getting to know more people and more opinions, more ideas, and I really appreciate that, actually.
Well, we appreciate you. You've landed on the best server on the Discord. This is the one. This is the place. You come here first to get most of your knowledge, especially if it's including the Earth. Okay, if it's all about considering the Earth and everything else, here's where you come. If it's got NASA lies and stuff, you come here. You're going to learn it here, and we've got the material to point you into the right direction. In fact, the people in this server are so learned. They're better than your professors in the university. We have to say. Do you understand? Because they're not going to misinform you. They're not going to give you theories. They're going to give you the facts. They'll explain the theories to you and then explain why they don't accept it, for example. Yeah, things like that. So better than your university at times. 90% of the time.
I'm assuming most of us here are also part of the Flat Earth Discord, like, into itself.
New member.
Is that, like, super commonly used? Because there was a text chat that, like, text debate that broke out. But otherwise, I've only been in there for a little while and don't keep too much up to date with it.
Yeah. So if Mux is still there, if you look in the side chat, I've posted some more recent images. Again, it's to do with the way we communicate using the technology and the kind of things that are in the sky that we don't get to see every day, but they're up there. Okay, and those would be the satellites as such. Okay, have a look, because this is stuff that you just
So like
you
the
don't get to
floating
see
thing
at all
in
unless you
space.
come. Yeah, up in the sky. I don't. You notice I didn't use the word space. I said up in the sky. Yeah. Yeah. I don't often use that word space as
System.
such.
So the whole solar system is a lie.
Yeah. When they're telling you got satellites and that's nonsense. They don't have those satelloons. They've got things called satelloons. Yeah. You know.
Swiggy Dozer needs to mute himself. What was that term that you just used?
Oh, satelloons. Yeah, satelloons. Yeah, yeah. So that's basically helium balloons with electronic weather reading equipment attached, or whatever you want. They can attach to it, and they go up 24 miles or even 36 miles, and they're there hovering around, gathering data. Those things exist. And then if you look, please look in the side chat. I posted like a small collage of different equipment that are used, that are floating in the sky. Drones, helium balloons, blimps, they're all there. That's the kind of technology we're using now and that we may not be aware of. Okay.
And to clarify, and this is based off of information that I remember from a while ago. But point being is we know satelloons exist specifically because a few of them crashed down, correct?
That's correct, yeah. They come down with the balloon still attached to it into the back of people's gardens, yeah. Still bleeping away, by the way, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
What's the maximum height?
The maximum I gave you, I think, was 36 miles.
So if I had an altimeter on my rocket, my DIY rocket, and I went above 36 miles, would you concede that that space exists, or that there is no firmament, or whatever? I'm reading ahead.
Well, my definition of space is the space between the surface of the Earth and that blue sky that I see that turns black at night and the stars are there. As for deep space, I don't accept that because I can't validate that. There's no means of going there to check that. So my definition of space is from the Earth's surface to the blue sky. That's it.
See? The real test to be done would be if you were to take your rocket, put a camera on the side of it, shoot it up really high, and if you cannot see the horizon at eye level, and it curves down, and you'd be able to see the curved surface looking down into the side, you would be able to validate the idea that the Earth is curved.
Yeah, but we need to measure
now,
it
you also have to be careful.
It's okay seeing it.
You just got to be careful because you can't
hang
use...
on a minute. Hold on. The number one standard would be to measure on Earth first. And we're not measuring curvature. That's the gold standard. That's the template. Okay? So if you're sending something up and now curvature's there, measuring curvature on Earth, are we? You see. You must always remember that we, the flat earthers, are telling you we're measuring it flat. And we know that Earth is utilized flat and measured flat. And remember, all our leveling tools came because of the flat Earth. It was the Earth that was flat first, that we then built our tools for standards from the flat Earth, you see. Okay? That's what you must remember.
Just quickly, in response to...
Go ahead.
Just quickly in response to Tic Tacs. Yeah, so your altimeter is not going to work above a certain height because it's basically relying on being able to detect the air pressure. So barometers are only designed or are only capable of working up to a certain height. Now, you can't take a barometer up to, I think it's about 40 kilometers or something like that, and still have it work. Right? They don't work above a certain height. That's why they're unable to even get empirical evidence of the air pressure readings as high as the mesosphere, which I think starts at about 50 kilometers. So we've spoken to meteorologists that confirm that they only really use computer models above a certain height based off the heliocentric model. They don't have any empirical measurements of the pressure above a certain, because it's not possible for them to take those readings.
See, and that's in keeping with the 24 miles up helium balloons. So there you are.
I missed it. What was your kilometer kind of?
I think it's about 30. I think, well, there's different types of barometers, but I forget the exact amount, but I think it's under the height that the mesosphere starts, which I think is about 50 kilometers. Barometers only work up to a certain height.
30 miles.
What's the limit to space, or at least the firmament?
Well, I don't claim a firmament.
And yeah, we don't know that.
Outer space is claimed to start at about 62 miles or 60 miles
2
or something
kilometers,
like that.
62 miles, yeah.
Yeah.
100 kilometers. That's the common line. That's where space is supposed to begin.
If I never spent my money on a P-1000 and instead I spent my money on model rockets, I guess what would I throw on my rocket to be able to at least validate for you guys it went up this high, X high, 60,000, or what was it, 60 kilometers?
I know, 62 miles, 100 kilometers, that would be.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
What would I need to throw on my rocket?
So I think the world record amateur rocket launch was only around that height, so I don't think you're going to be able to do that, to be honest. And you're going to need some crazy permits and things like that from the government to even be allowed to do that. I'm not sure exactly how you're going to measure the altitude precisely. I haven't looked into how they do. Yeah, I don't know how they. You would have to look into that. I'm not sure. I just know that barometers only work up to a certain height. You can look that up, and then the pressure in the mesosphere, right? It's just computer model basically.
Which is annoying for both you and me, if that's true. Okay, I googled it. The Go Fast rocket, which was an amateur rocket, went 117 kilometers.
How many?
117 kilometers.
117 kilometers. Okay, so that's 60. What was that? 62, 66. Okay, nearly 70 miles. I said 75 miles just now. So not a lot, is it?
Okay, so let's assume, I don't know where I'm going with this, but let's assume that tomorrow somebody does something that goes 80 miles up. I know that you guys already said that you guys don't claim the firmament. I've heard that before, and maybe I'm being disingenuous by reading ahead. Do you think that there is I know the air pressure without container stuff. Will I eventually hit a limit?
Let me stop you there. I mean, you're mixing what you believe with, essentially, we're not giving you anything as far as a belief. So it's like, Here's the thing,
Say it
though.
again. We're not giving you anything as far as what?
Like, we're not giving you a cosmology, like a height to anything like a firmament or anything like that. I think DJ already told you that he's not claiming that. All you and I know is that gas pressure requires containment. In the cosmology story that we have is about a world birth, in that kind of environment. Here's the thing, though, specifically what you guys are talking about, because it sounds like peanuts, and I'll tell you why. You wouldn't be able to see the horizon look like it's curving, not even at 238,000 miles.
What?
I don't know if you knew that.
I don't know why you're pausing there. I was listening to you. You can keep going. I'm blown away by that fact because you said 238,000 miles from Earth. You're basically in deep space as far as I was concerned.
No, you're not. You're at the moon.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, guys, for your time. I can't be
Oh,
on
my
the
bad.
computer longer.
I was tripping. I let me rewind that. My bad. Not 236,000 miles.
All right,
And
Max.
Thank you very much,
Appreciate
Max.
you.
Appreciate. Come
Not
back again.
230. Not 236,000. My apologies. I misspoke. 236 miles or 250 miles or whichever height the ISS is.
Yeah,
Okay,
200. It's 250 odd miles, roughly 51, something there. 240 to 50 miles from the Earth's surface. That will be where the ISS supposedly is. It's not there.
I was about
That's
to
where
say,
it's
it's
meant to be.
claimed to be.
Yeah, that's the claim. Correct. It's not actually there, though.
Yeah, finish what you were saying though.
Well, you wouldn't be able to see the curvature from there. That's what he was saying.
Okay. From the ISS, you should not be able to see the curvature.
No, you will not be able to see it from there. No.
Well,
I feel like
you guys
that's
want to
an
go swimming for the
interesting
ISS?
Sorry?
Would you guys like to go swimming for the ISS?
Oh yeah, yeah, I would actually. Yeah, it'd be fun. It would be fun, actually. Yeah.
Dude, I want that vacation plan, dude.
Yeah.
What do you mean
We
by
could be
swimming?
I'd love
like,
to do that.
it's okay.
What do you mean by swimming?
Training ISS. They have
Yeah,
this
you
pool.
see,
They
what-
have their
what you-
their quote unquote training ISS in, right?
Yeah.
But
in the pool.
It's more likely that they just film whatever is supposed to be on the ISS in that same training thing that they already concede exists.
Yeah. I think it's called the negative buoyancy pool, I think is what they call it. And they have a model of the ISS in that pool. I think it's billed as the biggest swimming pool on Earth. And that's where NASA do all their training for their moonwalks, as they call it.
And it's also where they film it, more than likely.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And the obvious thing that comes to me, that hits me straight away is, why would you be in a swimming pool that's giving you all this drag and that, right? But really you're supposed to be going to a vacuum where there's no resistance. So I don't get it. Yeah, that's completely wrong.
Listen, you get the buoyancy factor, but you get like 400% drag. All right.
Yeah.
It's a worthwhile trade-off for training. Don't worry.
Right. Yeah. They're trying to give you that illusion that, that 1/6 of gravity that supposedly exists on the moon, you see. So everything's
I
kind
bet
of like
you've never
slow
seen.
motion-ish. right? But in actuality, where there's no vacuum, when you're in a vacuum, you've got no air, so there's no resistance there.
I bet you've never seen the news clip that I just posted. y'all go ahead and look at that, and then
Thank you.
make some commentary on that.
Thank you.
Like, what if I can't see that though?
But the reason, then you don't know how to work YouTube.
No. But what if I literally cannot see? What if I literally have been blind since I was 7? What if that's the?
Oh, what do you mean? Then I mean, whether you and blind people have the same thing in common right now. Everything about the globe is in your mind. If you're honest about it, like you've never experienced it, you've imagined it. You have to, because you're not going to space. So you and them have the same thing in common, actually. If their imagination is as good as yours, and they have some idea of what shapes are. You're probably going somewhere else with that, but I mean, true.
No, I'm just messing around at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if you were blind and you wanted to know how the Earth was a globe, right? There's literally you would already know water is level. You would already know what balance is. You would already know what height is, because height really has to do with a frame of horizontal reference. You'd already know those things. So how would you exactly experience that you live on a spinning water ball in a vacuum? You're not going to feel any movement. You're just going to be explained that the reason why you don't feel any movement. Like you have literally zero experience, like direct experience of a globe.
Well, I do think
which we
it is
all have
funny
in
that
common.
that argument isn't talked about much. The argument about the argument about not being able to feel the movement, because if we were spinning and we were curving, and the reason why we don't feel it is because we're moving at a constant speed. Well, the problem with that is we may be moving at a constant speed, but we are moving in a curved direction. And as we are continuing to curve, we are constantly changing directions, which means that we are accelerating. And if you don't want to accept that, when we are orbiting the sun, we are moving between the distances of the orbit when we talk about like relative to the sun in that distance. And over time, we go from 91 million miles away to 94 million miles away according to the standard model. And that being the case, that for sure would be acceleration, and as such, if there's any acceleration happening, you should be able to feel it.
Yeah, the video is clearly a model, isn't it? What they put there. That was definitely a model.
What's with this, like, leaving and constantly joining stuff?
Yeah. It's the nature of the topic matter. Sometimes the truth is too hard to accept. You go off and vomit. And then you clean up and return.
What is this YouTube bot thing for?
Well, that's the link to the live stream. YouTube, so we're live on YouTube and various other platforms. Ruskin, Rumble, Library. At least I think, yeah. Yeah, you know what? That young man at 15, yeah, he's definitely going to be somebody important later on in his life. Very intelligent already right now at 15. Yeah.
That sound is getting so annoying.
Ah, well. Ba-ding, ba-dong. Ba-ding, ba-dong.
You can turn it off.
Yeah, you can if you want.
I might have to.
Yeah, they love these rockets in a vacuum experiments that they bring up, but they're not really legitimate ones. You know, they're cheating all the time. And then when we give them the criteria that we want to see, oh, yeah, it's like, well, I don't know anyone who has a vacuum chamber that big. Well, you got the one in the Ohio. That's good enough. Get that there and start showing me the rocket working in there. Yeah.
Well, the other problem is like.
Yeah, go on.
My thought is like there probably should be another criteria added on if the point of the experiment is to show that the current missions and previous missions actually could have happened. They would need to show using a similar propulsion system to the ones that were actually used. So, like, even if they were to try and come up with a different kind of system that might work, it wouldn't exactly prove that previous missions could have actually happened.
Yeah, yeah, and I keep hearing that word floating as well. Remember, everybody says that when they talk about the space floating. Yeah, where do we get that idea from? What proof do we have that actually happens? That you actually float. So you leave Earth, or leave the Earth's surface. You go up to 62 miles, which is 100 kilometers, right, at the beginning of space, and at that point you begin to float. See? And then as you go deeper into space, supposedly, the rocket's floating. That's why it can just keep going with one thrust. You know, that you know? Crazy.
Even on the ISS, at the ISS height, you know, people think that because they're at that height, then at that height you float around. Like you see them apparently doing on the ISS, but that's not even the case. Okay, if you look into it, at that height, even according to the globe model, there's still 90% of the Earth's gravity at that height. Okay, so you wouldn't float at all. The only reason they claim they're floating is because it's basically like a continuous parabolic flight. If what they're telling us is true, which it isn't, but
it's not. It's a free fall. Yeah, continuous falling.
Just a free fall. Yeah, it's not because there's no gravity there.
Yeah, and then the biggest insult is that it's falling around the Earth. Do you see what I mean? Because you know, just falling continuously in a circular motion. Right, and then what about the orbital decay from this falling? How comes it hasn't landed back on Earth? Oh, they say every time the shuttle goes up, they give it a boost. So the rocket boosts and lifts the ISS back to its original altitude and trajectory.
My other problem with orbiting is why, like, what force is slowing down the things that are orbiting to the extent that they keep a single velocity instead of speeding up as they continue on their trajectory.
Yeah. The other one that people have highlighted as well is if the Earth is moving, the Earth is hurtling through the universe, so the Earth is moving, right, with the solar system, then how is it that when the ISS is like at the back of the Earth, how comes it's not being left behind, right? And then it would have to catch up at some point, right? But that doesn't seem to be happening. What I'm trying to say is that eventually it will collide with the Earth, because the
or
orbit
have to
would
change speeds or something to that effect.
Yeah, something is wrong, especially when it's on the side as well. When it's floating to the side of the motion of the Earth, then that means it's the Earth is going to accelerate past it, but yet it's got to flop. It's just mad how it can keep that orbit. At the back of it's being left behind, and when you go around to the front, it's going to accelerate into the ISS. So it's really weird. But we know they're not up there. They're asking us to accept that. That's what's really weird. I'm not going to accept that. Things don't fall around objects. Sorry. They just fall straight down. That's it. Down.
I mean, it's just, I would say the model is comical enough. The model, and not only just the model and the belief system in and of itself is so comical. We're expected to believe it, and it's hard to actually fight against it because of how insane it is.
Yeah.
I don't think that the model is insane. I think that the reaction is, you guys don't have a model. How wide is Earth? How tall is Earth? How thick is Earth? You guys have nothing.
But
the reality is that we use Google Maps, which is
claim.
based off of a round Earth.
That's not our
every
claim,
day.
though. We've never made the claim of that. No flat earther has made that claim, because no flat earther actually knows those statistics. So we don't make the claim, but they've given us, they've given us a ball that we can prove doesn't exist. That's a fact, isn't it? That's the fact. We know that the Earth is not a globe.
Mr. Hung has a working globe model, so he's going to present to us.
Yeah, look, we all used to parrot, the information that we were taught as well.
That's right. Yeah.
And flat earthers in general know way more about the globe than just about any globe earther that we talk to. Now, when you say that we have a model, okay, your model has been debunked, right? That's what we're checking when we go out in reality to try to check that so-called model. Okay, when we test the radius value, or even just ask, who measured the radius value? Where did that come from? Okay, where's the empirical evidence? Where's the measurements of the Earth curvature? None of that exists. So you can have your alleged model, but it doesn't match reality.
The other
and that's
problem
the problem.
is the other thing is if we were to try and make a strict flat Earth model, you'd be asking us to do, especially with the different criteria and things that you were looking to find, you would come into the issue of you're getting into things that are very difficult for us to actually go out and find without a lot of resources. And if a firmament theory or whatever were to actually be the case, some of those things wouldn't actually be possible.
Yeah.
Let me just say,
to actually inspect, we couldn't inspect it due to governmental intervention and military intervention. So we would be restricted in getting to that firmament if it were there anyway. So
let me just add to Steelman.
Hey, Mr. Hang,
guys.
let me ask you one thing. Do you have a working globe model to present to us?
Do I, Hung Like Tic Tacs, have one? No. But I've certainly been conditioned.
So why you are asking to us?
Let me finish.
You are saying that we don't have nothing, but you have something, right?
I certainly have been conditioned to the status quo model. And
yeah,
the status quo
forget
model
that semantics talk, okay? I'm talking about proof. Okay, if you cannot prove your globe inside a vacuum chamber, okay, and floating, then don't come here to us asking things that you cannot even present to us.
Yeah, that was unfair, though. That statement that we don't have a model was really unfair, really, because we've never, ever, ever made a claim that we have a model. We've never made, that's never been our position.
Wait a second.
We're not that
Mr. Hang, how do you want us, Mr. Hang, how do you want us to make a model? How are you going to make a model of a house if you cannot go outside? Do you have all the distance to give to us? Please give to us all the distance, from all the continents, etc. Give all the all the data to make a model, please.
Yeah.
To be clear, I guess like I said before, and I'll say it again. I'm working from the status quo, and I'm with you guys as far as like being skeptical of the status quo data, the models. I want to verify this myself. This is where I can relate with flat Earth, but I would argue that like when you talk about the distance from continent to continent, or whatever it is, chances are I would use a globe Earth model to give you that distance, to give you that prediction, whether you're taking a road trip from California to Florida, or you're taking a sailboat trip from Chile to, Papua New Guinea.
I
would use a globe model, and it would be pretty accurate, right?
You are talking about going to wait a second. You are talking going to point A to point B. Okay. Okay. So I can do that with a topographic military map.
Right.
The topographic military map that you'd use is a projection of a round Earth on a flat surface.
Shut up. I'm going to say to you what is a topographic map, okay?
Yeah.
Military map. It's from above. You take a photo, okay? And then you do a map from that photo. It's topographic map, okay?
Right.
Don't make bullshit now, okay?
Right. Now, Tic-Tac, I want you to be aware of the fact.
That's a flat Earth map.
Right. I'm going to add some more facts to what Miguel is telling you. Listen to this. When you talk about measuring something and you're going to give it to us and you're saying it's a globe, that would be a lie. You know why? Because when I take 12 inches, my ruler, 12 inches, that's 1 foot. That's not curved. So if I'm going to extrapolate that over to a mile, that would be 12 inches horizontally every single time I measure to make up 1 mile. And then that 1 mile will be a linear statute horizontal mile. And if it's nautical over the ocean, again, it's going to be horizontal. So you're not going to be presenting me with a curve. You're not. You're just not. You're making that statement, but you will not be able to prove that, because when we measure using mileage, kilometers, statute, or nautical, those are flat units of measurement. Feet, measurement of horizontality. Sorry, level. That's what you're going to be doing. Aristophanes measured a flat Earth, is what he measured. He didn't measure curvature. Okay, Aristophanes. Go ahead.
The other thing that's important to know when we talk about maps is, like, even if we just look at a historical sense, to say that we are using a map that is a globe Earth projection, while that could be true in some cases, I suppose, the globe in of itself was used, or was constructed using existing maps, which were done, I should say, they were made as initially flat maps because they didn't necessarily think that the Earth was a globe. And either way, we can all agree that a map is easier to use. So when they started creating a globe like 200 years ago, whatever the claim is, point being, they took what they knew of the map and they put it onto a globe. And part of that is because in the northern hemisphere, where most people live, the differences between a globe and a flat Earth model aren't too dissimilar. Now, there is also a lot to talk about when we do talk about going from point A to point B. It's another flat Earth proof that a lot of people use, both for things like flights and just the way we go about doing things is just off from how the globe would talk about it. I'm not super informed about like specific examples of that, but they do exist. People have them.
Well, these are projections. These are projections of a spherical coordinate system which originated from the celestial sphere. If you trace it back to how it was constructed, it's constructed from taking angle measurements to the celestial bodies and from the celestial sphere, okay, which was originated from flat earthers that created that celestial sphere. So when you're talking about these lat long maps, okay, that are projected out onto flat surfaces like the Mercator map or the AE projection, for example, you're talking about maps that came from basically taking measurements to the celestials. And that's, if you look into the history of the globe, you'll find that that's precisely what the globe actually is. It's not something that exists in reality. It exists as a coordinate system that's based off the celestial sphere.
Right. And they use the flat Earth surface data to do that. So that's it.
What I would tell you is
it's Tic Tacs. I just want to. Tic Tacs is. Might want to say something.
No. I think that when you talk about AE maps and Mercator projections, or AE projections, Mercator projections, my understanding, like who cares? And correct me where I'm wrong. Who cares about the celestial projection stuff? These are round Earth maps projected onto a flat plane, which distorts reality. And wouldn't we all be better off? Wouldn't we all be better off if we just had a flat map projected onto a flat plane?
No. So this is what I was just explaining to you, right? So the AE map, right? These are globe projections, but the globe projections are lat long, latitude, longitude. They came from the celestial sphere. Okay, these are celestial coordinate systems inverted into a terrestrial coordinate system. Okay, the celestial sphere doesn't exist in reality. It's imaginary. Okay, it was an imaginary model made up by the ancient cultures. And the globe is the celestial sphere inverted into a terrestrial sphere. The globe came from the celestial sphere.
I don't interrupt much, but let me interrupt. When you talk about this celestial sphere translated onto a flat plane, like if we indeed lived on a flat plane, would we need to have these curved, circular, spherical GPS, lat long lines? Because if we look at the lat long lines, obviously they're curved around a round Earth. If we indeed lived on a flat plane, why would we need these to be curved? We would just need these to be flat, right?
Okay, well, you need to look at how they came up with this in the first place. Okay, and it's because the way that we see the sky, it's convenient to make an imaginary spherical coordinate system. So the ancient cultures, right, long before anyone even suggested that the Earth's a globe, came up with the celestial sphere because they needed a convenient way to map the celestial bodies. So they imagined a big giant sphere in the sky. Right? It doesn't exist, but they imagined it so they could make a coordinate system. And then they envisioned that all of the celestial bodies are like points on this imaginary celestial sphere. Okay, and that's where the celestial sphere came from. And then later on, cult leaders, right, like Pythagoras, who basically worshipped spheres, thought that because the heavens are spherical, therefore the Earth must also be the perfect shape, which is a sphere. And he, through philosophical reasoning, came up with that the Earth could actually be a globe. He's the first person in all of history that's attributed to saying that the Earth's a globe. And then
this
later
idea
people,
that sorry,
what idea? Yeah, what idea?
This idea that spheres are some perfect godly shape is like absurd to me. I totally agree with like, what the fuck? But if you are in the northern hemisphere and I'm in the southern hemisphere, and I can see Polaris and you can see the Southern Cross. This, I guess, that's where the disconnect is in my brain, because we live on different hemispheres. That's why we see different constellations. But if we lived on a flat Earth, this would not be true, correct?
Incorrect. Because we have perspective, and we also have a very dense atmosphere. So if you're standing under Polaris, for example, and it's at your zenith above your head, as you start to move away from it, it's going to appear like it's lower and lower in the sky as you move away from it due to perspective. Now, once it starts to get to a very low angle, maybe 2 degrees, 3 degrees, something like that, you're not going to be able to see it anymore because of the thickness of the atmosphere. Its light cannot travel through all of that atmosphere and make it back to the observer. So you're not going to be able to see it anymore. That doesn't mean that you live on a globe. That just means that you have perspective, right? And you're unable to see forever due to your field of view, right? Your hemispheric.
Pinning you down for a second. Stuff in 1 degree of 1 degree above horizon for me and you today, we can still view. It doesn't matter if it's 1 degree, 2 degree, 3 degree above.
No,
Jesus.
you don't see stars. You don't see stars at that angle because you're looking through air that's 40 times thicker than when you're looking up. Okay, you're looking through the densest part of the atmosphere.
I agree with all of this, except for you can't see it. I agree that it's thicker, it's tougher, it sucks to look at stuff low on the horizon. I'm into astronomy as of late, and I agree that it's most ideal for stuff to be directly above your head because you're looking through less atmosphere. We totally agree on that point. But if we were on a flat Earth versus a round Earth, you being able to see the Southern Cross in the Northern Hemisphere would change. Like, that fact would change.
Why would it change? It's too far away from you, and there's too much atmosphere for you to see that far, right? You're making assumptions that you live on a globe just because you've been taught that growing up, but you don't realize that. Well, yeah. I mean, look, you can't see forever through the atmosphere. We have to agree with that, right? You could look up right now what's the maximum visibility today, and it's going to say 10 miles or 15 miles or something like
that. Okay, maybe I'm derailing for a second, but I have this app on my phone called Sky Map, and it shows me what planet is beneath my feet and what planets are 1 degree on the horizon or 90 degrees above my head. And it predicts this. It tells me what's going to happen tomorrow, 6 months from now, etc.
Right. So the ancient cultures came up with that before anyone suggested that the Earth's a globe. That doesn't mean that anything's under your feet. You're just looking at a convenient coordinate system that is literally imaginary.
Can you expand on that imaginary coordinate system? Because 7 seconds. When I look at this Sky Map app on my phone, and it shows that Pluto's beneath me, Saturn's going to be really great to view in October and September of this year. But right now, Jupiter and the Moon are the things to look at. When I see some of this stuff below me, some of this stuff above me. Yeah, okay, you get what I'm saying.
Right.
Can I jump in here really fast so I can
just hold? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'd just say that it can tell you where things would be according to the standard model, right? The other thing is that you need to consider is the fact that it is predictable to such a high degree is another thing that kind of shows to you that, or at least it makes it clear to me that the sky and the things that we observe in the sky, they work in repeatable cycles and patterns, and they do this year after year. We can tell and say this event and this planet being in this spot will only happen once every 300 years, once every 500 years, once every 800 years. Sure. Point being, these things that are super predictable, if we are to believe that there's so much craziness happening, which is what we would believe if we took the heliocentric model, we would have to believe that all this is happening while we're spinning, while the universe is expanding and moving, while the sun is moving, while we're following it, while we are tilted, spinning, all these different motions, right? We have to believe that, but what we observe is that there is a perfect clock of these different lights in the sky, and sure, an app can say, according to the standard model, this should be below your feet, but I would say it's pretty crazy with how the system actually works. But what I would just generally say to you is, like, look at the different places that have a whole bunch of information. Some of it you may not entirely agree with. A lot of it is theoretical to some degree. And whether that be, like, you look at the Flat Earth Discord and the information that's stored there, or that app, I don't know what anyone's feelings is on that app, but it does have a lot of resources, a lot of which are good. And point being is, like, just get yourself more familiar with the model, because then you'll be able to understand when we speak, we have a hard time because we are moving so fast that we accidentally forget to say in this model, in that model, right? Or in this idea of what we have for a model. So it's hard to tell people who are unfamiliar, like, hey, this is the standard model, this is what we know of what the flat Earth model would be once we get, or when we would be able to get a full model, or what an idea of a flat Earth model could be, right? But it's hard when we're explaining things to people because we're just flying through ideas that, like, hey, we're switching models. And so sometimes we'll just bring up stuff and we forget to clarify what we're talking about. But anyway, with that, I would like to leave. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that, and then you guys can continue, and I'll leave.
Yeah, he's claiming that he has a model in the side chat. An app. His model is an app.
An app.
Yeah.
Do you have a working model?
Off of a model.
How about you show me a working model inside a vacuum chamber? Your working model. I'm gonna tell what your app cannot show to us. I'm gonna tell right now.
Look, the model
inside chat. I'm gonna post it. Okay, but just a second.
The model this guy's talking about is a celestial sphere model. Okay, it's entirely imaginary, right? Tic Tacs, just go on Google right now and type in, is the celestial sphere imaginary? And read out what it says.
Yeah,
I'll do it.
I want him to show me.
Hold on a second, because everyone cut me off when I was midpoint. So just let me finish my little thing, and then continue, Miguel. Okay, so I've gone to Google. Okay, is this yeah? Do you want to read it out?
It's an imaginary, infinitely large sphere centered on Earth, where all stars, the sun, the moon, the planets are treated as if they are located on its inner surface. Why we use it? Even though objects in space are vastly different distances from Earth, they appear fixed relative to each other, stars especially, moving across the sky in predictable paths. So instead of tracking real distances, we simplify, project everything onto a sphere around us. This helps make models easy to map positions of stars, predict motion of objects in the sky, track seasons, and navigate.
Right, that's pretty similar to what mine said. Okay, but now you need to look into the origin of that. And long before the Earth was mathematically defined or even claimed to be a globe, ancient cultures, right, ancient astronomers such as the Babylonians, the Indians, the Egyptians, the ancient Egyptians, etc., right, they are the ones that came up with this coordinate system. Not globe earthers.
Why do you equate the coordinate system with our celestial sphere?
The celestial sphere is the coordinate system. That's what the lat long coordinate system is. That's what the WGS84 is based off of, right? That's what all these globe maps that you're talking about came from.
I think that confuses me. That's the disconnect. So
Okay.
Square the
Let me
circle.
explain it. Let
10
me
seconds.
explain it.
All right,
Well, you
go
said
on.
you're confused. I just wanted to unconfuse you. So look, long before the Earth was mathematically defined as a globe, ancient astronomers visualized the heavens as a perfect rotating sphere with fixed stars attached to the inner surface. This was purely a geometric observational construct. It was a model of appearance, not substance. The Greeks, Egyptians, Babylonians, and early Indian astronomers all described the sky as a dome or a sphere revolving around a stationary Earth. The observer was placed at the center of this celestial sphere. Okay, the celestial sphere was an optical projection. Okay, the coordinate system was celestial, not terrestrial. In this framework, astronomers introduced celestial coordinates to describe star positions, celestial latitude, and celestial longitude. Later, called declination and right ascension, were angular measurements projected onto the inner surface of this imaginary sphere. Okay, later, philosophers such as Pythagoras, Plato, Aristotle, etc., took the symmetry of the celestial sphere and imposed it onto the Earth itself. They reasoned that since the heavens appeared spherical and what they considered perfect, through philosophical reasoning, the Earth beneath must also be spherical, not because of empirical proof, but to maintain philosophical symmetry between the as above and the below. Okay, so basically, right ascension.
Say that last part again. They needed this to maintain symmetry.
They reasoned.
I missed that part.
They reasoned through philosophical grounds that the heavens appeared spherical and what they considered perfect, and the Earth beneath must also be spherical, because why would the Creator have created anything that wasn't perfect? Because they worshipped spheres. Okay, not because of empirical proof, but to maintain philosophical symmetry between the above and the below. And that's where the saying, as above, so below, actually came from. All right, so the celestial coordinate grid, which worked beautifully for star motion, was projected downward onto the Earth, creating a terrestrial coordinate system. That's the lat-long system, which mirrors right ascension and declination. So the equator, right, all of these things came from the celestial sphere inversion. So the Earth was then imagined as a miniature version of the heavens, a globe suspended in space with poles, equator, and the rotational axis matching those celestial sphere positions. Essentially, ancient cosmology reversed the reference frame. The observer, once stationary at the center of the celestial sphere, was now said to be standing on the surface of a rotating sphere at the center of the universe. The sky, once moving around the observer, was declared fixed, and motion was reassigned to the Earth. And then the coordinate system was mistaken for reality. So the globe-Earth paradigm originated as a celestial to terrestrial coordinate system conversion, not as an outcome of ground-measured curvature or motion. And that's what long and lat and terrestrial poles, terrestrial equator, right? They all came from right ascension, declination, celestial poles, celestial equator. That's why the globe model matches up with the sky observations, because they reverse engineered the celestial sphere.
What were you reading from there?
This is all my, I have a server called Pickled Minds, and I have a section called Globe History where I've compiled a whole bunch of citations, information, explanations, all about the history. So this is my channel called Globe History. And there's a whole bunch of citations and links and videos and everything.
Link it.
In that. Did you accept my friend request?
No,
I can.
skeptical.
Well, you need to do that if you want me to. Well, there's no other way that I can send my server invite.
That's fine. I'll find you. Okay, you said a lot there, and it was kind of early on where I made a contention in my own head, and tell me if this tracks. But you were talking about like this truth being the celestial sphere and tracking the stars. And my understanding is that stars are generally constant, whereas like Saturn or Jupiter, these have a different tracking motion in our sky. That's how we know, they're different than stars, 20 light years away versus
yeah, they move
kilometers.
separate, right? So that's why the ancients used to call them wandering stars instead of stars. because they take their own particular cycles.
And I guess just rounding out my argument, it's that I have a model with this stupid app that's for free on my Android that I can look at where the stars are going to be tomorrow and where Saturn's going to be tomorrow. And I can see, Pluto beneath my feet right now. Yet flat earthers don't have a model.
Don't say flat earthers now. I'm going to stop you right there, okay? How do you know it's below the ground? You are watching
I'm telling you what my app shows me.
An app that has a concept.
The app that is based off of the round Earth model.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you. I'm going to give you
the celestial sphere model.
I'm going to talk to you about the reality. Okay, see this in the side chat, please. Can you see that city over there and those buildings and the sky behind those buildings, please?
I see a desert.
Oh, you see a desert. Okay. Do you see the city and the buildings and the sky behind those buildings? Do you see it? So your eyes has limitations, okay? You cannot see miles and miles, okay, away. So yeah, you cannot see it. But I'm gonna post it, okay?
But I can't see miles and miles away.
Don't interrupt me, please. I'm gonna post it, okay? So there's a city and there's buildings there, and behind that city, those buildings, there's sky, and those buildings are vertical, okay? So you cannot see the sky behind those buildings. Your app is not showing this, This is reality, not your app with a simulation. Okay?
So is your argument that the angular resolution of this
argument is you cannot see the sky behind those buildings. You cannot see that city, those buildings either. So what's your point? The point is you have to prove curvature, okay? Don't talk about the sky anymore, okay? You have to present proof of that curvature because a ball has curve. That's the point, okay? Prove the curve. Don't give me an app and claiming stars or planets beneath the ground when you don't know nothing about reality. What observations have you done?
I mean, to be fair, I'm tracking the sun, the moon, the stars, and the planets.
Hey, bro, are you listening?
Using a globe Earth model.
Am I coming through?
Yeah,
Am I coming through okay?
I was talking about the ground, proving the ground, but anyway, go on.
Did you hear anything Miguel just said? Bro, I've got to tell you, man, just get this, just understand this, if anything. Flat Earth is not a cosmological model. It's not. It's not what we're talking about. We're not attempting to explain those things. We're not addressing those things. They're questions for yet another time. At the moment, we're just addressing the geometry of the surface.
We want
you to address that. We want you to address that too. If you're not interested in addressing that, then this conversation isn't for you. And it's for another time with other people, maybe with us later at another date, sometime. But not now. Right now, it's about the surface geometry. Not about what you think that you can tell about the surface by looking at other things that aren't the surface. All right, we understand what you're trying to do. We understand you think there's things below your feet in the sky, right? At the moment, we really don't care. Like that's a burden that you've placed upon yourself to have to defend, right? You can explain things like that, but you've got no proof that it's actually true. Now, we want to know about the surface geometry by a direct examination of it, observation, measurement, and practical use of the surface itself. How do we interact with it directly? Not the sky, not anything in the sky, not astronomy, Earth, geometry of the surface. Do you think you could focus on that?
He said he had to go for a moment, but he was still listening, he said in the side chat.
Okay, cool. We'll see what he says when he comes back.
Good point, Miguel and T-Dub, bringing it back to the empirical evidence. Love it.
Thank you.
So, yeah, look, hung like Tic Tacs, we could just compare empirical evidence, right? That's what we like to talk about, right? Rather than making speculations about sky models, imaginary sky, celestial spheres, and blah blah blah, right? We have direct evidence that the Earth cannot possibly be a globe. And if you're listening, still, right? If you can measure the surface as being flat, whatever's happening above that flat surface isn't going to make the surface start to curve. So yeah, let's just compare empirical evidence. See whose is bigger. I guarantee it's ours. Yours will be hung like Tic Tacs, I think.
Yo, hello.
You got me laughing.
Yo, you guys hear me?
Yo, yeah, man, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yo, I don't know if it's still the title of the. I don't know. I don't know what it is. The VC. It says Artemis 2 debunked. I just wanna.
Yeah. Yep. So,
You guys believe they're not flying there right now?
Oh yeah, no, I don't believe that. I mean, it would just be faith, right? To believe that. I mean, they faked the Apollo missions. Why would they all of a sudden be telling the truth about this one?
Oh, okay. So I'm asking, do you know for a fact they're not there?
Well, this is what we know. We know that the surface of the Earth is empirically validated to be flat and not a globe. So whatever's happening in the sky, if they're showing you pictures of balls, like ball Earth, then that's most definitely disproven. But I would say that most of it, you just can't really validate it one way or the other, can you? It would just require belief. Trust them or don't trust them. Right. Look, let me give you a good example of what I'm talking about. Okay, so they send back pictures from the Artemis. Okay, so if you have a look in the side chat, can you see the side chat? I'm going to post a picture from Artemis.
Yes,
now,
I see.
how would you be able to tell whether this is a real picture of the Earth from space or if it's just created using CGI?
I would have to trust every major institution that this is real.
Right. So how do you know this one's real that I just posted? I mean, could this be CGI?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, I mean.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So look, that's all my point. It's just faith-based. If you have a look into the Apollo missions, if you have a look into the empirical measurements that we're talking about, you're going to find that it can't possibly be this globe that you can see in the picture here. And in fact, this globe that you can see in the picture here is actually made in AI, just a CGI picture. Right, and then this next one that I'm posting, this is the one that Artemis claims is the real one.
So the videos they have of the people doing the mission right now, right? Like them talking, right? So you're telling me they're doing this on Earth?
Most likely, yeah. It would be very easy for them to fake that. There's a lot of glitches. There's a lot of evidence that they're using green screens. I mean, there's tons of evidence, especially of ISS footage and things like that, where they're blatantly using green screens and harnesses and things like that. And they have the technology to easily do that. They use, they use augmented reality. I don't know if you know about that, but that's something that NASA admits to using.
Okay. So what about every because my trouble is see, I haven't looked into this topic, right? But what my problem is with this whole thing is that one institution could lie, right? Or one government body could lie, That's fine. But do you believe that every government in the world currently is lying?
Lying about what specifically?
Well, they no from as far as I know, you can correct me if I'm wrong. There's no government today or intergovernmental organization today which denies the fact that the ISS is up there, or that they have spacecraft up there, or that people are up there.
Oh, I'm not sure about that. I mean, the government is generally it's made up of a whole bunch of people, right? And those people have particular jobs to do. So, it's not like different governments. I mean, different people from different governments have called out the Apollo missions for being fake. For example, like the head of the Russian Space Agency said that he thinks that Americans faked the Apollo missions. And you get astronauts saying that the Earth is flat, right? Like Polish astronaut, another Russian astronaut said, if anyone tells you that men have gone to outer space, they're lying to you. So there are people that, that work for the government that say that it's fake.
Well, I'm talking
but
about.
I don't think any of the governments, or anyone that I can validate from any government is lying about the Earth being a globe. Right? Like they know it's flat, but really they're lying about it and saying it's a globe. Because I don't
Do you
think
think they're all on it?
No, I think that but most people generally believe that the Earth's a globe. I think they're lying about space travel because of something called the space race. I don't think the space race ever ended. You've probably heard of the space race, right? Between the Soviets and the Americans.
I understand that. But what I'm specifically talking about is, like, for example, you have NASA, right? Now, you're saying you have evidence that they're lying. Okay, sure. Let's say they're lying. What about Roscosmos or CSA or ESA? The different space agencies.
So none of these countries have ever even left low Earth orbit. So it's only the NASA astronauts that have even claimed to have left low Earth orbit. Okay,
But these agencies like Roscosmos, for example, they operate in the. For example, Roscosmos, they operate on the Russian orbital segment, right? And
Correct,
all of them will say, "Dude, how far we are, right?" They're not above the stratosphere, but they will claim, based on the footage they have and those pictures that they have, they'll say, "We can
they'll
still
say
see
that they're the high.
we see the curvature of the Earth," for example.
Well, I didn't hear any of the Russian astronauts say that. But they claim to be up at the ISS height, which is only high enough to see less than 3% of the surface of the Earth, right? They're not actually very high. Mathematically, that's not even high enough to see the curvature of the Earth.
Really? So
Yeah.
I heard this calculation. Tell me if this is wrong. You can, if your view is not obstructed, you will see the curvature of the Earth about every 8 kilometers from where you are.
Well, if you're standing, you mean if you're standing at the ocean and you're looking out into the ocean?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, that's the claim. Okay, they claim that if you're standing at the ocean, the horizon should be about 3 miles away from you, because the curvature formula is 8 inches per mile squared. So that means over 10 miles there would be 66 foot of curvature over that distance. So that's the easiest thing for us to go out and test in reality. So we could go out and test for that really easily, right? We could just find a body of water that's 10 miles across. And over that 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature. 66 feet, that's like a 6-story, 7-story building. Quite a bit of curvature. So what we've done is we've gone out, we've done hundreds and hundreds of different tests, shooting lasers over the surface of bodies of water, long distance observations, all sorts of different tests trying to detect that curvature that should be there. And it's never there, right? We can see things that are 20, 30 miles away, completely unobstructed. Right? For example, we could go to a lake that's 20 miles across right? Over 20 miles, there should be 266 foot of curvature. And we can set up a camera just above the surface of the water, and we can zoom in to the shoreline on the other side of the body of water and see it. No problem. That shoreline should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth by hundreds and hundreds of feet. But it's not there. The curvature's not there.
So let me ask just a different type of question then. So, you know, when you observe ships, right, going over with the naked eye,
yeah,
going towards the horizon, and you're looking out from the shore, right, and you see them. Would you agree that you would see them disappear from the bottom up?
Definitely not. It does happen occasionally if you have certain conditions. But most of the time what happens is the boat will just get smaller and smaller and smaller until it becomes below a certain size, which is 0.2 degrees. Once it gets below 0.2 degrees, it's too hard for the human eye to actually resolve anything that's below a certain size. Okay, it's called the angular resolution limit of the human eye. It's 0.02 degrees. That's the limit. So once the ship gets smaller than that, you can't see the ship anymore, but you can still see the horizon. So it looks like the ship's gone, but the horizon's still there. But now we have amazing technology, and we can actually zoom in on that ship again, and we can see the entire ship, showing that it wasn't actually disappearing. Now, sometimes it can look like it's disappearing from the bottom to the top. Okay, and that's usually if we have waves, right? Ocean swells out in the ocean.
Yeah.
Or if we have certain types of miraging effects, right? Like sinking refraction is something that can happen sometimes. And it makes it look like the bottom of something's hidden, even though it's actually not hidden. Right? Look, so have a look at this. Can you see the side chat?
Yeah.
All right, so have a look. Here's a big giant ship. And here's a guy standing at the shoreline with a camera. Okay, when he's zoomed out with the camera, you can't see the ship. Then he zooms in again. And then bam, look, the whole ship is right there. Now, if you reverse engineer this situation, now imagine he doesn't have the camera. And imagine he's just standing there and that boat is right next to him. And that boat's going to sail all the way out to where you can see it in the footage here. Now, he would see the boat go out, 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 out. It's going to get smaller, smaller, smaller. And then he's not going to be able to see the boat anymore. Okay, but then he can pull out that camera and say, oh, wow, the boat is still there. Now, if you added waves into the equation, right? So if you have a look at the picture directly below that, that Miguel posted, now there's waves blocking the bottom of the ship there. Okay, that's a small boat, so it's kind of bobbing up and down on the waves. But imagine if that was a big giant cruise ship or something like that, right? The waves aren't going to make it bob up and down. It's just going to look like the bottom of the ship is missing. As the ship keeps going further away, the ship's going to keep getting smaller due to perspective. And it's going to look like more and more of the ship is hidden behind those waves that are in the foreground. So these situations where boats appear like they're going over the horizon can easily be explained on a flat surface. We can even so we can set this up on a small scale, but this is the interesting thing, right? We can track these ships using ship tracking. And we can say, okay, this ship is 15 miles out into the ocean. And then we can zoom out and we can see the whole ship. And then if you do the calculations, you'll find out that you shouldn't be able to see that ship because it should have been hidden behind the curvature of the Earth because the horizon should be 3 miles away. So as the ship goes past 3 miles, it would have to start disappearing from the bottom if the Earth's a globe. By the time it gets to 15 miles, it should be gone. Okay, but we can consistently go out and check, and we can see too far. We can't find any empirical evidence of the curvature of the Earth. We've got tons of these examples too. Right? We've had teams of engineers go out, we've had PhDs go out, we've had all kinds of people go out with different technology and try to detect the curvature of the Earth. Some people use high-powered lasers, some people use radio wave propagation, some people use high-powered zoom cameras and infrared cameras, and none of us can find any curvature. And that's how we know that what we're seeing from these so-called space agencies can't possibly be correct.
Okay, interesting. That was all my questions.
No problem. I appreciate you listening.
Yeah, no, I was just interested because that's I don't know, boggles my mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy when you hear about this topic at first. But then once you start looking into it a bit, it's like, all right, well, we're challenging people to debunk the observations, challenging people to go out and find the Earth curvature. But most people don't have any of this evidence. They just believe the Earth's a globe because that's what we all got taught when we were growing up. So it's perfectly normal for people to think it's a globe. But when we go and test it, it doesn't check out. It doesn't match. Right? That curvature has to be there if the Earth's a globe. Because of gravity, right? They say gravity on the globe is pulling everything towards the center of the globe. And that means that the water on the surface of the globe has to be curving at a certain rate. Right? So if you have yeah.
No, I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're right. It just means that there has to be a certain amount of curvature over distance. If it's not there, then it can't be a globe. That would debunk gravity. It would debunk
Yeah, I
the
mean,
whole globe model.
I can't comment on that because I have no background in any of those
You can look.
things.
It's something that you need. You can look into it.
You'll have to look into it exactly. But okay, what about since so you subscribe to a flat Earth model, right?
Not necessarily a model. Like we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming to know the entirety of the Earth. Like most people, when they think about flat Earth, they think about flat planet, like a flat round disk planet.
It could be a plane. It could be anything.
Well, yeah, we're not claiming that instead of the Earth as a globe floating around in space, then all of a sudden it's a flat planet. That's not what we claim. That would be silly. Okay, this is a completely different way of thinking about the system that we live in, where you could think about the ground or the surface of the Earth kind of like the floor or the foundation of the system that we live in, and then all of the celestial bodies up in the sky above us.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that, but I was going to ask a question about so what about in terms of circumnavigation or, for example, expeditions to the North and South Pole, right? Do you don't believe that somebody right now could, for example, land on the northernmost tip of Antarctica and then travel southwards to the interior and then end up on the shoreline of the southern ridge of Antarctica, and therefore they'd end up on for example they would land from the Atlantic Ocean, for example, and they would end up on the other side in the Indian Ocean. You don't believe that's possible?
Yeah, no one's ever done that, right? So think about this. Hundreds of people, thousands of people probably have done circumnavigations east to west.
Yes,
right? Like
east to west.
East to west. So east and west are circles around a pole, around the North Pole. Okay, so even if you had a flat surface or a globe, you could do a circle around a North Pole and come back to where you started again.
That I agree. Yes, that I can agree with. Yeah, under a flat Earth model.
Yeah, but what wouldn't work on a flat Earth would be a north to south circumnavigation. So if you started at the North Pole and then you went south and then you kept going south and then you go over Antarctica, right, or around Antarctica, and you keep going south, and then you would come back around again and you would do a north to south circumnavigation. Now you would think if hundreds, if not thousands of people have done east to west circumnavigations, then surely a whole bunch of people would have done north to south circumnavigations. But no one's ever done that. No one's ever started in the north or gone down to the south and then kept going south and then come back around again. The only ones that people have done, if you have a look at the map that they took or the path that they took, they go down to the south and then they turn around and then they go back up again. right? They turn, right? They get down near where Antarctica is, and then they'll take a turn, and then they'll go back up again. Right? They don't keep going and do a circumnavigation.
Mm.
It's kind of crazy that no one's done that. So yeah, what happens when you keep going south? I can't validate that. But they also make it difficult to do as well for regular people.
You're saying you don't know what happens when you keep going south eventually. You don't know what will happen eventually.
No, I can't verify anything about that. But what we do know is that when we go out and test the surface, we can't find the curvature that would have to be there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some really interesting stuff. Okay.
So just to be clear, if I started in Greenland and I went south, past, Nova Scotia, Maine, Brazil, keep going south, and I'm following a compass, like a magnetic compass, I'm open to hearing what's a better thing to follow. But then I go to the south, the south tip of South America, and then I start going north. And I go north, 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 past Alaska, past California, and I hit Greenland again. That's what you're asking for? Like to
No,
prove
I'm just doing okay, this is what I'm saying that nobody has done. I'm not asking for anything. I'm saying that that tons of people have done east to west circumnavigations, but no one's ever done a north to south circumnavigation, right? So if you follow
He's saying, for example,
not
if you start
really.
from Svalbard, let's say, and then you end up in the UK, and then you end up in Spain, and then Africa, and then you end up in Southern Africa, and then you end up at the South Pole. Then you go through the interior of the South Pole, and then you end
could
up
follow
yeah,
you could follow any line of longitude that you want to.
line of longitude,
Okay?
yeah.
And just follow it and come back. Come back to where you started. Just keep going south. Okay? And then come back to where you started again. No one's ever done that. All I'm saying is no one's ever done that. I'm not challenging anyone to do it or anything like that. I'm just saying, isn't it interesting that no one's ever done that? But so many people have done east to west circumnavigations, which would work just fine on a flat Earth.
But to be clear, if done it, that wouldn't prove that the Earth is curved.
It would debunk the flat Earth. It would be very good evidence for a globe as well.
That seems simple enough.
Yeah, you would think so.
Yeah, I mean,
people are pretty ambitious, People try to do all sorts of crazy stuff. You'd think that would have been done. I mean, the north-south circumnavigations. If you look it up, you're going to find one more orbit, for example, in 2019. And then if you watch the live stream and watch the mapping path that they took, you'll see that they kind of started up in the north, and then they went down to Antarctica, and then they just jackknifed, right? They just turned. They just went over a tiny little bit of Antarctica, and then they turned and they went back up again. I think they got the record as well. They got given the record, Guinness record. Same with the, maybe it was the ZQ pilot. That was another one. Have a look at the path that they took, and they did the same thing. So yeah, all I'm saying is it's interesting. That's all.
Yeah, that's sus to me as well. But I do remember something to the effect of like recent space goers did a north, like a different orbit than what's typically done, which I believe the typical orbit is like east west, around the Earth. Whereas they did like a north south around the Earth. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's called Fram 2. And if you have a look into it, it's extremely unimpressive. And it's kind of one of those faith-based type things as well. And it's kind of like, okay, they hired an expert, right, in faking space footage. I forget what her name is, someone Mickelson, who was also the person in charge of the One More Orbit flight that kind of got caught faking their footage as well. But anyway, they hired her, who's an expert in faking shots of basically Earth from space. And she does a bunch of movies, she makes a bunch of props and special effects things for NASA, right, to like simulate space environments and stuff like that in VR and in 3D. Okay, she was one of the main flight members. And the footage is extremely unimpressive. I urge anyone to go and look at it. It's called FRAM2, FRAM2. And, I was excited to look at it. I'm like, okay, so they've claimed to do this. They're going to have amazing footage, but the footage is extremely unimpressive. Yeah, look into it. So it's one of those things, unfortunately, where it's not something that we can empirically validate. It's something that's faith-based, right? Like the Artemis thing, that kind of thing. It's something that you kind of have to trust them, take their word for it. Something that could easily be faked. I mean, they even managed to trick people into thinking they went to space. Over 20 years ago, they tricked a whole group of people into thinking that they legitimately were in space, looking at the globe from space. And have a look at and this was just done on a budget of a reality TV show budget. Okay, look at a TV show from the UK called Space Cadets, where they literally tricked people into thinking they went in a capsule and went up into space.
I've seen that.
It's funny, man. And these people were like gobsmacked, right? They're looking outside the capsule and they thought that they were looking at the globe from space, but they never left the Earth. And this was done on hardly any budget compared to what NASA gets or what SpaceX gets.
Okay, help me square that. Like earlier, I was talking a little bit about like my app on my phone. It shows Pluto beneath me, blah blah blah. But when you talk about like Artemis 2 being fake, like I know that I can track Artemis 2, and I there's a couple of YouTube videos I've seen so far. I haven't done this myself, but you can like track this with your own telescope in your backyard, and you can see the spacecraft within the confines of like what the tracking data says. I guess help me square that circle. Like, how would that be possible if what they're saying is a lie? And if what they're saying is a lie, like, wouldn't that be able to be found out if the model we're working off of is wrong?
Sure,
exactly. Yeah, he's trying to ask how is it that he can read it on his app, and how comes they're not getting caught? It's a computer program set out. That's all that is. There's nothing big there. Wow,
but he also said that people
yeah.
he also said that people can go and see it with their telescopes.
Yes.
Right. So
no, they cannot go and see it with their telescopes. That would be a mistake right there. No one's seeing that. Even the telescopes that we have on Earth now, the observatories, they would all be pointing to have a look, because it's a man-made object in space that we put there. So they would have their telescopes, but you will notice no telescope is aimed at it. So you show me a telescope that's actually seeing the Artemis. Go ahead.
Well, you'll be able to maybe see it up to a certain extent, when it took off. But, even find me footage of the Chinese space station, right? The Chinese space station's meant to have been up there for a long time. It's not even very high. But where's the footage of that?
It's right next door to the ISS, almost 100 miles away. And they're supposed to pass each other. But you never get that, the waving and the photographs. Here we are again, we've just passed. It should be on the news. It should be there. We don't get that. We don't get that.
I feel like this is an unexplored topic for me, but whether it's the ISS or the Chinese space station, or Artemis 2. They give us the tracking data where we can tell you, hey, over the state of Florida, it's going to be 90 degrees above your head. Is that data not true? Or even if it is true, wouldn't that leave credence to the idea that we're working off of a globe model?
No, not at all, because looking up doesn't prove the shape of the ground. Thanks.
Yeah, there was a guy, a student guy, and he did call NASA about the data from Sophia telescope, an airplane. And he found out that it was the same data from Hubble. The data from Hubble, it was from the same as Sophia. Isn't that interesting? So yeah, they can data they can put on a computer and
just explain what Sophia is, Miguel.
You don't know where is that data, right?
Explain what Sophia is.
Sophia. I have to see the Sophia.
I've heard of Sophia before.
Let's see.
Well, it's basically a plane that has a crazy telescope in it. That's the
stratospheric Sophia. Stratospheric Observatory for Infrared Astronomy.
NOAA?
It was a world-class flying observatory of a Boeing 747 SP modified to carry a massive 2.7 meter reflecting telescope.
Yeah, basically, that Sophia is a Boeing 747, which has the same lens as the Hubble telescope, but it has a filter as well because it's in Earth's atmosphere. Okay, atmos. Okay, but it captures the same images as the Hubble. That's what this special plane does. So we're all saying that, yeah, the actual Hubble telescope is the Sophia, because we know that the Hubble is not up there. And the reason we know this is because obviously it's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics anyway. But the point is this: the deputy project manager by the name of Mike Mixlinski, who was interviewed by Robert Pisano, stated that he hadn't seen it in 25 years, obviously because it's not up there. Okay, there we are. And the Sophia is actually the Hubble. That's the one taking pictures. And again, is it really taking pictures, or are those images also CGI is now the question we're asking, because we don't have images from deep space. It's all computer data generated. See, we've come full circle. There we are. Okay, so that's what that's all about. It's a lot of fakery going on, right? And your little app showing you that there's something in the sky programmed to receive by the app anyway, right? And you look up and it's a light. Does that make an ISS? Nah, there you are. See,
but
got to validate.
To be fair, and I guess I feel like you kind of threw me down a rabbit hole with what you just last said, which was basically, yeah, no, it should be a compliment, because it's like, okay, while I might see the Orion's Nebula, and I know where it's going to be in the sky, no matter what date you throw on my calendar, I can predict this with my celestial sphere models.
You can see a lot of. I see at night the sky lights moving. They call it planets. I see lights in the sky. Yeah. You can see, but it's not at the end. It's not proving the ground.
Exactly, it's not proving the shape of the Earth. That's the thing.
But it's
you can't
associate
what you see. You can't. Hang on, let me just finish. You cannot associate what you're looking at in the stars in the sky and then start equivalating that to the ground. You can't. You have to separate them. So if you want to get an accuracy and be more legit, right? You measure the ground, and the ground isn't curving. We're not measuring curvature. So no matter what you look at, the ground is flat. It's not curving at all, and it's not rotating. Okay, that's a fact. We're not giving you any theories here. That's not a speculative statement. That's a statement of fact.
And just to add to that really quickly, right? Everything in the sky, the celestial bodies, the planets, okay, they've been moving in cycles for all of verifiable history. The ancient cultures were obsessed with the sky. They're the ones that came up with the celestial sphere in the first place, right? They were also able to predict all of these things as well. In fact, the Saros cycle, which predicts eclipses, was created by the ancient Babylonians, who were absolutely flat earthers. Right? All of these great structures that are perfectly aligned with the celestial bodies, like the Great Pyramids, for example, these are all created by flat earthers. They knew the sky so well. They were obsessed with the sky. They came up with this celestial sphere model.
I can see these astronauts falling down at the ISS, but actually they're on an airplane from NASA. This one.
Does anyone have the side-by-side where it shows the astronauts falling down, and then next to it shows a zero-G flight ending, and it looks identical?
I forget.
Yeah,
I did try to search that one a few days ago, but
just conceptualizing this celestial sphere model. If I were on a flat Earth versus a round Earth, that celestial sphere model would basically remain the same, except it would be wider. I don't know if this is the right term. It would be wider at the equator because the Earth is bigger. It's a bigger pizza if the pizza's flat versus the pizza's round.
How do you know that?
Am I speaking English?
Celestial, I'm gonna give you the word to DJ Patinos.
Making me hungry with all this pizza talk.
Celestial sphere is a concept with a stationary Earth. Anyway, but yeah.
Like it would still be at least 180-degree slice of a sphere if I'm on a flat Earth, as opposed to a 360-degree not slice, but something else. If I were on a spherical Earth,
it's simple. A ball head has curve. You have to prove that curve, man. Do you ever hear about the Black Swan? Those two old Higgs. It's the guy did put his camera 1 foot high from water level, and you can see 12 Higgs. Just distance markers, and you can see the horizon is behind the second Owl Higg. If you count 10 miles, that means if you do the calculations, that means the radius of that ball Earth with 59 miles away, it's 67 times larger. Because you don't see the geometric horizon at 1.22 miles. You see, yeah, your ball Earth is not there in reality. How can it be 67 times larger? You say it's too big. How can it be 67 times larger? It cannot be. That's a problem. You can talk about many things, concepts, things in the sky that you see moving. But at the end, you have to prove the ground. It cannot be 67 times larger, one thing, 67 times larger? Come on.
You might have lost me a little bit with the 67 times larger concept. I was more of like trying to wrap my head around, if our parents' generation talk about
I'm on another computer, but I have all my stuff in another computer, but can someone
Yeah, I'll share it, and I'll just explain the 67 times bigger thing. All right, basically, for that observation to be possible on a globe, the radius would have to be 60 times the 3959 mile radius. So the Earth itself would have to be 67 times larger for that particular observation to be possible on a globe geometrically.
And what was the observation?
It's basically where we can see the horizon beyond 10 miles away, and the camera height's 1 foot above the surface of the water. Okay, so on a globe, the horizon should be at 1.225 miles from that observation height. Okay, but to have a horizon that's beyond 10 miles, the Earth would have to be 67 times larger. And this is pretty consistent when we go out and do long-distance observations. We can see orders of magnitude further, right? The Earth would have to be so giant that it would just appear flat.
Yeah, I mean, what you're saying interests me. I don't think I have anything to
So,
respond.
sorry,
to.
I cannot post. The because I have
Well, yeah, Miguel, I got a really good one to post for him. Dr. John D. Okay, he's got a PhD in optics. Very smart guy, and he went out to try to debunk flat earthers. And
This
he
is
took
not
a bunch
the video of the guy throwing the spear.
Spear? No. This is a
I'm looking at the
PhD
side
going
chat.
out. Oh yeah, yeah. That's Dr. John D there with his equipment, his lab equipment. All right, and then a few moments later, he's at the beach here in my GIF that I'm posting. Okay, this is all out of a high definition video that he made. All right, so what he's doing here is he's testing for the curvature. Okay, so he set his camera up at the shoreline of the ocean, and he just set it up at 3.5 feet high. Right, here's the Earth curvature calculator. Just a screenshot, right? You can go on any Earth curvature calculator and check this. Okay, so when he zooms out, you can see the windmills out in the ocean. It's a windmill farm. It's called Rampion Windmill Farm, and you can see 6 windmills. The one on the left is 8 miles away, and then each one's a little bit further until you get to the furthest one on the right there, and that's 11.2 miles away. Okay, so if you just focus on the 11.2 mile windmill, so we put that into an Earth curvature calculator. Okay, so we got distance to the object, 11.2 miles, the eye height level, which is the height of the camera on the tripod, 3.5 feet, and then the distance, so it will calculate the distance to the horizon on a globe. So the horizon should be at 2.29 miles. Anything that goes beyond the horizon should start to become obstructed behind the horizon. For example, the water, you should only be able to see the water up to the horizon line. And then all the water past the horizon line should be completely hidden behind the curvature. Right? Now, if we do the math on the 11.2 mile windmill tower, right, 52 feet of the bottom of the windmill tower should be missing. That's basically like a 5-story building worth of the bottom should be missing. Okay, but there's 0 missing of any of the windmill towers. So if you have a look at this next picture, here's a close-up of the windmill towers, so you can see what they look like. When it's low tide, we can see the black section at the bottom where the salt water stripped the paint off.
Right.
Okay, and if you have a look back up, scroll up and have a look at his observation, you'll notice that we can see the entirety of the windmill towers.
High tide, low tide.
Yeah, exactly. When it's high tide, the black section's hidden. But anyway, he did it at low tide. So here's a comparison between high tide and low tide. All right, so we can see the entirety of the windmills. Now, the bottom 30 feet of the 8 mile one should be missing, and then each one a little bit more until we get up to the last one, which is 52 feet should be missing. But we can see the water actually goes far beyond those into the distance. And then you can even see a boat out in the distance there as well. Now, he noticed the boat as well, and he jumped on the marine tracking app, and he tracked the distance to that boat. And the distance to that boat's 11.2 nautical miles, which is about 13.9 statute miles. Now, that boat should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, the horizon should be at 2.3 miles, and the boat should be hidden by 28 meters, which is...
You're talking about the boat in the GIF way beyond.
Yeah, way beyond, yeah. Yeah, the name of the boat's the Shetland Trader. And he tracked it, and then he looked up the boat, he looked up the height of the boat. He worked out the boat's about 8 foot above the surface of the water. And that there's 28 meters of hidden height. I forget what that is in feet. But here's...
Times 3. It's like 70 foot tall.
Yeah, here's the mathematics. So yeah, it's 89 feet.
Jeez.
So basically, here's a screenshot of the ship tracking radar. It's the only ship that was out there. Okay, so here it is. He actually checked 2 different ship tracking radar sites to make sure. Right, so here's a screenshot. It's showing the boat there. It's called the Shetland Trader, and it shows the distance is 12.1 nautical miles, which is about 14 miles. And then you can look up the boat. It's the Shetland Trader, and he worked out that the boat is about 7.2 meters above the surface of the water. But if you have a look at the hidden height, right, it's 27 meters hidden. So you shouldn't be able to see the boat. But the main part of the observation is the towers, the windmill towers, because they're so clear. Very easy to see. And he went back, he did it on different days. I think he did it on about 6 different days or something like that he filmed. And, this guy's an expert in the field of light propagation, refraction, optics. And he's got an 1.5-hour video that goes along with this observation where he goes over everything. He shows you his coordinates. Excuse me. Shows you his coordinates. He shows you the weather conditions, a bunch of different weather report sites, the camera setup, everything. He talks a bunch about refraction and optics and all that sort of thing. So this is the kind of observations that, we're looking for from the globe earthers. It's like, okay, they've gone out and it matches up with the globe. But what we find is that, like for Dr. John D, right, he went out to try to debunk flat earthers, and he actually was kind of forced to become a flat earther in the process. So he went on and he did a whole series of observations. He posts them on his YouTube channel. He does laser tests using different spectrums of laser beams. He does all sorts of different tests, trying to find the curvature and, just presenting the information to people. And he puts out challenges. He's like, okay, right, I want anyone to just challenge me on this evidence, debunk it. And no one's taking him up on the challenge.
The he that you're referring to is the same guy that did this GIF that you linked?
Yeah, it's I'll link his YouTube channel, and I'll link this exact video as well, if you want to check it out at some stage. It's a good observation because he picked a very, very clear day where there's no waves, and the water temperature is because the water temperature is very similar to the air temperature. We don't have any miraging effects, right? No one can say it's some extreme refraction or anything because we don't have any signs of that. We just have a nice clear day. All right, so here's the link to this specific video.
Just real quick. One of the pictures you posted, it has a bunch of arrows on it, and it talks about like the high tide mark, but the wind turbines are, obviously shorter the further they are away.
Well, if you have a look at the specifications of the windmills, they're actually all the same height. They just look like they're further away. They just look like they're smaller. Shorter. Well, they look like they're shorter just because of linear perspective, right? That's all that is. You can look up the actual heights of the windmills. They're all the same height. It's just a perspective effect. So kind of like if you look down a street and there's street lights going down the street, you see the same thing.
Our hallway.
Yeah, our hallway is a good example as well.
Yeah, I think this stuff is pretty compelling.
Yeah, we've got even longer ones than this where we've, like 21-mile lakes. I think we've got 30, 40-mile laser tests. A whole bunch of things.
I think it being over water trips me up a little bit. But like if I were just talking about the circumference of the Earth and I told you, hey, I measured flat over a 21-mile distance, or let's say 70-mile distance, I measured flat. You could still say, if you were steel manning the globe Earth, that, hey, congratulations, you found a flat patch of Earth. But the reality is that Earth is not flat. From your road trip from California to Florida, you're going to go over hills and, up hills, down hills, right?
Right. That's why, it's best to do the observations over something that's level, like water, that would have to have that curvature. So on the land, we have different topography. So we could have an area that is completely flat, or an area that's concave, or an area that's too curved, depending on the landscape. So that's why it's good to do them over something that's naturally level. Now, if you're on a globe and you're talking about level, it would be curved, right? And every point would be an equal distance to the center of the globe. And because gravity is pulling at mass, it means that the curvature rate over the surface of the water is extremely predictable. So over any 10-mile body of water, you would have to have approximately 66 feet of curvature. If gravity's real, if the globe is real, right? That's why they call it mean sea level, because it's an equal distance from the center of mass. And on a flat Earth, right, you would use it level in a different context, which would just mean flat, horizontal, a surface void of drop over distance, void of curvature. So depending, right, either one, it would still be level, but we're testing for which definition of level actually matches reality here.
Right.
And it's not, yeah.
I guess, do you have a margin of error in your head that you're okay with? Like, if I were to go to the same spot, which I'm not exactly sure where it is, but if I were to go to the same spot and measure it a different day, and obviously, 17 different, factors are different, what's your margin of error here that you're okay with me experimenting on?
Yeah, that's what we encourage people to do. Well, this is the thing. I mean, it's going to look different on different days, but you want to try to pick a nice clear day, right? Obviously, you want to pick a day where there's no waves,
humidity,
and you want to try to pick a day where you have pretty equal temperature and you have nice clear conditions and good visibility. And he's done that, and he's documented that on his channel, and he's got tons of examples where he does it on different days, and each day looks pretty similar, right? We can see the bottom black section of those towers.
Put yourself in my shoes, though. If I posted this same link and I showed a curved Earth, I honestly believe that you guys would be asking me, what's the temperature? What's the humidity? What's the diffraction index? What's the distance from object
what's the
A to
ocean
B?
swell height?
How did you measure the distance from object A to B? Are you using Google Maps? Well, Google Maps is a Mercator
Well, we're
projection.
using Google
blah, blah,
Maps.
blah.
Well, we're using Google Maps because that's what it's. This is a globe test, right? This isn't a flat Earth test. This isn't a proof, right? We're not saying here's proof that the Earth's flat. We're saying, look, according to the globe, right, there would have to be a certain amount of curvature over this distance. And when we go out and check it, we can never find the curvature. So how do we know the curvature exists in the first place? And there isn't any observations where people have gone out and it matches up with the globe. Okay, when we go out, that's how people become flat earthers, right? We encourage people go out and do their own observations, right? We're not asking people to believe us. That's the good thing about this, right? This is not like Artemis footage or something that you just have to trust it. Okay, anyone can go and find any 10-mile body of water or 20-mile body of water and go and for a pretty cheap price, they can actually go and test it themselves. And that's what we're encouraging people to just think critically, try to debunk this, go out and check it for yourself. That's what I did, man. I saw this stuff. I had the same opinion as you. Used to be a huge space nerd, right? Was into, I'm not saying you're a space nerd. I was into space documentaries and all that sort of stuff and astronomy. And anyway, I saw all of these observations. I'm like, this is crazy. Like this makes a bit of sense. So I lived on a giant lake called Lake Macquarie in Australia. and I had a boat, and I bought a camera, and I went and did a stack of different observations over about a 15-kilometer stretch across the lake. And I did it in all different weather conditions, from different observer heights, different vantage points. And I could zoom in and I could consistently see the white sand beach shoreline on the other side of the lake, which should have been hidden by 70, 80-foot curvature over that distance. So, yeah. I mean, you can go and check it for yourself. I mean, you don't need to go to this exact location. You can just go to any large body of water because if the Earth's a globe, gravity is pulling everything towards the center of mass. So sea level is called sea level. So any large body of water, right? So if you have any large body of water, even if it's up a mountain or at the ocean, it's gonna have to have approximately 66 feet of curvature over that distance. Right? The elevation hardly makes any difference. The latitude hardly makes any difference. It might change it by a point or two. Okay, so instead of 66.7 feet of curvature, there might be 66.6 feet of curvature or something. So it's still approximately 66 feet, huge amount. So when we're making these observations, we have a huge margin of error. Okay, so like this camera height would have to be, right, let's say the horizon's we can see the horizon at past 11.2 miles. But let's just say, for argument's sake, it's at 11.2 miles. To see the horizon at 11.2 miles, you would have to be at 80-foot elevation. Over 80-foot elevation to have a horizon at 11.2 miles on a globe. And he's got his camera at 3.5-foot elevation.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense, exactly. Right, check out this one. This is actually one of my favorite ones here. Discord out for a second.
Yeah, what the heck?
So, yes, this one's done. So it's good when you can find areas that have low humidity, because you can see further. Because when you have a dry air, it's there's less.
Yeah, Arizona stargazing is way different than Colorado stargazing.
Yeah, exactly. So this test was done at the Great Salt Lake in Utah, where it's pretty dry environment. And what this person did was, because you can see so far in that dry environment, he was able to go to a lake where he had a 21-mile section of the
somebody
lake.
posted this.
Yeah, I'm sure they did.
Logical.
All right. So check this out. This is the section of the lake, just from a top view of Google Earth. Right, so he's got his camera set up at the bottom of that yellow line there, and he's going to be zooming into the shoreline on the other side. It's 21 miles across. Here's another picture I took from Google Earth. I went and placed the Google Earth camera right where he was standing, basically, or just above where he was standing. And that yellow line, that's the distance marking tool, but that's his line of sight. All right, so his camera is set up at 5 feet above the surface of the water. And here's a picture of it. All right, now here's the basic math. All right, so I put in the eye height, 5 foot, and then the target. The target's 21 miles away. The target's the shoreline on the other side of the lake. That puts the horizon distance at 2.7 miles. And the target hidden height is 223 feet. So
what is the hidden height?
Hidden height is how much the shoreline should be hidden on the other side.
Oh.
So you should have the horizon at 2.7 miles. And if you draw a tangent from your eyes, or where the camera is, basically from the camera lens, straight out to intersect where the horizon is, okay, that height at the end of that intersection line at 21 miles away would have a hidden height of 223 feet. Think about it like this. Let's say you had a skyscraper on the shoreline on the other side of the lake that was 223 foot high. Then you would just be able to see the tip of it popping out from behind the horizon.
Uh,
Now,
hi everyone.
hey buddy, just hold on a second. Hold your
Okay.
question.
Okay. Go
All
on.
right, so yeah, so I'm just showing a long distance observation to my friend here. So yeah, look, he's got a friend over on the other shoreline. Just to give you some footage. So this is from another full video, by the way. Okay, so this is what it looks like on the other side of the lake. This is what he's going to be zooming into. So the shoreline that you can see, that's the target. Now, he does this observation during the daytime, and then he does it again during the nighttime as well. So here's some comparison pictures. So that's what it looks like close up. This is what it looks like from 21 miles away from behind that camera. And then this is what it looks like at nighttime, because it's even clearer at nighttime, better conditions, and there's lights on the other side of the lake.
Yeah,
So
you can tell the difference.
It's a bit clearer, yeah. Less haze, I guess. But yeah, so basically we don't see any sign of the horizon. That should be at 2.3 miles. Oh, sorry, 2.7 miles. Okay, so I drew a line here on this map. Okay, that's where the horizon should be. So you shouldn't be able to see any more water past that. And then basically you should be able to see some of the big white tower that you can see in the background sticking out from behind the horizon. But we can see the whole of the tower. We can see the shoreline. Now here's some even closer zoom footage. Right, so here's, once again, this is a close-up picture of the tower and the shoreline. And now here's a screenshot from the zoom footage at nighttime. So you'll notice that we can see that the bank, right? We can see the shoreline. We can see the reflection of the little puddles that are on the shoreline. And we can see that black section of the bank, and then we can see the entirety of the tower as well. So we don't see any curvature over this distance.
In astrophotography, you might even count your pixels. So let's assume that he took the same the photo with the same camera, nighttime and daytime, and let's say he can see the tippy top and the very bottom. You could count the pixels and compare how many pixels your camera sensor picked up.
Yeah, but look, this is off by so many orders of magnitude. It's just like you would have to have the camera height at 223 feet just to be able to see it. So it's not even a little bit off. It's like so far off. It's not funny.
Astronomical units off.
But what they did after they did these observations was the main purpose of the video was to actually do a laser propagation test. So what they did was they took the camera off the tripod. They put a high-powered laser beam on top of the tripod, and his buddy was on the other side of the lake, and he shot the laser shoreline to shoreline.
The same spot?
Same spot, exact same spot. Yep.
You better link me this YouTube channel.
Yeah, I think yeah, I'll just tag you because Logical Observations already tagged it.
Okay, I see it. I see Logical.
Cool. Yeah, so this was done by a guy named Taboo Conspiracy. I think he's an attorney, and his friend, who's an engineer, is on the other side of the lake.
Logical Observations?
It's mirrored on Logical Observations YouTube channel, but it's the original video is on a YouTube channel called Taboo Conspiracy, and that's the guy that you can see in the video there. He's the one that did it. So they did the laser test after this as well, and they were able to detect the laser from 21 miles away at 5 foot height. And here's a picture of the laser detection. So not only could they see the laser, they could actually see the reflection of the laser on the water as well. So I don't know if you know much about how the law of reflection works, but you shouldn't be able to see the reflection if it's hidden behind 223 foot of curved water.
You're basically saying the reflection off the top of the water?
Yeah, you can see like a faint reflection where the laser is reflecting off the laser beam's not touching the water. It's just the mirrored reflection from the bright laser beam being seen mirroring off the off the water. The laser's horizontal, and it's 5 foot above the surface. But the laser test is just kind of like an icing on the cake, in my opinion. I like the observation better because you can really see what's going on.
I like the photo of the 2.7 mile horizon. Like,
yeah,
on the
that's the
scale
crazy
of things. That's insane.
It really is. And that horizon would physically and geometrically have to be there. If you have a look at this diagram was made by Dr. John D from that last video. But if the Earth was a globe, the horizon is this, essentially. Right? So basically, a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. And so it would be the tangent from the observer's eye, basically intersecting with the surface of the Earth. So from a 5 foot observation height, it would be at 2.7 miles. And it's something that would have to be there physically, geometrically. It would be impossible for it not to be there. But, it's not there in reality, so.
Say it again. It would be impossible for it not to be there. We're talking about the geometric horizon.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a physical byproduct of the globe. It's a physical feature, right? It's okay. So picture it like this: like between point A and point B, there's X amount of curvature. So that means that there has to be a horizon. Yeah. So it would have to be there. That horizon would have to be there. Basically, think about it like this. This is an analogy. If the person that's standing where the camera is has the Titanic, right? The ship, the Titanic that sunk, which was 175 feet tall, right? If he had that next to him and that Titanic was going to sail over to the other side of the lake, then once the Titanic got to the horizon, which would be the maximum distance you could see the water, as it went past that 2.7 mile horizon, the bottom of the Titanic would start to disappear behind the physical curvature of the Earth. By the time it got to 10 miles, halfway across, the bottom 66 feet of the Titanic would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, physically hidden. And then by the time it got to the 21-mile shoreline on the other side, the entire Titanic would be completely blocked and hidden behind the horizon. That's how much curvature is missing. And that might be an easier way to picture how it would have to be there on a globe because of the way they say gravity works, right? Water is level, and all of the water is all of the matter is being pulled towards the center of mass. So that curvature has to be there, that exact amount. It's not like you could have one flat lake by chance.
And we might have like a margin of, it's a full moon today on this month. But
well, that's not going to change the shape of the Earth. Okay, so this is the argument that some globe earthers say. Okay, they say because it's at 4,200 foot elevation, then that would make the radius of the Earth a little bit more. But when you look it up, you say, okay, if you were to work out the radius of the Earth from 4,200 foot elevation height, then if you look at the math, it's like instead of 3,959 mile radius, it's like 3,959 point something, 3,959.6. So then you're doing your math based off a slightly different radius value. So instead of there being 293 foot of curvature over that distance, now there's 293.6 or something. It's like not even worth taking into consideration.
Sure.
And then the other argument they say is that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, and it's not perfectly round. So they say it's a little bit fatter at the equator and a little bit.
I've heard that.
Yeah, so the radius is a little bit greater if you go around the equator, and if you do a pole to pole, like North Pole to South Pole circle, then it's a little bit less. But it only changes by a tiny little bit. I think it only changes by 10 or 20 miles or something like that. So if you take that into account, it's just it's like the 28 miles. There we go.
Yeah.
So over a 21-mile distance, taking that into account, it's just a matter of a point or two. Right? So instead of 293 foot of curvature, it's like 293 point something, 292 point something. It doesn't really make much of a difference. And the only excuse that the globe earthers could come up with is to say that somehow there's some magical condition where the light somehow makes the earth look like it's flat during the daytime, during the nighttime, all these different locations all over the earth, right? All the hundreds of different tests we've done, somehow light is deceiving us and making the globe appear flat. So that's the only rebuttal. There is no other rebuttal. And obviously that's an absurd claim, right? To say that somehow that geometric horizon that should be at 2.7 miles, it's not really there. I mean, it's really there, but you can't see it. It's just invisible and everything just looks flat. Anyway, man, appreciate the convo. What did he say? He has to go to work. Okay, cool.
I posted a link in side chat, and it was like a random video I saw on a,
Yeah, I've
probably a
already
month ago
analyzed
or
that
something.
video. Is that the
Oh,
one where he
shit.
shows him? Is that the one where he shows him the boat over the horizon?
Yes. Like he hired a sailboat to go out X miles out to sea, and we're gonna use my
Yeah.
Sea Star, which is a telescope that I have. And he's like, we're gonna use this telescope to prove the Earth is round, and I'm gonna change your mind.
Right. So I'm just scrolling, and as soon as I find the screenshot, I'll just debunk the video with one screenshot from Jack Gordon's video, and it'll make sense to you as well. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Oh, I found it. Here it is. All right. You can even see the timestamp. All right. So I don't know. I highly doubt this flat Earth. This flat Earth is either like just some new guy that's never really looked into it, or he's just one of that dude's
And to
buddies.
be fair, I'm not. I don't know him.
But I'm sure you're not really advocating for the video. It's just something to go over, right? But if you have a look at the video, what's happening is there's actually an inferior mirage taking place. And if you have a look at the screenshot I posted, when they're saying that, oh, look, the bottom of the boat's missing. Well, where's the bottom of the boat? Because we can see a huge gap between the sails and where the water is. So that's called an inferior mirage. And that happens.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt.
Mm-hmm.
This screenshot that you posted, is this something you already had in your firing line, or did you just take the screenshot and just post this?
No, I had this saved already because someone else shared this video some other time.
That's funny. That makes me feel unoriginal.
Oh yeah, we've heard most. There's only so many videos that are flat Earth debunk videos, and we've heard.
Well, you're so unoriginal. You believe in a globe. Take that.
Okay, let me be clear. I am so skeptical of government, and I know people lie to me. I want. Maybe I don't want, but I don't know. I'm skeptical. I'll just say that. And so when I think about flat Earth, I'm like skeptical with you guys, but I think it's been my astronomy, kick lately that makes me be like, oh my God, you guys are full of shit. Like I have a model. You guys don't have a model. You guys measure Earth flat. Well, if I measure Earth curved, how many miles does it take to, what's the margin of error? I don't know. I feel like maybe I'm a little bit too drunk to have a conversation tonight.
Or you're trying to find excuses for it not to be flat.
Of course I want to be comfy. Who doesn't?
Yeah, this is the thing. I mean, if you look into it, like I was going over earlier, the globe was created by making observations of the sky, and it's going to match up with it because that's where it came from. But when we actually go and test, now you've probably heard this a bunch, right? Don't mistake the map for the territory. Maps are tools. Maps have particular uses, but people start to get into trouble once they start mistaking the map for the territory. The maps that we have of a globe Earth are great tools that originated from mapping the celestial sphere onto specific locations on the Earth. So they'll be like, okay, when Polaris is at this amount of degrees visible in the sky, that's at this point on the Earth. Okay, and then they write that down. And then they say, okay, when this star's at this ground position on the Earth, then they're going to plot it down, right? So they're going to keep taking elevation angles to the stars and plotting down exactly where on the Earth the ground position of that star is at a particular time. And then over time, they're going to turn that into a coordinate system. And it's not because the ground is actually that shape. It's because they've envisioned the sky as an imaginary celestial sphere, which we went over earlier. Okay, and they're plotting it out based on that celestial sphere. It's probably a whole bunch to wrap your head around, but once it clicks, you'll be like, "Oh, damn!" So
they're thinking that they see it, that they think that it appears like a sphere because they're standing on one.
But if it were not a sphere, if what I'm living in is a lie, eventually this model would prove itself, incomplete. Correct?
What model?
Well, yeah,
like
it's
the
not
celestial
really.
sphere. Where's Venus tomorrow? Where's Venus 6 months from now?
It's always the
That's
same.
not plotted out by understanding the Earth as a sphere. It's not.
I think it is.
No,
No,
it's the other way around. Think about it like this, right? This is a super simplified way of explaining how they came up with the globe model. Right? Someone stands under Polaris, and it's right above them. Okay, so they say this is 0 degrees, and then they move away 60 miles, and then it's 1 degree lower in the sky. Okay, and they plot that out, and then they keep doing that until they get near the equator, and then they can't see Polaris anymore. So now they've plotted out those first set of coordinates based on the elevation angles that they're taking to Polaris, and because they can't see Polaris anymore, they mirror that in the south, and then bam, voila, you've got a globe. You've got a spherical coordinate system.
Yeah, because that's your equator. As soon as Polaris hits the horizon, you're on the equator, right?
Yep.
Yeah. That's the only
look,
way
this
to
is-
determine you're on the equator. So, because of the sky.
So even if you go on Stellarium, or if you go on university websites,
Super popular program.
Yeah. So have a look in the side chat, right? This is how it's taught in university. This is how the way that you see the sky is taught. They say that you should assume the ground is an infinite plane, and that circle around you is called your celestial equator, or your azimuthal grid of vision. It's a circle around you. And that depending on where you're standing on the Earth, you'll see the stars taking a particular path over your head. For example, the top one, that's how you'll see the stars behaving if you're standing at the equator. You can see the north is at 0 degrees. Right? And same with the south. And you'll see all the stars making that particular pattern.
sorry to interrupt.
Yep. Yeah.
When you say, I'm looking at the GIF right now, and I'm totally vibing, for lack of a better word. Like, this is what I understand to be real, to be true. You know, Polaris is in the north, but it's not exactly north. And depending where you are, you know, for example, if I'm in Minnesota versus Texas, you know, if I want to, you know, align my telescope to be in equatorial mode, I point my telescope further, you know, down the further north I am. So if I'm in Texas, I can point it a little bit higher up. But if I'm in, you know, Minnesota, I point it a little bit further down. So I follow what you're saying that far. But when you say 0 degrees, where is 0 degrees in this? Where is 0 degrees in this GIF? 90 degrees is above my head, right?
Yeah, so if you exactly. So 0 degrees is when it's at the equator, at 0 degrees relative to your position. So if you have a look at
straight north, right next to the N.
Yeah, exactly. So hold on just a second. So have a look at what I just posted. All right, so if you're standing at the equator and you faced north, you're going to see the North Star, right? You can't actually see it, but that's where the North Star should be, right? Just like you see this little animation. And then if that little man turns around and faces south, he'll see the same thing in the south, facing south. Now, if he starts to move closer towards the north, the northern hemisphere, the northern part of the Earth, then have a look at the next animation. Now, all of a sudden, that North Star will start to move higher up in his field of view. Think about it like a long street of streetlights, and they're all the same height. And you're standing under one of the streetlights. Think of that as Polaris. You can name the streetlight Polaris. Now, as you move away from that streetlight, it's going to start to get lower in your field of view. Once you get a certain distance away from it, it's going to be at 0 degrees. And that you can plot that out the same way they plot out the celestial sphere. Even though you're standing on a flat street and the streetlights are all the same height, due to the way your perspective works, kind of like the hallway example, it looks like it gets lower and lower in the sky. Eventually, you can plot out basically like that dome of perspective that you can see. It's not real, it's just imaginary, but that's the way that we see due to perspective. Now think about this analogy. Let's say you traveled out into the middle of the ocean on a canoe, and you look around you 360 degrees. You can see the horizon at the exact same distance. Even look at the little animation while I'm explaining that. Imagine that guy, he's out in the center of the ocean. It's flat, right? Just depict a flat earth here. It doesn't matter. Okay, so that little guy's on a canoe, and that green stuff is the water, and he's looking around him, so he can see the horizon at a certain distance, every single degree. And if he plots that out, it's going to make a circle of vision, right? The horizon is a circle around the observer. And then now let's imagine that he has a plane. Now a plane's going to come from the north, and it's going to come up from the horizon, and it's going to go over the top of his head. An airplane, yeah. So just picture it. And now we're going to imagine it's got a big contrail coming out from behind it that just stays in the sky. Okay, even though that airplane is staying at 35,000 feet the whole way over his head, it's going to, due to the way that our perspective works, right? Think of like the hallway example. It appears to converge from the vanishing point, which is the horizon, and it's going to look like it goes up and takes a big arc over the top of his head, and then he can turn around and watch it go away towards the south, and it's going to do the same thing. It's going to look like it's going down and converging with the horizon due to perspective. Now imagine that contrail stays up in the sky. So you've got your circular horizon that you've drawn around you, and now you've got a big giant arc that goes up over the top of your head. Now imagine he turns 1 degree to the right, and another plane does the same thing. Okay? The plane goes over the top of him, leaves a big contrail. And now picture 360 planes, right? 1 each degree, just doing the same path over the top of his head. Now, all of a sudden, we've got this exact situation here, just like what we're seeing with this dome of vision. So the way that we see, due to perspective, makes a hemispheric perspective projection above our head. It's not real. It's just the way that we see things due to the way our natural perspective works. So picture the same thing with
you blew my mind
celestial
there.
bodies.
You blew my mind there. When I'm looking at this GIF of the green land, it's a circle. You know, if I'm a plane at 35,000 feet, in my head, it would be a straight line, and that altitude would be a straight line as compared to if I were on the total east side versus the west side. It'd just be a straight line.
Yeah.
Why would it be a curve even if we lived on a flat Earth?
Well, because of the way our perspective works.
Perspective?
Because of linear perspective. Yeah, well, I'll show you a diagram so it makes sense. Just a second.
I like this stuff. Thank you for taking your time and
no problem at all, man.
Real.
Go. All right, linear perspective.
Like, okay, in this GIF of the green guy, of the green land around this guy, like I could imagine 35,000 feet above this guy's head, it would still be a straight line east to west. But the argument is, if I were just this infinitesimal point on the Earth is big, people are small, it would appear circular because I'm looking in the celestial sphere. 35,000 feet.
Well, the sky would
that
look
remains constant.
Yeah. The ground's going to look like it's flat because it is flat, right? But the sky is going to look like it's curving. Now have a look at this. Now what this guy's done. This is from a video, but this is just to give you a basic analogy. Okay, so he basically he's set up a string horizontally across his kitchen bench, and he's put the camera up at the height of the string, and he's sliding that little light across the string. Now the light and the string look like it's horizontal, right? And it's going at the same altitude. Now picture that's a plane or whatever, or a star or a celestial body. Just keep it simple. Just picture it's just this situation here. Now all of a sudden what he does, he takes it from the celestial perspective and he puts the camera down on the bench. Now all of a sudden, when he's looking up at that light that's moving horizontally across the sky, just like the plane would be, now all of a sudden it looks like that line is going down. Sharply, it looks like it's going down. It looks like that light is going down, even though the only thing that changed was the perspective changing from a celestial view to now all of a sudden it's a terrestrial view like we have when we're looking at the sky. So just basic linear perspective, that's why even if the plane's just going at the same height straight across the sky, due to the way that your perspective works, everything's going to look like it converges into the horizon, into the vanishing point.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
You're right.
Everything you're saying to me is hitting. But I guess as I'm following this, he has a red light globe kind of. It's an interesting light. I don't know what he has in his hand. But I follow what you're saying. Like, this is a straight line across, tied from chair to chair across this kitchen sink. And then if I just change my perspective, it looks like it's going down. I follow that. But the eventuality in which this light goes around my back and it rises from the left to the right. Hopefully you're following what I'm saying right now.
Yeah, I am.
Because in the image, it looks like it's going from left to right down. If it goes around my back and back from left to right up, like that would lead credence to the fact that we're on a globe, right? Because like if this light were Venus, it eventually goes around us. Would we agree on that?
Well, you could explain it just fine on either one. Yeah, I'll give you an example right now. So check this out. This will make perfect sense to you. So have a look at this now. Where are we? English Hub. All right. So I just went on Google. I just typed in streetlights. Okay. Now have a look at these streetlights. Now let's say that these streetlights. Just say this was a giant racetrack that was 1,000 miles around in a giant circle. Okay, and you're standing here, and to you, it looks like those streetlights are going down and they're converging with where the horizon is. Now, imagine those streetlights take a big giant loop and they meet up with the streetlights that are behind you. So now you turn around and you see the same thing. You see the streetlights going away from you behind you as well. Right? So it's like the same example I gave you as before. You've got a big arc due to perspective with the streetlights. Now, those streetlights didn't have to go down around a globe Earth, right? They're just going in a circle, a flat circle in a big circuit around you. But it looks like they're going down. It looks like they're converging with the horizon due to the way the perspective works. Now, imagine those streetlights were on a big, like a rail, and they were actually moving, and it was just one streetlight on a big rail. Okay, you're going to look at the streetlight. Now change the streetlight to a plane. Now all of a sudden the plane is attached to the rail, and it's going to look like it goes down, 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 even though it's the same height the whole way. Okay, and then it's going to go around in the big circuit, and then say it's going at a certain speed, and you turn it around, and you're going to see it come back to you again. It's going to do the same thing. It's going to rise in the east, and it's going to set in the west, right? Like if it was a celestial body or a plane that was doing an east to west circle or anything like that. So you could explain it on a globe, or you could explain it just fine on a flat Earth if you take perspective into account.
Not trying to be thick. I see the lights. I see how they kind of look like they're going down. But when you talk about them going in a loop and somehow rising from my left to my right, if the photo you posted is from left to right, you get what I'm saying? Like, I missed the part where they go, down, 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 which I see in the photo, to where they go around. How does that make sense?
Right, because you have a limited perspective. So let's just say that you're standing on that street, and that the furthest street light that you can see just say it's 5 miles away. Just doesn't. It's not that far. It's not that.
Yeah.
Okay, so just imagine this street kept going for 500 miles further, and all the streetlights, just imagine it was perfectly flat, and all of these streetlights at the same height. Right? You can only see a certain amount of streetlights due to your perspective limitations, right? It's going to converge into what's called a vanishing point due to perspective. So you can't see. So it looks like the streetlights are going down, and then they meet at the horizon. You can't see them anymore, even though they keep going. Right? If you were to keep moving forward, you'll see more and more streetlights. Right? The vanishing point will keep moving forward away from you. Now imagine that street, that flat street that's 500 miles long. Now imagine it takes a turn, right? And you can't see it, right? You can only see where you're standing. You can only see anything in your particular range of perspective. But that track goes straight in a straight line, and then it takes a big circuit, and those streetlights keep going around in a big circuit. You can't see them. Okay, and then that circuit meets back up again, right? Let's say you turn around, face the other direction, and you've got another stretch of road behind you that meets up with that circuit. Okay, and when you turn around and look behind you, you see the same thing, right? You see all of the streetlights, they look like they're going down and converging with that vanishing point again. Now, all of those streetlights are the same height, but from your perspective, it looks like you're seeing a big arc of streetlights above you, very, very similar to what you can see with the motion of these stars here, just on a different scale. Does it make sense?
I think I am following you.
Right, look at this picture as well. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
If I were to follow this street, I'm still looking at the street lights example. If I were to follow this street and I, you and I are in the car, we're keeping the steering wheel straight. On a globe Earth, I would be able to keep the steering wheel straight and I'd eventually end up in the same spot. But on a flat Earth, that is never true, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. But in reality, right, it sounds cool as a thought experiment on a smaller scale. But in reality, no one's able to actually just go in a straight line for a huge amount of distance.
We agree.
So what you would have to do is use a compass, for example, and then you could go east, right? And you could do an east to west circumnavigation, but that would be a big circle, even though it would feel like you were going in a straight line because of how big the scale is. You would have to keep adjusting to the left or the right, depending if you're going east or west. And it would eventually make it just a big circle around, and you would come back to where you started again. Now, what wouldn't work on a flat Earth is if you did go in a straight line. Let's say you're still using a compass, because you need a compass, okay, if you want to navigate over the oceans or something, or you need to follow the stars. But let's say we're using a compass. Now we're going to go, instead of going east to west, right, so hold on a second. It's easier if I put an illustration in the side chat, which I have already made somewhere here. All right, here we go. Right, just to make it easier to wrap your head around.
Being dumb for a second. If taking this car example, I'm not turning my steering wheel for as long as I can. The longest straight line I can make in a globe would be something like Pakistan to Russia, to East Russia. And I'm not driving a car, I'm like sailing a boat at this point, but my point remains is that I'm not steering the steering wheel and I make as much of a big loop as I can, taking into account,
the problem is
land and
how would you know you're going in a straight line? Because then you've got ocean currents.
I guess I'm thinking about my steering wheel. I'm not thinking about ocean currents.
Yeah, so you could be not going in a straight line at all.
Impossible.
Yeah,
well,
it really
you know
is.
what? You steer your boat. Let me steer mine, and quit judging.
Well, because think about it, the only way you're going to know which direction you're going is with a compass, because you're going to have to correct, right? So you can't go in a straight line.
The thing that annoys me about a compass is that my understanding is, true north is different from magnetic north, and B, there's different magnetic properties of Earth. So if I'm near, Patagonia in South America, north might be different on my handheld magnetic compass.
Because you got to use Russia. Because you got to use a
it's not always accurate
map, right?
Exactly, man. So it's going to be even harder to go in a straight line.
It's going to be even some matrix.
Yeah, because you've got different magnetic declinations, right?
Map?
Yeah, you've got an area in the south that you're actually facing west, but the compass says you're facing south. Now, take that on board, right? That's weird.
I agree that that's weird and that's complicated and it's annoying, but help me. Why? I guess when you brought up using the compass, why did you say that when you know that this exists, that it's not?
No, it was just to say, because you said going in a straight line, so I just wanted to butt in and say it's impossible for you to go in a straight line.
That's it, right?
There's a difference between going in a straight line and going in a straight direction, and a lot of people confuse the two.
When you say direction, are you talking about northeast, southwest, or what do you mean?
Correct.
Direction.
Yeah, they're the only directions you've got, right?
I don't know. I mean,
what
you
other
guys
directions?
definitely have my mind turning. But if I were in a car and I just kept the steering wheel straight,
so you're talking about going in a straight line. So all directions are off the table. You are just travelling in a straight line. This has never been completed on your belief ball tard.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Like it's impossible.
Yeah, it is.
But
even in a plane,
I'm
it's
just,
not possible.
Yeah, exactly.
tell
Even more
me
difficult on the water.
Well,
in a plane, you have
in my head
in the
it would make
ocean.
sense.
Well, not really, because in a plane, you have jet streams and wind currents and things like that. So just like you have the ocean currents in the ocean on a boat, you're going to run into the same problems in the air with the air currents. So
Well, that's fucking annoying.
On the ground, you can't do it in a car. Obviously, you can't do it on foot. You can't do it in a car because you're going to run into a shopping mall or something. Okay, and because the roads aren't straight.
And then you got a problem with distance on water as well. So you don't know how far you've gone.
Yep.
Very difficult.
But we did drift off from the streetlights example we were talking about.
Here is mine ticking. Oh, sorry, that's my indicator.
He's gone to the toilet. He's gonna test which way the flush goes.
As long as he puts an X on his shoulder, so we get the right one back.
Yeah, just walk around in a circle. You end up back in the same place. You've done well though, DJ. How long has this been? Like 3 hours, something like that?
Yeah, too long.
I admire you.
Jeez.
You don't mind the 2 or 3 hours. It's when you get the hard reset and do the same thing with the same guy tomorrow. That's when it comes annoying.
That confused him.
Okay, rejected on the surface if you wish. But if we were on a flat Earth
Rejected
versus a spherical Earth, my celestial sphere would have different angles compared to your celestial sphere on a flat Earth.
That's correct.
Correct?
That's correct, because we're both in different places. And it's observer-centric. And because I'm not sitting on your shoulders, we are both going to observe different things.
Good morning. On my spherical Earth model, I can predict Jupiter's going to be best for you to view in southern Australia on this month.
Yes,
and
because it repeats itself all the time.
Well, time out. I would be able to predict this better if I were living in my reality of round Earth
It's
for
still the
flat
same.
Earth, right? Like
no,
we'd be able
the
to
shape, the shape of the
cross-compare
ground.
models.
The shape of the ground has no relevance to your ability to predict a light traveling in circles in the sky. It's cyclic. You just follow the cycle and go, oh, look, this is when it's going to happen next. Ta-da! That's got no bearing on the shape of the ground.
But to be clear, the circle that light is making is a different geometric measurement than the
It's not
circle
related
that
to the
same
ground,
light is
bro.
making
It's
on a
got
flat
nothing
Earth
to
versus round
do
Earth.
with the shape of the ground. It will still do its pattern, whether we're on a hill, whether it's flat, whether you think you live on a ball tart or not. It's still going to do its same pattern. So you saying it's predictable because of Earth being a ball is a falsity.
Yeah, I think I see where you're coming from. You're still stuck that we think that up in the sky, in the vacuum of space, are planets floating around an Earth.
Oh, come on. I'm not talking about like I guess I don't know. On the scale of like Egyptian mythology, you're talking about like some of the fundamental stuff. I'm still talking about surface level stuff. Like who cares if we're
like
talking
lights
about
in the sky,
is
right?
Saturn real or not? I'm talking about
like lights in the sky doing things. Yeah.
Measurable things. Like the lights in the sky, I can predict are under my feet today, but going to be above my head tomorrow.
Right. You will look them up and
The
you'll
apps
say
I
it'll be in
use.
this position. Yes, because it's been happening for thousands of years. The same thing.
So
Expand
ask
on
yourself
that.
a question. Is it a prediction or a post-diction?
Do you think that a
the
prediction
ancient
and a
cultures-
post-diction are a big difference?
Yes.
Like philosophically?
One you predict and one you post-dict because it's happened before.
I think I disagree with you on a fundamental level because
That's
of
fine.
this fact that I can't verify. And so, cut me down
that's
as
all
you
right.
wish.
No, that's
But
fine.
my predisposition is Polaris is the northern star right now, but it wasn't always that.
How do you know that?
Yeah, no, I think this is where I show, I show face. I don't know that for certain because I wasn't alive, but my understanding is that
Who told you that?
Okay, if you're really asking, I'll answer, but I don't think you're really asking.
No, I'm really asking.
Okay,
Who told you
I
that?
saw this YouTube video once about these rocks placed down in New Zealand that showed here's what our constellations look like when, and I forget the name off the top of my head, but it was a different northern star. It was a different, like a North Star, to be clear.
Yeah, so there's a correlation between rocks on the ground and the sky, right?
Yeah, like we're talking about like early civilization. We're
Yeah, so
reading
what's
between the lines a lot.
so New Zealand can't see Polaris. So how do they know what was the northern star then?
Okay, let me backtrack. If you're going to be fair to me, give me some credence.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
might
I'm
not have
not.
been New Zealand, but I guess do you disagree with like this is the mainstream view
I'm saying,
that
okay,
Polaris
people
wasn't
can.
always the northern star
It is the mainstream
in
view.
human
Yeah,
history.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. So you get what I'm going for.
Yes.
Okay, don't fuck with me about like, oh, was it New Zealand? Are you sure? Like, come on. Like, get okay.
All right, all right. Well, maybe get your facts straight before you start making claims, and then I won't pull you up on them.
Hey, I'm here to learn. I'm here
All
to
right.
learn.
Me too. We all are.
Look, man, you almost had it. You drifted a little off track when we were almost at the end of the perspective conversation. Now, you see things appearing to rise in the east and set in the west due to the way your perspective works, and that works just fine on a flat surface. Or you could think that it's a globe model, and really you're the one that's turning. Now, when we actually go out and test over the surface of the Earth, we can't find any curvature. So the perspective explanation works much better in reality than the curved Earth that we can't detect any curvature of, which you saw earlier. But you get how perspective works, how things look like they go down and converge into the horizon, not because they're actually converging into the horizon, but because of the way your eyes work. The
I'm
ancients were
taking
able to
myself.
predict.
Okay,
Where you-
I won't take long. I'm taking myself and I'm looking at this green, star map as it revolves around Earth. The GIF, obviously, I'm sold on. Like, this is gospel. This is truth. I don't know if it is, but I'm taking it as gospel. If I put my stick figure further north, further south, and dead on the equator, my celestial sphere is going to be different, correct?
That's correct. It's observer dependent. Everyone will see it unique to where they're standing. And this is the way that it's still taught in universities as well. So you are supposed to place yourself at the center. And then depending on where you're standing on the Earth, or the center of your hemispheric dome.
Yep. Perceivable universe. Yep. That's right.
Yep. So depending on where you're standing, you'll see the stars operate in a certain way, depending on where you're standing. Right? Same with the streetlights example that you saw earlier. If you look up and you see one of those particular streetlights above your head, and then you look down the street and you see them going, and then you turn around and you see the same thing happening, they look like they're going down again. Imagine if there's some other dude standing further down the street. Okay, he can see a different streetlight directly up above his head. And the one that's above your head, right, might look like it's down really low. Okay, so he can see the same streetlights, but he can see them from a unique perspective because he's in a different location on the street. Right? But we both see them setting in the distance, appearing to set because of the way perspective works, even though all of the streetlights are just the same distance above the head of the observer, right? Say they're all 10-meter streetlights. It's just perspective. So you see, just like with the plane example, right? You see a plane, let's say a plane's coming from the east. You'll see a plane rise in the east and set in the west if it goes straight over the top of you. But the plane didn't change height. Same thing will happen with the clouds. Same thing will happen with the sun. Same thing will happen with the stars and the moon. Just perspective. They hijacked perspective, basically.
Ignoring celestial bodies for a second. you said if I see a plane in the east and then it goes directly over the top of my head 90 degrees and it goes west, from east to west, I'm basically seeing a airplane sunset.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah,
And
but
if
the plane isn't
it's
changing
90 degrees
height.
above my head. Now tomorrow it's there's two planes, 91 degree and 89 degree. They're still setting in my celestial sphere, but they're in two totally different spots. And depending on where they started from and where they ended matters on I guess I'm thinking about that 9189. If my model tells you they're going to, I don't know, Taiwan. I don't know if that's exactly under me right now, but they go from one is in 89 degrees of my vision, the other one's 91 degrees of my 90-degree vision to the zenith of my spot on Earth.
Yeah, they're not going under the horizon, just like the streetlights. They're not going under the horizon. You just can't see them anymore because they're going beyond your vanishing point due to perspective. Now, look, let me show you. This will make sense. I was looking for this earlier. Check out this video. This is a cool video. Now, don't hit play yet. Okay, now have a look. This is a guy standing on the runway, and from his perspective down on the runway, it looks like those clouds are going down and converging with the horizon. And also due to perspective, it looks like the ground is ramping up and they're meeting at the eye line or the eye height of the observer. And that's the way our perspective works. Now, when you hit play on the video, he's going to take off in his little plane and watch what happens to... Yeah, press play. So now what you're going to see... Yeah, I'll push play at the same time. Well, yeah.
Mute it.
It's a very cool video. Okay, so now it's like that example across the kitchen bench. So those same clouds that look like they were converging down and look like they were going down towards the horizon, once he gets up to the level of the clouds, all of a sudden they're completely flat. They weren't going down at all. It was just due to his perspective that it looks like they were going down. Once he goes up higher, you see, oh shit, that cloud deck wasn't actually going down. The only reason it looked like it was going down at the start of the video is due to perspective. Once he takes off in the plane, it's like, oh, it's actually flat cloud deck.
In the side chat, I see before I press play, I'm looking at the runway. If I were to draw the picture of the runway on my art paper in front of me, I wouldn't draw straight lines up. I would draw not curved, angled lines towards the middle because we're seeing perspective. This runway might be 30 feet wide, but as I look 100 feet across the runway, the angular resolution might only be a few, it might only look 2 feet in my perspective. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that it looks like the clouds are going down towards the horizon, but they're not doing that. They're actually a flat deck parallel to the ground. The ground's flat. Yeah, look at the picture below it. This is what I'm talking about.
Okay, so pressing play matters. Okay, I was reading too much into the paused part, the beginning part. I agree.
Yeah.
Like this video, this looks like fucking flat as fuck. There's no arguing that.
Yeah, so look at the picture underneath the video. Okay, those clouds look like they're going down, but really that's just a flat cloud deck parallel to the flat ground, and it looks like the ground's going up as well. Even though the ground is just flat, the cloud deck's flat, they're parallel to each other, right? Like two slices of a sandwich. And you're in between looking at them, but from your perspective, it looks like they're converging into a vanishing point. And then there's a great example underneath.
This is hallway stuff. Yeah, this is hallway stuff.
Well, look, the hallway's overlaid over a real horizon. the ocean. It's the same
Agreed.
thing. It's just the way our perspective sees things. Now, if this person was to turn around 360 degrees, that horizon is a big circle around the observer. And that's exactly the same as what I was showing you in the way that the celestial sphere is taught, even in university today, right? Have a look at this. This is the same scene. This is the same thing. The person, if that person looking out at the beach was to turn around, right? Just say they were out in the middle of the ocean on a canoe. They turn around, they see a circle of vision, a circular horizon. Okay, and then the clouds will make a big giant hemispheric dome of perspective over the top of you, just like we gave the example with the plane. Just like you could give the
But it
same
wouldn't be
example.
flat. Going back to that video you just showed me, in this GIF, those clouds that he was flying over would be curved to some extent, correct?
Yeah, but when he gets
scale
when he
of the
gets
GIF.
up when he gets up to the level of the clouds, you can see they're actually flat. They only look curved because of
100% agreed.
yeah.
It looks
So
flat to me.
So yeah, so the clouds that look like they're curved from the ground only look like they're going down, only look like they're curving downward because of the way our perspective works. Really,
you miss me.
Mhm.
I'm saying they would look curved if we were to take into account the scale of the GIF you're sharing about the
No.
guy on the green grass with the celestial bodies above him. Like that stick figure is probably the size of
Why would it look curved just
Japan
because of your
itself.
scale? Why does it magically become curved when you insert scale into it? It doesn't. It sees exactly the same as you see now.
Listen. When I'm looking at this GIF of the stick figure on the green plane, it's a
Yeah.
curved celestial sphere, right? Like they're going in a circle at the southern hemisphere, they're going in a circle at the northern, and they're going
The
in
reason
a
it's
circle from east to
represented
west.
like that is because that's how we see perspective. When you're standing in a particular spot, it ramps down in every. It doesn't matter which direction you face, it ramps down, and it behaves the same as a hemisphere.
Agreed.
So
But
how
that's
does
not
that
true.
magically make the green bit curved? It
But
doesn't.
hear me out. Hear me out. If this stick figure in the GIF on the side chat is on, Kansas, USA, and then I give you another GIF, it's exactly the same but different celestial bodies on,
Yeah,
what's on
and
the
why
opposite
did
side
DJ
of
say that earlier?
Kansas?
He told you the
Brazil.
reason for that.
I don't know what's on the. Let's say it's Australia or somewhere out in the middle of the ocean of Australia. It's the opposite side of the Earth, and it shows the opposite
That's
side
a
of the
claim that you've got to
celestial body.
validate. All it's doing is that green section, extend it out further and draw another bubble over that dude. That's it.
Exactly.
Say it one more time. You lost me there. Draw another bubble.
The green bit is bigger. You seem to think it's a sphere. It is just a lot larger. That bubble represents the available visual distance of that particular person. If I put you on that map also, you will have your own itty bitty little bubble over you. And if I was to put me on the map, I would have my own itty bitty little bubble over me. Maybe our two bubbles link together. I don't know. Maybe we're too far apart. But it's all observer centric. That's the bit you're missing.
Yep, that's right. Exactly. Look, I got a super simple way for you to imagine it using these exact examples. All right, so look at this one. And now imagine you are standing at the equator. You're in Thailand. This is exactly how you will see the stars operating in the sky if you're standing in Thailand or anywhere at the equator. Now, let's say you go, now all of a sudden, you're just going to change your location to North America. Okay, now all of a sudden, this is how, right? You will see your stars now like this. The ground's still flat, but now all of a sudden, the angle to the sky has changed. So now that North Star that was on the horizon, it's now a certain amount of degrees up in the sky because you're closer to it. Now let's say now you go to Australia. All right, so now you're going to go to Australia, and it will be Yeah, that's where I'm from, but I'm in Europe at the moment. But now, look, let's say you're in Australia, and now say that star that you can see, that central point of rotation, let's say that's the southern point of rotation, right, where Sigma Octantis is. So the only thing that's
Never heard
changed
of
is
that.
it's a star allegedly that you can't see it, but that's like the southern skies version of Polaris.
Say the
There's
name
two
again.
Sigma Octantis. Polaris is
I was just curious about that.
Yeah. It's like, it's meant to be like the South Star, the one closest to the southern point of rotation.
Sure.
But the only thing that's changing here is that you're just changing your location on the flat plane, right? And that's going to change the way that you see these stars, because the stars are moving in a particular cycle, right? We got two celestial poles in the sky, and in the north, right, the stars are going to be moving east to west around the North Star Polaris, and then in the south, they're going to be moving also east to west around the southern celestial pole, right, which is close to where
So
Sigma
just to be
Octantis
clear,
is.
in the second, you posted 3 GIFs recently. The second gift, it says NCP at the top, and I imagine that is like the northern hemisphere. That's probably where the North Star is. Do you agree with that statement?
Well, that stands for Northern Celestial Pole. So that's
Okay, there
Polaris.
you
That's
go.
where Polaris would be. Yeah.
Damn close to it.
in
I know Polaris isn't perfect, but
so let's say
it's
you were
darn
standing at
close.
45. So let's say that's 45 degrees up in the sky. Okay, and now just let's say now you move to Australia or somewhere, right? And now all of a sudden just change that from Northern Celestial Pole to Southern Celestial Pole, SSP. Right, so the only thing that's changed is you've moved your
Stop for a
location.
second. Stop for a second. I'm still looking at the second GIF. If I move south, I still see the Northern Celestial Pole, correct? In the second GIF?
In the second GIF, if you move south, right? So let's say you keep moving south,
All the way south.
and you keep looking at it. It's slowly going to get lower until you get to the first GIF, right? So right there, you're standing somewhere on the equator, and you can see where you can see it's right there on the equator, but you won't be able to see it
I
in
don't
reality.
think we agree on this.
No, this matches up.
I don't-
Matches up. This matches up with exactly how you see the stars in reality, right? So if you go to Google right now, and I'll actually do it. Okay, so if you
Is
type
that
in,
true? Let me interrupt you.
This is
I keep doing
it's
this.
it's 100%
the first GIF,
I'm telling you.
The first GIF, it looks like you are perfect. The northern hemisphere, or the northern, what did you call it? The northern celestial pole is perfectly north. The southern celestial pole is perfectly south. I don't think that this is how Earth works, correct?
This is exactly how it works. And if you look up star trails right now, okay, so if I this is what I'm going to type in. Okay, so the first GIF is somebody standing at the equator. Okay, so if I type in equator star trails, you're going to see it. It looks exactly the same as it would look in this GIF. So these GIFs are from mainstream sources. This is how they teach it in university.
And it's perfect, basically. Well,
Yeah.
actually,
this
one confuses me.
All right, so here we go. All right, so here we go. Check, this is a really cool picture, by the way. Okay, so have a look at the first GIF. I'll repost it right under the picture.
What's the deal with the side chat? Why can't I upload files?
Hold on. I'm not sure. I'll check. All right, so just quickly, I'll fix that up in a second. Okay, so look at the little guy. Okay, and now picture him facing towards the north Polaris, which is
Sure.
on the
He's right on the
horizon.
equator.
right on
But
the
it's
equator.
perfectly
Now
on
the
the horizon.
picture above it, right? That's the equator. So this person's standing at the equator, and they're taking a picture of the star trails in the north. Okay, and it lines up with the little animation perfectly. Now, if that guy was to turn around and face south, he would see.
It would be the same thing but mirrored.
Yep. But now, if this little guy was to go further north, then all of a sudden, if you go onto the internet and you type in what the star trails look like from 45 degrees north, then it's going to match up something like with the second.
Star Trails, Sweden. Yeah.
It's going to match up more. Yeah. It's going to match up more like this one. Yep. And if you do the star trails from Alaska, like from somewhere close to the North Pole, then it's going to look like that is right above you, almost right above you, depending like how close you are to the North Pole.
Yeah.
And then if you move further away south, right, it's going to dip down, down, down. It's going to disappear once you get to the equator, and then you're going to have a different streetlights above you, different stars above you. Right? You can give it the analogy to the streetlights.
If I'm on the equator and I'm following this, we would agree that at some point in time, Pluto is beneath my feet, or Venus or whatever.
Negative.
Beneath my feet.
No, it's not beneath your feet. It's just beyond your perspective vanishing point. That's all. Just like the streetlights.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to give you an analogy.
Different gifts, right?
Yeah, different gifts showing you what the sky would look like from different latitudes.
No. We're talking past each other. The gifts that you're showing me, like just pick one star in any of the gifts that you're talking about. I don't even know what the stars
just use
are.
the north. Just use the North Star. Just use the North Star.
Oh. Well, the North Star is the most inconvenient star. Let's use one of the equatorial stars because it's rotating around the equator. And my point is that like stuff would be beneath your feet in this model, correct?
What you've got to do is understand that these hemispheres are a representation of what the little man inside it would see. That's how he would see the stars in motion. What they're actually doing above that, you would need a God's eye view to understand what's going on. Do you have this?
No.
Excellent. I don't either.
All right, let me give
tell
you
me more on the God's eye view.
Hold on. Let me give you a really simple analogy so you can understand. Okay, so just picture in your head. Okay, this street right here. Okay, see the street lights. Now picture this as a completely flat street, and it goes for 1,000 kilometers. Okay. Now, let's say that star. Let's say that street light that's closest to the camera. Right. Let's call that one whatever you want. Polaris. Let's just call it Polaris.
Sure.
Okay. Sure. And you're standing directly under that. Now, even though you're on a flat surface, right, as you move away from that, it's going to, if you keep looking at it, it's going to get lower and lower and lower. And then you're not going to be able to see it anymore. Okay. And then you're going to have a different star above you. So if you were to go to the other end, let's say now this road is like all the streetlights are the same length, the road's flat. Now you've gone 1,000 miles away to the other end of this giant road. You can't see this star anymore. Even though you're on a flat surface, you can't see the star anymore because it's way beyond your perspective capabilities. And you've also got all of that atmosphere between you. So you can't see it for many different reasons. Because that's not the way our vision works. We can't see forever. Okay, we have a field of perspective. We have perspective limitations. Now, anywhere that you're standing along this flat street, you're going to see a different set of streetlights above you, and the angles of those streetlights are going to be dependent on where you're standing. None of those streetlights are going down below the curvature, like below the Earth or anything like that. They're just appearing to go down due to the way that your perspective works. It's exactly the same with the little green animations that I was showing you.
Okay, I follow what you're saying, but maybe I'm taking the little green guy or the green Earth model too seriously because, in this example, when you're talking about the street lamps, like, of course, if I look at the street lamps west and I start walking east, they're going to appear lower on the horizon. But I can track these street lamps will pop back up again the further I go east, or hopefully you understand what I'm saying. It's like, this angle in which they disappear upon the horizon tracks with like a full circle. And that's what they're doing. Like in your green GIF, it's the same as the reality in which I live in that, the closer you get to the northern hemisphere, the higher up Polaris is, the further south you get, the lower on the horizon Polaris gets and the higher on the horizon the Southern Cross gets. Like these go under our feet around our plane a sphere, irregardless of our perspective.
No, they don't go under your
Maybe
feet.
not irregardless.
You keep having to reinforce this mental construct you've got. They are just the street lamps. As you walk underneath one, it's above you. As you continue to keep walking, it drops away due to perspective. There's no going around a curve. That's the problem, mate. If it was going around a curve, we'd measure the bastard. We'd say, hey, look, it measures as a ball tard. We wouldn't be in this room.
But we agree that we can predict that, hey, Pluto's below me today, but tomorrow it's
not below you.
me
It's just out of your visual range. That is all.
But my model says that it's below me. And this green GIF that's in the side chat.
The green GIF you've misinterpreted. The green GIF is a representation of what that guy would see from an outsider's perspective. So that's what he would see, the stars rolling over him like that, due to his perspective and his maximum visual range. We are witnessing that from a third-person perspective.
And just to be clear,
you don't understand it, do you? You have got no idea what I just said. I know that because you just jumped to something else.
I'm still on the green GIF guy. If the stars are 90 degrees above his head, we'd agree that they go 90 degrees below his feet. Correct?
Incorrect.
No. Nope. Nope. Let's say that they were all moving at the same altitude. Okay, just like the streetlights, right? Say all of the streetlights are 20 meters high. Even though when you look down the street, it looks like they're going down. Now, let's say all the stars were 5,000 miles high, just for a thought experiment. Now, it would, and just say the stars were moving east to west, and they were all, you're on a flat Earth, okay, and the stars are parallel, right? Just like the streetlights, they're all the same height. Say they're all 5,000 miles high, and they're all taking a big path in the sky. It would look like, from your perspective, that they're going down and converging at the vanishing point at the horizon. That's the maximum distance you could see them relative to your field of vision limitations. They're never going down below the surface of the Earth. Just like the streetlights are never going down underneath the surface of the Earth. You just can't see them anymore because they're going down and they're converging at the horizon. That's why they call the horizon the vanishing point. Because it's the convergence point due to the way that your eyes work.
When they vanish, I would never see them again unless I reversed direction, correct?
no, because they're taking a circuit in the sky. They're taking a path in the sky, and they're going to come back around again, right? So yeah. Let me show you a GIF. Another
Help me
GIF.
understand that part.
Yeah. I will.
Hey DJ, have
Right,
you
so-
got the lens one over the star field? You know where they've got the star field on the flat disk, and they've got the lens on top of it.
Yeah, I do.
I know
do
Crit's
have
got
some...
it. But he's not
Yeah,
out.
I'll see if I can find it. All right. So have a look at what I'm going to post. Okay, so
See
this
a
is
dog walking on 2 feet.
well, hold on. Focus for a second.
Okay.
All right. So
stop.
I'm about to post something. And now this is not a flat Earth map or model. This is just to give you an idea in general of how something can come back around again. Not when it doesn't go below your feet. Okay, so have a look at this. Right, this is not a flat Earth map or model. Okay, let's say you were standing on one of those continents. Right, and just picture one of those, right? It's the sun. So from where you're standing, it's going to look like it comes up from the horizon due to perspective, and it's going to look like it goes down, but it's going to keep going. It's going to stay at the same altitude, and it's going to come back around again 24 hours later and do the same thing again.
Okay, this totally makes sense. This cleared it up.
Right. I'm going to delete that because, it's just an illustration just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. That's not how the flat Earth works, but now you get what I mean.
Obviously, that's an annoying point, right? It's like we measure the Earth flat, but we have not yet measured how long the Earth is, how tall the Earth is, how thick the Earth is. The maps that you use to track the stars, to see where Jupiter is today, is all based off of a globe Earth. All of this is annoying to me.
Yeah,
That last
it's
GIF
all
was
based off a
illustrated,
celestial. It's
I'll
all based off
stop.
a celestials.
So you
It's
got it.
based off a celestial.
You got it backwards. You got it backwards again, dude. The globe is from the sky, not the
That's right.
sky from the globe. You don't track them from a globe.
Maybe I'm being dense.
Look, man, it
No,
takes.
you're
This is
not.
a shitload of information. We've given you a shitload of information, and it takes a while. All of a sudden, it will click, and you'll be like, "Aha! All right, that makes sense now." Can't believe I wasn't getting it before. Took me a long
Me
time.
about 12 months, maybe more.
Libertarians have a saying like, "You're going to be an anarchist in 6 months." Libertarians only last. Politics aside, I'm empathetic to these views. Thanks for taking the time to, entertain me.
Oh, you're more than welcome.
I'm still here.
Yeah.
I find this stuff entertaining and fun, and if we all agree on the principle of like truth is superior to falsehood, then I'm not a flat earther, but if flat earthers agree that truth is superior to falsehood, then we're aiming in the same direction.
Have you got a different
exactly.
perspective on? We got a different perspective on flat earthers now. And
A little bit.
a little bit. That's insulting.
Are you actually a flat earther?
You are too. You just don't know it yet.
Yes.
Right, so have a look in the side chat, Tic Tacs. Okay, this is how our perspective works. So even why some people can sometimes think they're seeing curvature can easily be explained by our circle of vision. We can see the same distance in all directions.
I don't understand. The top left of this image kind of, it's like a lens that is convex, whereas the bottom, the larger image, is more of a concave. Am I right?
Right, because one of them's a top view, showing the maximum distance you could see the horizon in every direction. So once again, remember I was talking about earlier, imagine if you went out into the ocean in a canoe and you looked at the horizon in every direction around you. The maximum distance that you can see the horizon is going to be the same distance in every direction. So that's going to form a circle of vision. And that's the same thing you can see in the green animation underneath, right? We see in a circle of vision because we can see the same distance in all directions. And that's called the azimuthal grid of vision. It's the azimuth, or the circle of vision, right? And you could test that next time you go outside, look around, and you'll see everything in a big circle. You'll see the same distance in all directions. Next time you go up on a building, pan your head around as far as you can see, and you'll see the same distance in all directions. You can see in a big circle. Now, the second image on the right is just from a linear perspective, right? It's just from a vantage point where you just have a different angle of view than in the left image.
Still.
Yeah, so when you're looking out at the horizon, even though it looks flat and horizontal, when you pan your head around, you'll actually see the same distance in all directions. So the horizon isn't really like a flat straight line. It's actually a big circle of vision. But when you're just looking straight ahead in your field of view, you can only see a small section of it. And it's going to look like it's a flat horizontal line. But when you pan your head around, you're going to see a big circle.
When you say this gosh, I'm already forgetting the word. But when you see this horizon, is there a measurement where, like, if I'm in this canoe in the middle of the ocean, that I should expect to see this based on the flat Earth model?
Well, it's not even just based off the flat Earth model. It's just based off the Rayleigh criterion. It's the maximum distance that you can see things, right? The angles will form a vanishing point at a certain distance. And it just so happens to match up with the exact same distance that they claim the horizon should be on a globe, 3 miles. So they've hijacked perspective, right? And that's part of the globe lie, is by completely hijacking the way our perspective works. So if you look up the formula for how far away the horizon should be on a globe, okay, you would do this formula. Okay, you would take right, say you're 6 feet tall, right? You would do 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And that would tell you that the horizon should be 3 miles away on a globe. Now, if you take in the angular resolution limit of the human eye, which is 0.02 degrees, you could do the same math. It's 1.225 times the distance, I forget the exact formula, but it works out to the exact same distance where the horizon should be on a globe based off our perspective limitations. Now, this is the problem, right? We have an atmosphere and we have the weather conditions basically changing constantly. So that's why the horizon distance changes, right? Sometimes it looks further away, sometimes it looks closer, because the definition of horizon is the apparent line in which the sky and the ground meet. And they put the word apparent in there for a good reason, because it changes. It's not a real location. It's just an apparent location.
Agreed.
Yeah. But on a globe, it would have to be a physical geometric location, right? There would have to be that physical geometric horizon there at a certain distance that things should physically go behind. Kind of like if someone walked away down a hallway around a corner. At a certain point, they would have to be physically obstructed behind the curvature of the hallway. Same thing with the curvature of the Earth, right? If a boat goes 10 miles away and you're 6 foot tall standing at the ocean watching the boat, it would have to physically go behind something, just like the hallway example. On a flat Earth, we just say the horizon is just an apparent location where the sky and the ground meets, right? That matches the definition of horizon, and it is basically a byproduct of perspective and atmospheric conditions.
The sky
if you look
where
up
the
it,
ground meets.
yeah, it's
if I were a glober, I could say the same thing, correct?
well, no, on a globe, the horizon would have to be the tangent.
Drop over distance.
It would have to be a byproduct of curvature of the Earth. Yep. Remember, I showed you that that diagram earlier. This one here. Right. This is what a horizon has to be if the Earth's a globe. It's that tangent point. But on a flat
sky
Earth,
where the ground meets.
yeah. So in advanced art and architecture and that kind of thing, the horizon is basically defined as a straight line between vanishing points. So when you look out into the distance, you have infinite vanishing points, but they're all going to make a straight line. And that's going to be the maximum distance that you can see. But then you have to take the weather conditions into account and that kind of thing, the observer height, a whole bunch of things. And it's going to vary because you live in a constantly changing atmosphere. Probably too much information for one day, but you're doing good.
Hello.
All right, so hello, buddy. Here's a diagram in the side chat. So see where it says vanishing point?
Probably too much information, but here's more.
Yeah, sorry.
Keep filling him up. He'll break eventually.
Right, so that vanishing point, right, you have unlimited vanishing points there, and that's what makes that horizon line. Now, if you change your vantage point...
I have unlimited vanishing points?
Yeah, when you're out in reality, you can see the same distance in all directions. So anywhere you focus your eyes, that's going to be a vanishing point. So if you focus your eyes at the end of the train tracks, that's where the vanishing point is, right? If you look a little bit to the left, that's now where your vanishing point is. Now you've got all of that field of view. So I don't know how many degrees you have in a field of view, I forget, but every single point is a vanishing point that you can see with your eyes, but you can really only focus on one point at a time. You can still see the other points, but they're in your peripheral vision. Right? So if you go up a bit higher in altitude, then that horizon, that vanishing point is going to be further away. Okay, so have a look at this diagram. Right now they've gone up a bit in altitude, and now that vanishing point's a little bit further away. And that horizon line that you can see is a byproduct of the perspective, vanishing point.
One of my early arguments against flat Earth was that I've seen 2 sunsets in the same day. And I guess this kind of goes against what I've been arguing.
Yeah, this would clear that one up.
Yep.
So basically, think about it like this is a good example of it. So this one here, because he's quite low to the ground, you can only, if you were to count out those railway lines, right, those blocks of wood that make up the railway lines, that maximum one you could see in the distance, you could picture that as your sun. But if you go up higher in altitude, you're going to be able to see a ton more of those railway lines. So that one that disappeared past your vanishing point there, if you just go up a bit higher, now all of a sudden you're able to see a bunch of stuff that you couldn't see before. It didn't go below the curvature of the Earth or anything like that. It was just beyond your vanishing point. That's all. So yeah, it's very similar to with the way the sun works. But the perspective of the way that we see things that are very close to us and things that we see that are already far away from us, it works a bit different. That might be a bit confusing at the moment. Right? The perspective that we have when we see the sunset is very different to the perspective of being close to the object. Okay, see how it looks like the piece of wood closest to the observer in the railway line, right? It's giant. And then each one gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it gets down to a certain angle, a certain certain angular size, and then you can't see it anymore. That's 0.02 degrees, right? That's the point at which you can't resolve things in the distance. But with the sun, it behaves a bit differently. Our perspective behaves differently. Now, here's an example. All right. So here's two pretend suns or moons or whatever whatever. Okay, so this is kind of like that railway track example, right? The railway tracks that are close to you, or that ball that's close to you, it looks giant. And then the one in the distance, let's say it's 3 meters away, it looks like it's tiny. Now, if we change our perspective, have a look at this next one. Right, this is the same two balls, and they're the same distances away from each other as the top image. But you'll notice that they don't change much in angular size because this person's changed their distance to the closer object. So this person's, instead of laying down on the floor and looking out, right, they've stood up and they're looking at the same two balls. The same two balls are the same distance apart, but now we don't have that crazy change in angular size because the sun doesn't change much in angular size when it's setting. And that's because the sun that you're seeing is already really...
When you say angular size.
Angular size, yep.
Maybe I misunderstand. Because it looks like it's way different angular size.
Yeah, exactly. So look at the ball in the top image. The angular size is a certain amount of degrees in the field of view. It's big, it looks giant. But the one in the bottom, it's much smaller. Even though these distances that the balls are, this is the exact same two balls. Okay, he didn't move the balls. The only thing that changed was his position, his perspective change. So if the sun is right, let's say the sun was setting, but the sun was like, let's say the sun was a little tiny ball that was 20 meters big, 20 meters in diameter, and it was right in front of your eyes, just hypothetically. It would look like it's giant. It would take up your whole field of view. And then as it moved away from you at sunset, it would get smaller, right? Like this top picture here. But now, let's picture that sun that was right in front of your eyes. Now we're going to move it 50 miles up in the air. So it's already reduced in angular size. Now, when it looks like it's setting, right, it's only setting due to perspective. And it's not going to change much in angular size. It's going to reduce a tiny little bit, 0.5% or something like that. But because it's already away from you, you're only seeing it look like it's going down in your perspective. So things behave differently when they're close to you than when they're already further away. That's why it doesn't look like the sun changes much in angular size, but it looks like the railway tracks change a lot in angular size, just because they're close to you and then they're moving far away from you. Right? But if you go above the railway tracks, right, let's say that you're looking straight down the railway tracks, but now you're going to go up in altitude 50 feet. Now when you're looking down the railway tracks, right, you don't have that giant change in angular size that you had before. If you go directly above the railway tracks, now they're all the same size. Anyway, that's probably went a bit too deep into that. Yeah, perspective. Something they don't teach us enough about at school, which is interesting because it's kind of like they hijacked perspective and replaced it with Earth curvature.
Yeah, I don't remember perspective really being a topic that we touched on at all.
Yeah. Yeah, they only teach you about it if you do like advanced art classes and things like that, usually for architecture.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Are you guys into space stuff at all?
Yeah, we point and laugh at your rocket videos that you bring in for us.
Maybe I should have said like astronomy stuff. Are you guys into astronomy stuff at all?
Well, this is the problem. They claim that, I mean, you've been told that what you're looking at up in the sky is happening within a giant space vacuum. And that those stars that you can see, right, all of those millions of stars that you can see, right, they're all suns, giant suns, right? These distances that are some crazy distances away that we can't even comprehend. And then they'll tell us a story about the planet. So they'll say this planet is called Mars, right? All the planets are named after Greek gods for some reason. Anyway, Mars is a certain distance away and it's a certain size, and they'll tell you this big giant story about this big giant space vacuum that's 100,000 times more powerful than any vacuum chamber that we can create on the Earth, and that the universe is flat. It's a big giant flat universe and a flat solar system. And all of these things are happening. And when you look at this planet, Jupiter or Neptune or Uranus, right, they'll tell you that, oh, it's raining diamonds on Uranus right now, right? It rains
He said
diamonds on
Uranus.
Neptune. Yeah, it rains diamonds on Uranus, and Uranus, it smells like farts on Uranus, and they'll
Really?
tell you about yeah, this is what the mainstream science claims, right? Type in Uranus smells like farts and it rains diamonds on Uranus, and you'll get science articles about it. Yeah, for real, man. They'll tell you that there's hairy black holes in space. No shit. If you type in hairy black holes, right, it'll come up with space articles, science articles about how in space, yes.
No, you go to
hairy-
school to get deceived, then you come here to get schooled.
But
Get
look,
it?
this is the thing, right? They teach us that space is this big giant space vacuum, and that we're a planet that's floating around in this space vacuum. And then astronomers will take this theoretical mathematical concept and they'll make observations and they'll use everything with this predetermined framework that's just this theoretical mathematical model. Now, they can't empirically validate any of the claims about what they're looking at up in the sky, other than everything moves in cycles and everything resets back into the same position at a certain time every cycle. The sun, the moon, the planets, the stars, blah, blah, blah. Right? You could make a little star map. You could point at a star tonight, and then you could go out 365 days later, and that star will be right back in the same position again. Even though you're
Yeah, if you
on a
do a
globe.
time lapse, it's just big circles, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't think
And then
that's true, though.
Yeah, go to YouTube, look it up.
Well, if you do,
Maybe
if
I'm
you do a
wrong,
time lapse,
but
Let me see if I can get the time lapse. I might be wrong. I don't know. I'll go look it up. Hold on.
Jupiter's position in the sky above me today on April 8th, or what is it? January, February, March, April. Jesus, April 8th. Jupiter's position above me on Earth is going to be different than next year in the previous year. Am I wrong? That's not true.
But some of the cycles will take a certain amount of years to get back into the same position again because they have different types of paths. But the stars will come back into the same position each year, at the same time.
But that's not true. We already established earlier that Polaris was not always the North Star.
Yes,
No,
I put
that's
a
a
video at the side chat.
You
If you want to check it out.
establish that.
That's a claim that doesn't
probably
have any
right.
empirical evidence. So, look, what have you heard of the Georgia Guidestones before?
Yes.
Okay, so they got demolished, or blown up or something. But anyway, they were there for a hell of a long time, and there was a little hole in the Georgia Guidestones where you could look through the hole and you would see Polaris. Right, the whole time that the Georgia Guidestones existed, Polaris never changed out of that central hole. It's always in the exact same position. Didn't even change it a little bit. The only star that you could see through that hole was Polaris. Even the ancient structures like the pyramids and the Sphinx, etc., they still line up with the same stars from thousands of years later. Now, they found some ancient, alleged rubbishy little piece of a map from some ancient Chinese astronomers or something like that. And they've translated that into saying that back then there was a different North Star and it was called Thuban. But there's no evidence. Yeah, there's no evidence that actually happened. It's just based on a bunch of guesswork, theoretical mathematical models, right? They don't have any empirical evidence for that. And that's why I say, as far as verifiable history goes, the stars and the planets just reset back into the same positions approximately. Predictable cycles as far back as we can validate. If you want to talk about what we can't validate, then there's claims out there which we can't validate, like Thuban being the North Star. But no one's going to be able to prove that Thuban, right, was the North Star, and that all of these thousands and thousands of years passed where there's no North Star at all. Well, Polaris slowly drifted into this place where it's always there now. So I don't know about that. But everything in the sky moves in cycles. But the main thing I was getting at is we've been taught about this giant space model. But it's all based off presuppositions. I don't know if you've heard of the cosmic distance ladder, but it starts with the radius of the Earth. And then all of the calculations will have the radius value, the R value baked into them. And the whole system is based off a whole bunch of presuppositions that don't have any empirical evidence. So if you make a mathematical formula that's supposed to represent reality, and the numbers that are like the base variables that are in the formula are wrong and they don't match reality, then all of the math is just garbage. You can throw away the whole formula, because if you've got things that don't match up with reality in the formula, then it's just assumptions, it's just guesswork. And that's what we're going out and validating, right? We're saying, okay, so it's all based off this R value, this radius value. Who came up with that? Who measured that? When we go out and measure for it in reality, like that lake experiment I showed you, it doesn't work. Right? That radius value isn't real. Just like the globe model isn't real. It's a reverse engineered
It's
celestial.
rising over distance. You ever been to Everest? What's up with that?
No, I have not been to Everest. Tell me, how was it?
It rises over distance. I'm right there beside it, right? And it goes up instead of away from me. Maybe if I was at the top,
Do you guys think that your general philosophy is a little bit pessimistic? Do you guys feel defeated or sad?
No, not at all. I mean, I used to think that I was correct. Most people, the globe's just a belief. It's a belief system that most people that we talk to, they don't really know anything about the globe. They've just never had any alternative given to them. They've never tested the Earth. Most people that come in here, we're like, oh, do you know the radius value? They don't know the size of the Earth. They don't know the distance to the sun. They don't know anything. You could even ask them, how many times does the Earth spin in one day? And 90% of them are going to get that wrong. Okay, it's just a belief system that people have been taught since they grew up. Now, we've actually gone out and tested it in reality, and it doesn't line up. And so, yeah, it's not something that would make us feel defeated or anything like that. It's something that, what is defeating about it is the propaganda. We have to explain to people that we don't claim that the Earth is a flat disk floating around in space. We don't claim that Australia doesn't exist. Like the memes are going to say, we don't claim that all of these crazy propaganda things that people think flat earthers claim. We love science, right? We reject pseudoscience, and we encourage people to think critically and to go out and test the Earth, to try to debunk us and try to find the curvature, and to not just blindly believe everything they get told. So it's not something it's not like some weird cult or something like that. It's like based on empiricism. It's based on checking reality to make sure what we get told actually matches, and not just to blindly believe everything that we get fed through the education system. Because it turns out that when we check it, right, the teachers never checked it. The teachers never checked it. The teachers never checked it. They're just repeating and regurgitating information like parrots. And that's what the students are taught to do. They're like, all right, so if you're very, very good at memorizing and regurgitating these textbooks, then you're going to get a great grade and you're going to get an A. And then we're going to say that you're really smart because you memorized and regurgitated the information really good. They don't teach you to question it, question the core. How did they come up with that radius value? How do they know that the sun is 93 million miles away? These kinds of things. Most people don't know that. Some people will know the sun's 93 million miles away, but if you say, well, okay, how did they determine that? 99% of the people we talk to won't have any idea. And that's kind of dangerous.
Some of them don't even know what the radius is. Check this out. I'll play a small clip for you and have a listen to what this guy says, what he was asked, and what his answer is. Oh, it's not going to play it. Typical.
You're banned.
Grr. Remember, I don't know if you heard it or not, DJ, in the Golden Globies, that fella called Race, how he was telling us how flat earthers are retarded. And all he was asked was, what's the alleged radius? And his answer was, it's a circle. That's the stuff we deal with, Tic Tacs. If people don't know something as basic as that, like, we can't help that. There's no saving them.
To be fair, if I asked a flat earther what's the radius of the Earth, you guys wouldn't answer.
Yeah, every single flat earther knows 100 times more about the Earth than the globe earthers about the globe Earth. Like every single flat earther in
the radius.
Every flat earther knows it's 3959 miles or 6,371 kilometers. Everyone knows that the speed that the Earth spins at the equator is 1,039 miles per hour, and that it orbits the sun at 66.67 thousand miles per hour, and it chases the sun at 443,000 miles per hour. Every flat earther knows all of these things, right? Because you have to study the first thing you do when you look into flat earth is like you realize how little that you actually knew about the globe. And if you want to debunk something, you have to learn it, right? If you want to debate against someone, you want to learn what the debate opponent's arguments are. So you would have to spend a ton of time studying the globe. You can't just say the globe's wrong. You would have to learn, okay, how did they work out the radius value, right? Like I could go over exactly how they came up with the radius value of the Earth for the globe right now, and I could go over all of the math, and I could go over exactly who did it, right? Eratosthenes was accredited with that, and he allegedly he lived about 300 BC, and I could tell you exactly what he did, the math formulas, all the numbers, go over all of the math, go over all of the contradictions, point out everything about that, right? But the globe earthers don't know any of it. They'd have to Google it, and then they would butcher it, and they probably wouldn't even know how to say his name correctly. And then you got Al-Biruni, and so you need to learn all of this stuff if you want to be able to come to some sort of logical conclusion, right? So you would learn all of the claims from the globe side, you would learn the flat Earth claims, and then you would weigh up the empirical evidence and work out which makes more sense, which has a logical conclusion, right? Which side is pseudoscience, which side has real science, which side has demonstrations that can be tested here on the Earth, which ones just have belief-based claims, and that kind of thing. So yeah, flat earthers have gone deep into this topic.
I think you kind of blew my mind there when you told me that basically all flat earthers would agree on like the circumference. Okay, now I'm putting words in your mouth, but it was like the radius of the Earth, how fast we're spinning, etc., etc.
It's not that we agree to it. So you're just assuming we agree to it. It's we know of it in order to argue against you.
Yeah, we don't agree with it, right? But we know what the claim is.
Oh, the status quo. The status quo.
Yeah, so we know how to test it because we know like what the claim is, and we can say, okay, so how did they come up with that 3959 mile radius value? And then we've done research into history to find out, okay, how can we trace that back? So who actually went out and measured Earth curvature to know that the radius value is 3959 miles? And that's where you'll start realizing that nobody ever did that. And then you'll look into, okay, well, how did they come up with that? And you'll find, well, it was this ancient Greek guy that didn't write anything down that survived history. And the story goes from someone that lived hundreds and hundreds of years after him that he went out and he took some sticks, right? And he just pre-assumed that he was already on a globe.
We're talking about Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes, yeah.
Yep.
And then you can go over that whole thing, right? And work out how he made a bunch of assumptions and then did some calculations based off those assumptions and came up with the circumference value. And then you'll find out that
repeat it.
Right, using the same assumptions and the same calculations that are completely flawed logic, right? Like I could do the same thing in my room right now and work out the circumference of my flat floor if I assumed that I was standing on a sphere and I assumed that the light rays from my light on the ceiling are coming in parallel. I could do two shadows and two sticks, and then I could do the exact same math that Eratosthenes did, and I could work out the circumference of my flat floor. I could work out the radius of my flat floor, right? But the floor is not.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So even universities will say, look, even Eratosthenes was based off a set of presuppositions. And if you used a different set of presuppositions, you could come to a completely different conclusion, right? Like the Chinese, actually, there's a PDF file where it documents how the Chinese actually did the same thing. They call it the Chinese Eratosthenes because the Chinese were flat earthers up until the late 1700s or something like that. So they actually did their own Eratosthenes test. Same thing. And they came to the conclusion that the Earth's flat, that the sun's much closer. But they also made a set of presuppositions. They assumed, instead of assuming that they were standing on a sphere, they assumed that they're standing on a flat plane. And instead of assuming that the sun is at such a large distance away that the sun rays come in completely parallel, they said the sun's much closer and the sun rays are divergent, right? They diverge away from the light source, so they're going to come in on different angles, diverging angles, which matches up more with what we experience in reality. Okay, we experience the flat Earth, and then we experience divergent sun rays, not the opposite of that. So yeah, so neither method is a good one. Neither method's a good one to prove if the Earth's flat or a globe. But Eratosthenes wasn't trying to prove that. And there's no evidence that he even existed. If you watch seminars from mathematical historians at universities like Cambridge, they'll tell you that the Greeks loved making up these characters, and that there's no evidence that Eratosthenes even lived or did any of the things that he's claimed to have done. There's no evidence whatsoever. And the same is with Pythagoras, right? They'll teach you that. Pierce Bursill Hall from Cambridge University is a mathematical historian. If you look up the cult of Pythagoras, his video will pop up on YouTube. And he explains all of this. He says like, there's no evidence that Pythagoras even lived. He says everything that you get taught at school about Pythagoras is absolute nonsense. He said there's no evidence of any of that. He said maybe there was some guy named Bob Pythagoras that lived on some Greek island somewhere. Maybe. He said, but there's no real evidence of that. Everything that Pythagoras is attributed to, like the Pythagorean theorem, for example, is nonsense. He said it's not even possible that Pythagoras would have been able to come up with that because they had a completely different concept of counting in numbers. And he said that it's all just crazy nonsense. And in fact, Pythagoras, if he did exist, he was like a mystic cult leader. Now, this is the first person that's attributed in mainstream history with coming up with the globe. Now, the cult of Pythagoras was something that was very real. And these people believed in all sorts of crazy shit. If you look up what the Pythagoreans believed, right? They believed that the celestial bodies are musical instruments and that spheres are the most divine perfect shape. And they worshipped spheres and they worshipped numbers. They thought number 10 was
who
like
are we talking about here? Because this has been
Pythagoras,
brought up a couple times.
Pythagoras and the Pythagorean cult.
This is beauty of spheres and stuff.
Yep. Yep. So this is where the globe model came from, according to mainstream history. The Pythagoreans, Pythagoras. So they believed a whole bunch of crazy stuff, right? It was like a mystic cult, and I got a whole section on
derailing for a second. How many flat earthers are? Maybe this isn't the right way to ask it, but like, are most flat earthers God believers?
It's a huge mixture. You've got Muslims, you've got people that claim not to be religious.
My experience
you've got
has
Christians,
been
you've got
Christians,
Indian, Hindus, and well, no, maybe in some groups, but what you'll never hear, right, is someone in this channel saying that because the Bible talks about the earth or describes the earth more from an aspect of how it would work on a flat earth, right? Or in the Quran, right? It basically talks about a flat earth, right? Like the Bible is basically like a flat earth book. The people that wrote the Bible, okay, they were flat earthers, obviously, right? Same with the Muslims, same with the ancient Hindus, all of the ancient cultures that wrote all of these religious texts thought the earth was a flat, enclosed, stationary plane. But that's not something that you'll ever hear us using as evidence that the earth's flat, right? We're empiricists. We're about going on and actually testing the earth using high-end technology.
Agreed.
Lasers.
Agreed.
Yeah, so you'll never have someone saying, oh, because it says in Genesis that God created the firmament and placed the stars and the sun and the moon inside the firmament and that the earth can never be moved and blah, blah, blah. Right? You'll never hear anyone saying that's how we know that the earth is flat. People will tell you that
maybe it's bias or something.
It's part of the propaganda.
Surface. But I seriously came away from the server thinking that most of you guys are Christians and God-fearers, etc.
Some are, but that's.
I feel like a majority, right?
Well, not necessarily. Maybe. See, I don't even know. I've known most of these people for. Me, no. Mm-mm.
You're an atheist?
I would lean towards. No, I'm definitely not an atheist. Right? I'm someone that doesn't know the meaning of life. I'm someone that would lean towards Christian values. And if I was to pick a religion, it would probably be Christianity, but I don't know. I don't know. It's not something that I can really validate. It's something that I like looking into. I like looking into all of these things and learning about them. So one day I can come to my own conclusion. But it's not something that has anything to do with why I think that the earth is flat. I think you could be a Christian, a perfectly good Christian, and believe that the earth's a globe, or believe that the earth's flat, whatever. Each person's personal belief system is something personal to them, and that's their own personal choice, their own personal journey. Anyone can believe anything they want. But when it comes to this topic, we like to stick to measurements and testable, repeatable type things. But yeah, you're not going to get a lot of atheist flat earthers because atheism stems back to the Big Bang Theory and that we came from monkeys and that nothing exploded and created everything and that kind of thing. Even though it was a Jesuit priest that came up with the Big Bang Theory, but most of the time atheists will generally believe in the Big Bang Theory and that we came from pond scum and monkeys and blah 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 blah. Right? But flat Earth kind of leads towards some type of creator. So what a lot of flat earthers will usually say is that I don't know, I don't subscribe to a particular religion, but I believe that there is some kind of creator. Now, exactly what that is, or what he is, or whatever you want to call it, what is a creator, how is it created, it's not something we can really validate empirically. So it's going to be something that would be a belief system.
Some stuff is just too tough.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But what we can go out and do is just measure the water and say, okay, whatever happened with creation, it's happening on a flat surface, because it's not a crazy claim to say that to have a body of water, you need to have a container. And that the surface of the water is flat. And then we can measure it and say, oh, it is actually flat, just like it looks. Whereas on the globe side, okay, all of the oceans are stuck to the outside of a spinning ball that's spinning through the universe at 1.5 million miles per hour in all these different vectors. And then, okay, for that to all of a sudden we need magical forces, right? So we're going to have to come up with some theories that don't have any empirical evidence, like the bending and warping of space-time. And the math doesn't work for that, so we're going to have to make up dark matter to make the math work. And it still doesn't work, so we're going to have to make up dark energy. And now all of a sudden we got this crazy, like, big chaotic model that requires all of these assumptions and things that can't be demonstrated, and like things that can't be scientifically validated. What's gravity? Where does gravity come from? Even the experts, like the astrophysicists and whatnot, right? They say, well, if you ask them what's gravity, they'll say, we have no idea. Where does gravity come from? We have no idea where gravity comes from. But for the model to work, it has to be there. We can observe things falling, right? But when it comes to, like, what is gravity? Where does gravity come from? That kind of thing. They say we don't know. Newton didn't claim to know either. In fact, he didn't even want gravity credited to him. He clearly wrote that down. He said no man that has faculty of logical thinking or something like that should ascribe to this. He doesn't want it credited to him. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, generally we don't tackle the topic
for a second. When you see, I guess, oddball question, the movie like Project Hail Mary, do you, DJ, or in a second question, flat earthers in general, do you guys appreciate that movie? Do you guys like enjoy that? Or are you guys like surrounded by skepticism?
I haven't even seen that movie. Never heard of it.
Oh, fuck. I read the book, and it was a great book, and it was a great movie. I think it was a little bit fluffy, being the age I am and my perspective that I have. But I recommend watching it. And I guess my question is, maybe in a more general sense, ignore Project Hail Mary. But when you watch these movies talking about gravitational bending of space-time, blah, 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 do you guys have a sense of awe, or is it skepticism the whole time, 24/7?
Well, it's just science fiction. So
All right.
Yeah, we get a
Downer.
sense of bullshit.
Debbie Downers.
No, well, it's still good. I still like watching. Like, I like one of my favorite movies is Event Horizon. It's a cool movie, but there's no scientific evidence that you can have a space vacuum and then have a ball that's covered in water and gas inside a space vacuum that's spinning around, right? Covered in water and gas. Because when we put water in a vacuum, what happens? It's not water anymore. It evaporates, boils and evaporates away straight away. And obviously, you can't have a body of gas inside a vacuum because the gas just fills the available space. So there's so many problems with the globe model when it comes to outer space. There's no evidence that you can have the way the heliocentric model is set up. It goes against natural laws, goes against entropy, it goes against the second law of thermodynamics, it goes against countless gas laws. Right? To have gas pressure, you need to have a container. It's the necessary antecedent to gas pressure. If we put a vacuum chamber next to a gas pressure system, and then we release the barrier that's separating the two, instantly entropy takes place and the high pressure will instantly fill the available space because that's what gas particles do. They fill space. And so yeah, they say that, we're on a ball that's covered in water, spinning through a space vacuum, and the air that we're breathing is uncontained, adjacent to the most powerful vacuum known to man.
I'm still stuck on like the videos or the movies that we probably share that we enjoy. I've never seen Event Horizon. It's on my to-do list now. When you talk about, gas pressure without a container stuff, I've heard this before. And this might not be a well-polished argument, but it's something to the effect of like, we'd agree Kansas has a different air pressure than Colorado, yet we'd agree that there's no wall or container separating Kansas from Colorado, which leads to this difference in air pressure. Right?
Just a second.
If you're about to supply me an image that directly contradicts what I just said in the side chat, I'm going to be pissed off.
What do you think it would be, Rudy?
Sorry, I was just chatting with my wife for a second. The pressure anywhere at ground level, at sea level, is around 14.7 psi. It changes a little bit here and there in different areas, but it's essentially around 14.7 psi at sea level.
We go from Kansas to Colorado. It's different.
Well, only if you're changing altitude. So it just changes with altitude. So that's why I said sea level. So yeah, if you go up the top of Mount Everest, it's going to be lower pressure than the bottom because we have all of the gases are being created at ground level or below the ground. All of the oxygen, or 80% of the oxygen, is created under the ocean by the sea plankton. And then you've got the nitrogen cycles under the ground and all of that sort of thing. So gases are constantly being distributed from ground level. And then they only really have one place to go, don't they? And that's a giant space above the Earth. And they're going to move in straight lines, and they're going to distribute, right? So gas particles, if you look up the definition of gas particles, basically they move due to kinetic energy, and they move in straight lines, and they move in random directions. So they're just going to distribute out and try to fill the available space. Meanwhile, they're constantly being produced. They're being used by plants. They're getting very cold as they go up, so they're going to slow down. We've got all of these different cycles taking place in this big, giant dynamic system that we live in. But the globe Earth says it's all happening inside a space vacuum that doesn't have a container. Now, I would say that it makes much more sense to have a closed system, right? Just like all of the ancient cultures depicted. And that gas pressure requires. Okay, now think about a terrarium or a vivarium, right? Like a big self-enclosed ecosystem. Some people have had self-enclosed, self-contained ecosystems that haven't been opened in 50, 60 years. And they have animals in them, and they have plants, and they have weather cycles. And it all takes place, and it's all self-sufficient in this big self-contained ecosystem. Now imagine if you took away the container and then you put that into a vacuum chamber. All of the water's going to melt. All of the animals are going to die. Everything's going to be screwed very, very quickly. But because it's contained, because it's enclosed, it's like a self-contained ecosystem. Probably like a smaller version than what we have here on the Earth. We have a big, complex, dynamic system with all of these cycles, and it's extremely awesome and crazy, but it makes much more sense that it would be enclosed. But yeah, generally at sea level, anywhere, it's usually around 14.6 psi. So, interesting fact, they did a survey. Well, they did a whole bunch of surveys all over the Earth in different countries, right? Government surveys to check how many people think that the Earth's flat or a globe. And a lot of the surveys were done back in 2018, 2019, 2020. And a lot of the countries had around 3% to 11% of the population believes that the Earth is flat, which America was 11%. Brazil was 7%. But if you add up how many people that is, that's a ton of people. And so they redid the survey in Brazil in 2026. Well, they redid it most years. And in 2026, it actually turns out to be 22% now. So it's gone up from 7% to 22%. So that would be Brazil population 213.5 million. $46 million flat earthers just in Brazil.
What would you do differently in NASA and SpaceX, whatever, if that, it's like 8 billion people on planet Earth, if 6 billion believed in the flat Earth? What do you think different would happen tomorrow if the majority of the population believed?
Oh, well, I mean, it would be pretty crazy, wouldn't it? I mean, the whole entire history education system, I think all the governments would crumble. NASA obviously wouldn't get funded. Um, a lot of history and science books would have to be completely rewritten. It would be chaos, worldwide chaos, I think. But if it happened slowly over time, then maybe it would be different. But I wouldn't be able to predict exactly what would happen in that scenario. But yeah, NASA would stop getting $80 million a day or whatever they get. That's for sure.
I'd be okay with that. Do you think we'd further our chance for, you know, being a multiplanetary species?
Well, imagine if there was much more land than what we know about on the Earth, as a speculation. No one's ever kept going south. That's interesting. Have you heard of a guy named Admiral Byrd?
His name?
Admiral Richard Byrd, Richard E. Byrd. He was
No.
very high up in the U.S. military. He was an admiral, and he conducted a bunch of missions in the 40s to the 50s called Operation High Jump, where the US government went to explore Antarctica for the first time. And they called it Operation High Jump because Antarctica is the highest continent on the Earth, and the shorelines of Antarctica are kind of like a big giant ice wall, according to the government. That's why they called it Operation High Jump, because they had to go get up over this giant ice wall to get onto Antarctica. Anyway, when Admiral Byrd came back from his mission, he did an interview on TV, and he said that they had discovered more land beyond the South Pole, larger than the United States of America, not covered in ice, and mineral rich to the point where it had enough resources and coal and things like that to power the whole entire Earth for many, many years to come, and that it would be the next giant warfare or challenge or whatever battle to see who could gain military control of this newfound land larger than the United States of America beyond the South Pole. And then very shortly after that, they came up with something called the Antarctic Treaty. And basically all these countries that were allegedly enemies, blah, 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 they all decided that they were all going to sign the Antarctic Treaty, which is still valid until, I don't know, 2040, 2050, something like that. That nobody would gain military control or be able to set up any military on Antarctica. And they also restricted free exploration of Antarctica or anywhere close to Antarctica. So basically the boundary is 60 degrees south. So you're not allowed to travel beyond 60 degrees south unless you have a permit to do so, which is extremely expensive. And then it has a whole bunch of very, very strict conditions that go along with the permit that make it basically like you're not allowed to carry fuel, and you have to take your piss and your shit with you, and all sorts of crazy rules, right? And if you want to
So
do
that's
certain
beyond
things
60 degrees south?
beyond 60 degrees south, which isn't even very, it's not even close enough to even see Antarctica.
Is that true?
Point.
Because I think
that's
that on its surface is like, fucking crazy to me.
Yeah,
if
it's
that's true.
completely
I'm into
completely true.
sailing. I sail as a hobby. I do astronomy as a hobby. I'm a
Mhm.
great flat earther test subject.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. You're more than don't believe me, look into it. But yeah, that's a fact. You're not gonna be able to find anyone that goes beyond 60 south without a permit, right? Without following the rules, and you're not gonna be able to find anyone that kept going south either, which is interesting.
Yeah, the
'Cause
AI
that
overview is yes, you can sail beyond 60 degrees south, but it requires specialized preparation, permits, and experience.
Yeah, exactly. Permits being the key
I've
word.
never heard of this.
People have tried to do it, and they've been turned around. I mean, there's footage of fishermen going beyond 60 south, and then a big giant warship will turn up, and they'll send drones over and scream at them to turn around. Or just recently, a Chinese pilot, he was doing a fundraising thing for cancer, and he was trying to fly his little tiny plane around the world. He decided that he would take a detour and land in Antarctica. He got arrested. And there's another guy, I forget, I think he was Norwegian or something like that. He tried to do the same thing. He tried to take his own boat and go to Antarctica, and he ended up getting jailed. He tried to do it a bunch of times. He got arrested a bunch of times. But yeah, you're not going to be able to find anyone that can freely go and explore that southern region without a permit since the treaty was brought into effect. So yeah, it's very
Okay,
difficult. There's also something called
just
the
novice Googling what you're telling me right now.
Mhm.
The Reddit post tells me, as a sailor, the expression goes, below 40 degrees south, there is no law. Below 50 degrees, there is no God. And they call it the roaring 40s, the screaming 50s.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean,
Yeah,
the
who
main
fucking knows?
Yeah, Reddit. I mean, it's Reddit. Who knows? I mean, just look up Antarctic Treaty. You know, you'll find the treaty. You just look it up.
Okay, well, tell me this. Right now, I, hung like Tic Tacs, have been to all the continents on planet Earth except for Antarctica. I would love to go to Antarctica.
Yeah, and you can go there. I mean, you can get
Yeah,
all
yeah.
Yeah.
But I guess uh, you knew that I could go there. I knew that I could go there. But I guess what's the mystery around it? Like, okay, maybe I need a permit to go on this big, you know, motorboat expedition to go to Antarctica. But now that I'm below 40 degrees south, what can't I do that I should try to do while I'm down there?
circumnavigate. Try to circumnavigate it.
Obviously, I'm not in command of this boat.
Yeah, so you're going to be able to go to a certain point, right? And you're going to be able to see a big giant wall of ice. And you're not going to keep going south,
Penguins.
right? Yeah, penguins. I mean, look, it's not something that's easy to do, but I mean, I'm not making
But
any
the
specific claims
challenge
about it. So look, this is the thing, right? So try crossing it and coming up around the other side of the globe. Try doing a circumnavigation around the coastline of Antarctica. No one's ever done that.
navigation around the coastline. So
Mhm.
basically, go a big loop on the South
Yeah.
Pole.
So you can see the
Nobody's
coastline,
done that?
and then nobody's done that. So look at the coastline, make sure the coastline's in view, and then go around Antarctica and come back to where you started again. No one's ever done that.
Sounds ridiculous that nobody's ever done that.
Yeah, there's a lot of trips where people have planned to do that and taken a bunch of funding and then not done it. There was an Australian woman that kinda did it, but didn't even go anywhere close enough to even see Antarctica the entire trip. right? So that doesn't really count. Like, she didn't even go, like, basically doing it without going below 60 degrees south. Even the boat race that goes, or the Great Boat Race, there's flat earthers that have done that boat race, and they say that the times and distances, it doesn't match a globe model. It actually debunks the globe. There's a good video about that. A guy named Herv Raboni, who's a sailor, who would compete in that, and I forget exactly the name of it, the boat race, but yeah, there's a lot of mysteries when it comes to Antarctica, and there's a lot of restrictions. I mean, a Navy SEAL, forget what his name was, but he all he wanted to do was carry a sled across a section of Antarctica. He had to raise over $1 million just to be able to do that, and he made videos showing how much everything cost. Okay, so he had to have all of these safety teams on standby. So to get the permit to do what he wanted to do, he had to have all of these safety teams on standby that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. He had to get $60,000 flights, and he had to get all of these permits and blah blah blah. He said he had to raise like $1.2 million or something like that, which he did do. And then he walked halfway across his planned trip, and then he failed. But it's not easy. It's not easy physically. You're not allowed to take equipment with you, or you're not allowed to carry fuel. You're meant to you're not even meant to leave your piss and your shit there. You're meant to take that with you. So there's all of these crazy restrictions that make it very difficult to freely explore, or to explore Antarctica at all. You could go to a trip to a base or something like that. You could go to Chile, you could pay a travel company $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, something like that. And you go to a base, and they'll have tents there, and you'll be able to take photos, and you'll say, I went to Antarctica, and you can take some pictures, and then you go home again. But you're not allowed to just go and like start freely exploring. So if you did, you'd probably die anyway. But yeah, there's a lot of mystery when it comes to that.
But all it would take, well, I guess it would help. It wouldn't be all it would take. If it would help if somebody would just, do the full circumnavigation of Antarctica, be on the South Pole below 30 degrees and do the full loop.
Yeah, but that wouldn't even debunk flat Earth or prove a globe anyway, right? I have no problem with Antarctica being a continent that you can sail around on a flat surface, right? You can sail around Australia. Maybe you can just sail around Antarctica too. But no one's done it. That was my point.
Okay, maybe that's why I'm stuck on this idea. Like, okay, if we do it, flat earthers go to sleep. But even if we
not
did
really.
do
I
it,
mean, yeah, why would that debunk the globe, or debunk the flat Earth? Just traveling around a continent? I mean, why? How would that debunk the flat Earth? I mean,
well, it's the South Pole.
We'll keep going south instead of just circling around what might be a continent. Then just keep going south, and then you'll just come back around the other side of the globe, and that will debunk flat Earth. Great evidence towards the globe.
So ignoring current, ignoring wind, if I kept my steering wheel straight on my big long submarine, if I went south beyond Antarctica and I ended up looping Greenland back to Antarctica again, no turning my steering wheel, that would prove round Earth.
Oh yeah, it would be pretty good evidence for that. Yep. So just
All right,
you
I'll
need
get
just
on
a
that.
submarine now, and
Do we have any seamen in the chat? Logical observations. I'm signing you up.
see, at the end of the day, we don't care that much about Antarctica because we can just measure the surface of the Earth over a large body of level water and debunk the the globe that way. So we don't need to go and worry about doing these crazy things to try to prove the globe. I mean, same with you guys, right? You should be able to just find that 66 feet of curvature over 10 miles. That's going to be much easier to do, right? Think about it. 10 miles distance, there's 66 feet of curvature.
Right.
We can't
If I'm in
find
a
it.
Cessna,
You-
if I'm in a Cessna and I drive 300 feet above the surface level of the ocean, and my altimeter stays at 300 feet, if I have to pitch down, or if I'm able to maintain like level, you know, joystick on my flight surface controls, like that would prove curved Earth, right? Because my altimeter, it doesn't take. I don't have to be super high up.
Well, how are you going to? I mean, we have black box data from commercial flights showing that the pitch didn't change over 500 miles flight. But some flat earthers say that's a globe killer. Personally, I don't think it's a great argument because of the way that the plane's equipment works, right? It's assuming a spherical model, it's assuming a gravity vector. And then we don't have, even when we get the black box data, I think there's still proprietary data that we don't have access to. And a lot of the data that we get is already processed and converted. So I'm not sure, man. It's I mean, it would be easier just to find that curvature using lasers, using observations, because things would have to be physically obstructed.
Yeah, I've always said that I can see 2 sunsets in the same night using my consumer drone. Lasers, at least the laser I have, it's a green laser. Who knows how many nanometers that is and how much, uh, I wanna say diffraction, but I don't think that's right. But not
Divergence.
convergence. Yeah, divergence. Yeah, who knows how much divergence that has over, a 1 mile, 2 mile, 3 mile
Yeah, so you would
distance.
want to get a laser that
Tough.
has it written down in the specifications how much it diverges over a certain distance. And then you can get a collimator, to make it even better. But
Do you know what you're talking about when you say collimator to make it better?
Yeah, so usually the beam would diverge by a certain amount, and if you get a collimator, it's going to stop the beam diverging as much. It's going to keep it as a thin beam over a large distance. Now, some lasers you don't even need to get a collimator because they don't diverge much over a large distance, but they're also very expensive, and the collimators themselves are also very expensive as well. But
I have a collimator
people
for my
have
telescope. That's why I ask that question. It's like, how much can you control for that? And how do you correct
Well,
for
we can
that?
just look at the side view. So we can film the laser transiting, and we can take a side view, and you can see that the laser is not bending around a curve, and you can see that the laser is not diverging much at all.
You're basically saying we make a triangle. I go
No, it's
from
just a
Tulsa,
straight line.
Oklahoma. I'm pointing my laser from Tulsa, Oklahoma to, Oklahoma City, and you're over in, the casino at a triangle, kind of distance or shape, and you can see me pointing from Tulsa to Oklahoma City, and you're saying, over that distance, you can see my laser line being only X arc seconds thick and not curving. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Here's an easier way of picturing it in your head. Let's say we got a giant frozen lake that's 6 miles across the lake, and I'm at one point, and you're on the other side 6 miles away. Now I'm going to shoot the laser at you, right? And you're going to pick up the laser.
Me. Get the laser out of my eyes. It hurts.
Yeah, the laser's going to blind you, so you can tell that the laser's hitting your eyes. Now we have a third person filming the laser transit from the side. Right, so they're far enough away that they can have a wide field of view, and they can see the laser beam traveling the entire distance. Okay, and they could use a amazing rectilinear lens that preserves straight lines. And yeah, we could take like an 8K image, extremely high resolution, and we can validate that laser beam, firstly, isn't diverging much, and secondly, isn't curving around a globe Earth. And we've done that many times. Our friend Lanolin actually spent.
Go on.
Our friend Lanolin, he spent about $40,000, and he made a documentary, and he did the laser test that I'm talking about over a giant frozen lake in Alaska. Very smart guy. He comes in here sometimes.
I can picture in my head what you're talking about, though.
Yeah. I'll show you a picture. Have a look in the side chat. So I actually have the raw image straight out of his camera, but this is just a screenshot of the raw image, because the raw image it's an NEF file, and it's like 50 megabytes. But yeah, here's an image. So if you zoom in on that, like, you can see the laser.
Green laser?
The green laser, yep. So that's 6 miles, that distance that you can see there, left to right. And you can see it doesn't, so it's being shot from the right towards the left. And you can see it doesn't diverge much at all.
Yeah.
If at all.
I would expect it to at least be like a wedge shape. To some extent, right?
Well, it's an expensive laser, so it doesn't diverge much. But he had it 3 foot high, and he hit the target at 3 foot high.
Okay, I don't know much, but my understanding is that it depends on the color of your laser, not the expense of your laser, how much divergence your beam has. It talks about wavelength, not, I spent 20,000, you spent 40,000.
Well, he used different spectrum lasers as well. So he used blue laser, he used a green laser. I think he has a red laser as well.
Oh, that's annoying.
So I was talking earlier about Dr. Jonty. So he's an expert in this topic when it comes to his professional work. Right? He's got a PhD in spectrophotometry, which is basically spectroscopy, and he's an expert in light propagation. So he did a bunch of laser tests as well using different spectrums. And I'll post his video in the side chat. No one's been able to debunk it. and he's challenged people to try to debunk it. But here is his laser test in the side chat here as well. Really good one. Very smart guy. And yeah, he did it on different locations, different days, different spectrums, and he knows everything about refraction, and he goes over all of that sort of stuff in the videos. He was the same guy that did the observation that I showed you earlier with the windmills out in the ocean.
Okay.
So he went out trying to debunk flat Earth. Became a flat earther. Right, so here's a different one where he's using 2 different lasers at the same time, 2 different spectrums.
I like this stuff.
Yeah, me too.
Hmm. All right, I'm calling it a night. Good night, y'all.
Have a good one, man. Catch you next time.
Come on, you warriors, let's go. VC, voice up. What about you, Kaizen? Easy? Why don't you want to mic up? Izzy, Kaizen, hello. You're active in the side chat. Why not just open your mic? What's wrong with that, Kaizen? What's wrong with that? Why can't we appeal to what we can observe directly? Can you appeal to observing the Earth as a ball? Can you appeal to yourself having witnessed the Earth curving and as a ball in space? Can you? Have you got that much? Have you got empiricism as your base for investigation? No, you don't. So, but you're all too quick to shit and mock people who are appealing to their direct experience of reality. Your direct experience of reality. You yourself experience the earth as flat and motionless, and you always will, and you will never, ever experience it as a ball. Never. Just think about that. But yet you can make fun of people that want to appeal to their experience of reality. Do you hear yourself? It's pathetic.
You just got cooked, son. Smacked right across the face with a handful of truth.
Yeah, he thinks because he turned on the TV and saw a rocket launch and then saw some pretty glitchy pictures of a ball Earth in space, that the reality he experiences is just an illusion. The TV is reality. What you see on TV is true, but what you go out and experience in actual reality is false. Yeah, cool story, bro.
But NASA told me so.
Yeah, why would they lie? They're spending billions of dollars. Oh.
Abandon all his senses and all his observations just to believe the TV.
Exactly. when you hand over your tax dollars to NASA, you're also handing over your own senses and any appeal to them you had before.
I wonder if he knows about the bags of dookie they were going to use on the spaceship walls for insulation.
Yeah. That'll keep us warm.
Reminds me of Trailer Park Boys, the piss jugs from the truckers.
Yeah, I've never seen that one. That series.
Are you serious,
Man,
dude? Oh man, they're like Canadian icons. They're our heroes over here, man. There's like 12
Yeah.
seasons and a couple movies. You got to check it out.
I might have to do that. I've seen Hibbler Productions uses a clip of theirs. Where they're sitting there and they're telling the dude with the glasses. They're saying, "Yeah, space is fake. Didn't you know that?" And he's like, "What? What about the astronauts?" And they say they're actonauts. Is that a real clip? Is that from actually from one of the episodes or what?
No, I believe they do a thing called SwearNet where they just like do random stuff and some interviews, and I'm pretty sure that was on there.
Right.
But yeah, I definitely recommend checking out the the seasons. It's awesome. You got to kind of take it with a grain of salt, but it's hilarious.
Yeah, I'll get the son to download it for me.
They made a movie called SwearNet. That's pretty awesome too. Kind of cool too, because like when they first started out, like you can tell their budget's like low, and then as the seasons go on, it just gets better and better and better. I'm pretty sure it's on Netflix if you have it.
Yeah, I've been thinking of letting it go because of the cost.
Might be different there though, because I know Canadian Netflix is different.
Right, yeah. I think I did see it on there. Did I? Trailer? I might have seen it on there. Like, seen it listed.
It's probably just use a
It's all good.
VPN if it's not like the Australian version or whatever. You probably use a VPN of Netflix.
Yeah, that's all good. The son can pretty much get anything we want to see, and he's set up a local
He's
network.
a techie.
Yeah,
awesome.
he's
My kids are the same
becoming
way.
one. He bought a domain name, and he's got his server device and its own freaking multi-terabyte storage system, and so now he can just he just downloads shit and he just compiles it, and then we use Jellyfin to watch all our shit on. Yeah, whatever we want, you just get it.
Sweet. Sure, not like the olden days. I remember like jacking tunes onto LimeWire back in the day. It was like the big thing.
Yeah, the old LimeWire. Yeah,
yeah.
Napster.
Yeah. You get a lot of them fake files. It'd be mistitled, and you'd download it and you'd start watching. It's like, fucking get rid of this shit, whatever this is. Some weird degenerate shit, you know. Yeah, LimeWire and Nero. That was pretty cool. And disc burning. It's like freaking go to LimeWire, put it on a DVD.
in one of the episodes, they fucking dress up as spacemen, so they get like old football helmets and hockey helmets and like cover them all in tin foil and make these rockets, and fucking they're gonna go fly to Juniper to get some space weed.
That's crazy. Old Izzy here is full of Ipsy Dixit, baseless declarations. It's true because I said it's true. You can't just say things without detailing how, bro. No, now he's saying, explain to me how summer and winter can exist at the same time on a flat Earth. All he's done is said that seasons require a round Earth. He didn't demonstrate how.
Well, if the sun is in a higher position somewhere, then it's summer. In a lower position somewhere else, then it's winter.
Right? He's not even in the chat. He's not even in the VC.
How does that work?
Little shit. Yeah, that's right, there, guys. None of you guys support your claims. I can make claims and I don't have to support them because I'm not a scientist. What sort of logic is that? So, Kaizen, why don't you just open up your mic, say hello, we can have a discussion. Guys here, I'm sure, would be glad to talk to you. No more text chat. Come on, let's have a mic up. What do you say?
Yeah, you must be retarded to believe in a globe. Are you retarded?
One of them retards.
Must be.
Globe-tarded. A broken brain that tried to think but farted.
He's got a lot to say. Limited time I have to get on here, and these people don't even open their mic.
Yeah, no, Kazan's ran out of steam. I think even in the text chat, he's gone quiet. Come on, guys, it's the Canadian Aussie hour. Let's go. Who's got questions?
Nakazi.
Hey?
Canucks. The Canucks.
Canucks.
That's what they're called, right? Canucks. Canuckasis.
Yep. The Canucks.
Canuck.
Over here, that means something going on in the bedroom, doesn't it?
Gave her a Canuckin.
Canuck, Canuck. It's probably about the most honest thing that Biden said. And the most coherent. He didn't stuff that one up, did he? Bring a man to fish, teach him for a lifetime. Eggs on toast with jam. What's up, pancake? Pankage, is it? Pankay. How do you pronounce that? Punkage. Took off. That's a classic clip, man. As a foot in my as a foot in my mouth. That's what it sounds like he's saying. Got a foot in my mouth. What makes it even more funny is the line before it. American can be defined in a single word as a I wonder if somebody actually wrote that on the paper just to fucking mess with him. And he's trying to read it. That'd be fucking funny. That's a beauty. Appeal to government, right? Yeah, like here's your government speaking on your behalf.
You're thinking you very clever man with your spinning ball and NASA plan. But India coming with their foot stand. अरे बाबा wait zoom कर दिया horizon straight no cover coming fully flat plate the globe हैया now it's too late India 007 destroying the globe dreams 24/7 laser beam from 1111 sending curvature India smiling very calmly, perspective only, beta ji. Masegarabi floating ocean, spinning faster than emotion, but water sitting without commotion. Hey, where is your rotation? Gyroscope not even dancing, airplane on at backwards glancing, Klepiari slowly collapsing, India 007 enhancing. India 007 not so sharp like kitchen churi weapon. You bring CGI imagination. He brings zoom lens demonstration. Are bhai listen carefully. Karvat hiding permanently. Refraction doing magic trickery, but India seen clearly. Pictures flying high, but never ask the reason why. NASA on thermal animation, big rocket presentation, but ground level observation giving you frustration. Theodolite on tripod standing across the water, truth expanding 6,000 feet, misunderstanding, globe argument disbanding. Hey bhaiya, check your calculation, refraction, variation, level devastation to your spinning imagination. India 007 sending globe to early heaven. Dreams collapsing 1/7. Three foot stronger than 11. Flat horizon looking steady. Globe excuses always ready. Indy 007 heavy globe logic, very spaghetti. Indio 007. In the laboratory of destiny, standing calm with entropy. Globe shouting, space is free. Jade se yaar thar moda naam gaji. You're talking vacuum fantasy like story from Narnia galaxy, but pressure need boundary, otherwise equalize naturally.
I listen beta carefully. Second law says clearly. Energy spreads universally, not magically, not selectively.
Teddy, master of pressure, breaking vacuum architecture. Ideal gas law lecture, globe being fractured by nature. PV equals energy, not because NASA told me. Pressure need container D, otherwise uniformity. You say gas next to space, no barrier in the place. Big your case, but where is physical interface?
Our body thinks slowly. Gas expands freely. High to low naturally. That is law universally.
Entropy not emotional, it is statistical and functional, not optional or promotional. It is physical and foundational.
Entropy, master of pressure. Vacuum story under pressure. Entropy is about your pleasure. It is your universal measure.
Gas not stay by motivation, not by spin or rotation. Need a containment situation, not imagination station. Oh, globe earther, don't you cry. Your vacuum drifting in the sky. You built it very, very high, but the law of physics asking why. Narnia lion roaring loud, space movie making. Thermodynamics not allowed to bend because you shout.
From Maxwell distribution to statistical solution, Jadi bring contribution, destroying confusion.
No insult, just equation, compound demonstration. Pressure needs separation or equalization. Master pressure, entropy, eternal lecturer. Vacuum fantasy, adventure, meeting second law instructor. PV, user, not T, reality, not CGI TV. Pressure gradient need boundary, otherwise uniformity.
You're my friend. Gas does not respect your imagination. It respects equation.
Good morning, moderated Nick. Goodbye, moderated Nick. Do any of the guests have a question about the Earth or would like to make a statement about it? Floor is open. What's up, Mickey? Morning. Hello. Goodbye.
Yo, YouTube, bro, YouTube, do you don't have any job, bro? I can see you here for 24 bar sound, bro. What are you cooking here, bro? Bro?
Talking about the Earth and its shape.
Oh, you're in the shape, bro. It's fucking. Um, I have been here several times, bro. I mean, the Earth is spherical, bro. I mean, if you think the Earth is flat, I mean, you may be not correct to the sense, bro. I'm sorry, you are not correct because the center of gravity. What happens is
Of
that
the Earth, in order for it to be a sphere, I went out and measured the Earth, and I came up with all kinds of spherical shapes. But it doesn't match the claim that they give, right? So I could
okay.
either conclude that the size of the Earth is expanding and shrinking, or I can conclude that I'm looking across a flat surface with my visibility being limited by something other than the shape of the ground.
Okay, I tell you something, bro. So you
I'll show
believe
you
that
something.
Earth is flat, right?
I'll show you something.
In the chat.
Yep, in the chat.
Okay. Okay.
All right. What does it say that the height of the observer is in the top portion of this image?
Bro, I'm looking at it. Oh, wait a second.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, photographed.
Now that's a world record photograph
So,
taken by a real person with a real camera looking across the real landscape. And the farthest mountain is 493 kilometers away. Okay.
okay.
His observation height above sea level is 50 meters. Okay.
Okay.
If I take these values and I use trigonometry to calculate the radius value of the Earth, I get, I think it's like 2.4 million kilometers, but it's 1.5 million miles for a radius value. When the claim is that the radius value is about 6,000 kilometers or 4,000 miles.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I understood it, but uh, okay. I mean, by this you are telling that Earth is flat by the calculation.
No, I'm telling you by the calculation, the radius value of the Earth is 1.5 million miles when they claim it's 3,959 miles. That's a huge difference, right?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to give you another one.
Let's see.
All right. This one is taken at 1 foot observation height, and the horizon is beyond the two items in the distance, right? The farthest distant item, object, 9.4 miles away. In the rest of the video, because this is a screenshot from a video, there's an island and a peninsula in the distance that are 20 miles away. So I'm going to reasonably say that the horizon is halfway between the observer and the island in the distance, right? So 10 miles away. 1 foot observation height with the horizon 10 miles away gives you a
So you mean
254,000 mile radius.
yeah, the same value is coming over here also.
Yeah. So I've got 1.5 million and I've got 250,000 miles in radius, according to two observations. Now, they say the Earth is an oblate sphere, so this oblate sphere is pretty big, according to my observations. I could give you a few more if you'd like, but are you getting where I'm coming from?
I mean, yeah. Now I'm, doubting is this Earth is round or not. You know, yeah, really confused me.
Yeah, right. That's what I felt when I made my own observation. I was on the water I was looking out across the water. I was looking at the mouth of a river, and there was a pavilion on the right side, and the horizon was beyond that pavilion, and the pavilion was 12 miles from me. I was a little bit elevated, so the 12 miles isn't all that drastic. I was able to see it with my eyes, but according to the geometry, the horizon was farther than it should be.
Bro, do you believe that Antarctica is a wall?
No. The wall is a description claim made by people who went there to try and survey the area, because they sailed up to the landmass, and then they had to climb up a cliff of ice so that they could walk on top of that flat sheet of ice. Now, I could show you the White Cliffs of Dover and say that that's a dirt wall, but that would be laughable. You see what I mean? I don't know if Antarctica is a big ring around an area or if it's an island, a big giant continent like Australia just out in the water, and it just happens to be in a portion where the sky doesn't make it warm, so it always stays cold. I don't know this. Never been there. I'm not going to go there. I hate the snow.
So you're from Australia, right?
I'm not from Australia. I've never been to Australia, and I'm pretty sure if I went to Australia, I would have left with a wife. But no, I got married in the United States. But the the point being, right? How you identify whether the Earth is a sphere or not would be to measure the surface of the Earth, right? You're looking for curvature of the Earth, right? When the Earth is measured flat, anything that happens on the Earth or above the Earth, like in the sky, all of that's happening over a flat surface, right? So whatever the stars are doing, that's happening over a flat surface because the ground is measured flat, right? Just like if I built my house in a tree, my house would be a tree house. Now, to tell me that I'm not living in a tree house, you would have to show me how the tree I built my house in is not a tree. And if you want, like, a lot of people think, well, the lights in the sky, those look like spheres, so the ground underneath my feet must also be a sphere. Well, if you was in the middle of an apple orchard, would you conclude that because you're looking at apple trees that the Earth is also an apple tree? No, that doesn't make sense. That's broken logic. And I don't mean that the Earth is a disk in outer space. So when you go to the internet and you find arguments against a disk in outer space with water falling off of it, that's not what I'm saying. So you can ignore that. What I'm saying is that the Earth is the floor of all of existence, and then everything else is inside of a contained area, right? So, like in a room, the lights are in the ceiling or whatever. The lights are above the floor. The Earth is a floor. We walk on the floor.
Yeah, bro. My internet was slow, Yeah, that's why I can't hear what you said.
Okay. What would you like for me to say again? What was the last thing you understood?
I mean, you said about many things, but the last conversation was we're talking about how the Great Ice Wall. About you're married and you have kids.
Okay. All right. Whenever I finished with that, I was saying that the way that you determine if the Earth is a sphere or not is to measure the ground, right? It wouldn't be to look at the sky. It would not be to look at anything else. You attempt to measure curvature of the Earth and then verify if this curvature rate matches the claim of the Earth having a radius of 3,959 miles, right? If I had built my house in a tree and I made a tree house, in order for you to tell me that my tree is not a tree house or my house is not a tree house, you would have to show me how my tree is not a tree. So then you would point to the foundation of the tree. What's the house built on? Is it?
I mean,
You know what I mean?
okay. I got it. I have a doubt. There is picture of the Earth from the space, right? Do you don't believe that?
No.
Why? Why not, bro?
Outer space is opposite of your experience. Outer space requires the vacuum of outer space to be real. This would have to mean that the Earth is here with high pressure, and all of this high pressure outer space.
Okay. Okay.
But when you have high pressure adjacent to a low pressure, that high pressure releases into the low pressure. Like if you had air in your tire, that's a closed system. High pressure separated from low pressure. You get a nail in the tire, and the tire goes flat because all of that high pressure attempts to equalize with the low pressure outside the tire. Right?
Can I
You're
know what
breathing.
is your bro? Can I know
What is
what's your major?
I don't have a major.
Well, I have a major. Okay, all right. Like, yeah. I mean, um,
Do I need a major to understand things?
Yeah,
Would I
I
need
think
to major in Would I
bro.
need
I
to
think
major in biology to know that my lungs are in my chest? Or can I know that I have lungs in my chest via, shared
bro
information
means
between people?
Hello.
yep,
I'm right here. I haven't left.
bro. I would ask you one question, bro. If you think the Earth is flat, right? If you take any object, there is one point in the object called as any shape of any object. If there is a point called the center of gravity of the object, you know that.
Okay.
If you take a sphere, the center of gravity.
I'm following.
Bro, let me finish. The center of gravity of the sphere is it in its center, okay? So it can pull everything within radius and can form a atmosphere. But if you take Earth as a flat, the center of gravity, the now Europe and the Europe continent and the Central America, sorry, and yeah, if you take Earth as a flat thing, the Europe and Africa would be the center of the Earth. Okay, if you take it as a flat thing, and
What?
and
Why?
Hang
Why?
on.
Why?
Hang on. You're claim stacking and you're running away from the original question. Your original question was about if I understood gravity, right? Now, we have to go back to that right? Because I'm saying I'm giving you gravity. You can have gravity. You can define gravity however you want. I don't care. All right. What I need you to do is show me how water is conforming to that sphere because of your gravity. And then water rests flat and level on its surface. Okay. So I need you to get a measurement of Earth curvature across the surface of that water that's being held to the sphere that was created by gravity. Okay.
Okay, bro. Can you do this this experiment which I tell? Can you put a big helium balloon and put a camera below it, and if you put it to space, you can you can observe that Earth is kind of sphere. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Kind
You
of.
have your camera above the surface of the Earth. It's showing you a sphere, kinda. You have your pictures from outer space. You have your gravity that makes the water. May I please have a curvature measurement of the Earth to validate it's a sphere? If you can do that, then you can confirm halfway the rest of the things that you're claiming, which is why I initiated the conversation with a curvature measurement, 2 curvature measurements.
Yeah, you gave it's like 1,000 miles. Yeah, you gave the value, right?
You misunderstand. You misunderstand. We need a methodology, a method to measure the surface curving, to validate this imagery you appeal to and your gravity pulling things to the center of a ball.
I don't mean that. I'm not talking about the curvature of the Earth, bro. If you take the
Listen, friend. If everything you're saying is true, then by a consequence, a necessary consequence, the surface of water must be curving. So let's measure that and confirm everything you said to be true by measurement. If you cannot measure the surface of water to be curving and it just measures flat, then we can throw out everything you said.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for, falsification. So a method by which we can falsify that claim, because we can't falsify this idea that gravity's pulling everything into a center of a ball. We can't falsify these images from outer space. There's conflicting imagery when people send up balloons. Some show flat, some show curved. There's all different claims about how high you have to go to see the curve. 35,000 feet. No, that's not high enough. 100,000 feet. No, that's not high enough. 250 miles. No, that's not high enough. Keep going. Like, there's all these different claims about just how high you have to go to see the curvature. Meanwhile, on Earth, we're measuring the surface of the water and it's not showing any convexity at all, right? So if you can show us that the surface of the Earth was actually directly measured to be curving, it at least lends credence to all those other ideas that you put forth.
Well, maybe you've got to say what his major is. What's your major? You might not know. Like if you study in, say, economics or
Do you know that
sociology.
you guys are from America?
Dude, what's your
I'm from
major? What's your major? Do you know
no,
about
I
consequences and
didn't mean.
logic? Did you major in underwater basket weaving?
So
Did you major in babysitting? What's your major?
Bro, I didn't mean anything wrong way. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just curious. What's your major?
Bro, you asked me what's my major. I'm gonna do computer science. I'm
You're
my
majoring in
vacation.
common sense.
Yeah, I'm a school student. I'm a school student. I'm a school student, bro.
Yeah, what's your major?
My major?
Okay. Science.
Science. STEM. You dumbass.
There
Hey,
are different categories to a science major. What's the specific?
Yeah, this is embarrassing for you. You're majoring in science and you're trying to use science to answer a what is question. Wowzers, dude. You should go get a refund. Go today when you go to school, tell your academic advisor I was on social media and I was talking about what is questions. I demand a refund. And they'll say, certainly. Yeah, we failed you. If you think science is about what is, not how come, cause and effect, here's your refund. And then change a different major.
Bro, I have a doubt. Okay, okay, I'm sorry. If you are in USA, let me take if you are in USA,
Yeah,
and
tell them majored in geography. Do your maps or something. Say like,
Bro,
hey, I went to social media and I told them if the Earth was flat, the center would be Africa, and then just told some random dude he's in America for some reason. And they'd be like, certainly, here's your refund for your science degree, and here's one for geography. Maybe you might learn something here. Probably not, though. I wouldn't. Don't put your hope too high.
No. Bro, do you know that time zones exist? There are time zones in different part of the world. There is, it may be 2 o'clock morning now for you, and it may be 2 o'clock night for me. These time zones exist because of only the reason the Earth is flat.
That was incoherent, dude.
That was his failed attempt at reverse psychology. The shape of the ground has nothing to do with the time zone. It has to do with the sun moving its position.
Bro, do you think that sun is revolving around the Earth?
Just like it appears to, yeah.
Well, you tell me, when you go outside, does the sun move across the sky?
Bro,
I'm not your bro. It was a very simple question.
Are you going to tell us that what we see isn't real? That's not true.
Bro, if the sun doesn't need to revolve around the Earth, bro. If it is on the top of the Earth and the Earth is flat, if sun is there, it shouldn't need to revolve. If it stays in the place itself, we would be enjoying sunlight.
What do you observe it do? Are you about science or not? Are you a science major or not? Because I thought that science was about, empiricism. So what you observe, right, starts with what you observe. So what do we observe? Do we observe the sun moving across the sky?
Yeah, we observe sun moving across the sky.
Okay,
yes.
cool. All right, cool. So why shouldn't we accept that that's what's happening?
Yeah, this theory is also there. It is called as the Galileo theory. I think geocentric. The Earth is a geocenter, and every planet and sun, stars revolves around the Earth. But If you take sun is revolving around Earth. Sun is made up of helium and hydrogen. Okay,
That's
and
that's
it
cool. That's cool. Yeah. What? Hang on a sec. Why is it a theory? Why is it a theory when it's what you observe to happen?
I mean, bro, it's the truth, bro.
It is the truth. That's what you observe. But how is that a theory? I mean, I go outside and I see the sun cross the sky, right? I didn't go anywhere. I stand still and I watch the sun move past me. All right. How is that a theory? How is that a theory?
What
That's not a
happens is
theory. That is a
what happens?
direct experience of reality, my friend, not a theory. The opposite, if you have a different idea about what's happening, that would be the theory, the thing that is against your common senses. Do you have a theory about it?
My theory is that Earth do two things: rotation and revolution. Rotation is that while rotating in the orbit in its own orbit around the sun, it also revolves. Okay, it also revolves. So when it revolves, it makes the day and night. When one country, sorry, one side of the earth would experience the sun at one time. Okay, and when it revolves, the next side would experience the sun, and the side which experience sun would slowly slowly go towards the dark, which is the night. And one more thing is that the moon is also revolving around the earth. And what happens is that during the revolution around the sun, it takes 365 days to revolve around the sun. And
Wait, hang on a second. Well, slow down, slow down. Okay, I'll save you the breath because we know we grew up with the same education. We understand that's what they teach us, right? But I'm just curious, right? It's very interesting that you just said also the moon revolves around the Earth. Now, when you sounded very incredulous when we said that the sun moves around us, right? It moves over the top of us, right? Because that's what you observe. But somehow when the moon does it, that's suddenly what's happening. Why is it that the moon does exactly what the sun does, but the sun isn't the thing that's moving and the moon is the thing that's moving?
Bro, because due to Newton's third law, every particle in this universe has an equal and opposite charge towards the other particle, which means the if you take the sun, it has a big gravity. It has a big, very very big mass, and compared to the Earth, so Earth is revolving around the sun. And if you take the moon, it has a very very low mass compared to Earth. Okay, and it
Okay,
has a
how do you
very
know all this? How do you know this?
gravity.
It's got a massive set of scales and he's running around just weighing shit.
Did you weigh the sun? Did you weigh the sun?
Greater than, yes, because no, there is a I mean, bro, I
Did you measure
I
the
think he
size
just
of the sun?
realised.
bro,
Did he get
bro,
divine? Do you have divine revelation?
Bro, I will give you evidence. You see eclipse, right? Solar eclipse and lunar eclipse.
So what has shadows got to do with the weight of something that we're questioning how you got in the first place?
Because this is very interesting. Because Crit, you know, Crit that was just talking a moment ago. Well, this is how he was introduced to flat Earth. He proposed eclipses as a proof for the globe, and he was challenged that the next time there was an eclipse event, that he should watch it and describe what he sees and see if it proves the globe.
How does a lunar eclipse occur? Hey, I mean, like,
Let's do it. What's a lunar eclipse? What do you see? You see the sun turn red. My dude,
Yeah,
where's the heliocentric model in that?
I mean, lunar eclipse occur when the
Okay, slow down. Don't give me the explanation first. Let's look at the evidence. The moon gradually turned red over the course of hours. And go.
I mean, bro, I have never saw a lunar eclipse. To be true, I don't want
Okay.
to.
All right. All right, at least you're being honest finally. I mean, like, it took a while. Come here just
I have.
straight bull skating.
But I have seen videos about. No, I have never seen videos, but I know how it happens. The lunar eclipse happened. I have studied about that.
Now you're bullshitting again.
Can you explain in flat Earth theory how does a lunar eclipse occur?
Yeah, the moon is a cycle, and it turns red.
Okay, that's pretty
Just like
cool.
you see it. Yeah, just like you see it. Don't add to be for flat Earth. You don't add some meth-fueled symposium about superpositioned sun, moon, and sky that contradict other observations, like the Selenilian eclipse. That's what you do on the flat Earth. On the globe Earth, you void out all logic, reason, and science. Use contradictory explanations that defy both logic and observation.
So where you from, bro?
You told me already. In your worldview, I'm from America.
Okay. Yeah.
So we'll just go with it. I'll just go with it.
Okay. When did you realize that Earth is flat?
You just got told that.
So you became aware that Earth is flat from then.
From where?
From yeah, you told that you're a flat earther, right?
Yep.
100% flat earther.
Yeah, the Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat. So one of the conclusions you can draw from that is the Earth is flat. You make an observation. Is a duck a duck? It quacks like a duck, looks like a duck, acts like a duck. No, it's not a duck. It's a hamster.
ஒரே ஒரு சிங் கூட ஒரு சிங் கூட ஒரு தீரி பத்திர ஒரு சிங்கடா
These are watching Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom there?
What? What did
it sounded like you were doing a dramatic reading of the Temple of Doom.
Like, do you explain the horizon?
Yeah, it's flat.
The apparent place where the sky appears to meet the ground, or ocean if you're at the beach.
So, I asked the same question. Why is the moon round?
It's a circle.
Why it's round? Don't know, don't care. But it is what it is, over the top of flat ground, because we know the ground is measured that way. We don't know what the moon measures as. Don't say no. We've got measurements of the ground. So, whatever you think the moon is, whatever you think the sun is, however you think they operate, that's all well and good. I've got no problem with it. But the whole lot happens over a planar existence. flat Earth. So eclipses, suns, moons, stars, whatever. It all happens over flat ground. And we know this because the ground is flat. It's measured as flat. Whether you like it or not. Whether I like it or not.
Yeah, you can't change a person's perception.
Say again, sorry?
I said that you can't change a person's perception, what he thinks, or what he or she thinks that it is truly it is.
Well, if you're not willing to change your perception, why are you even bothering to ask questions, and why are you even in here? You're in here either because you think it's an absolute joke and you rate yourself highly as an intellectual, or
Right.
you're open-minded and you're willing to learn new things.
Okay. My huge belief is that NASA spends billions of dollars. Your NASA spends billions of dollars in space and research analysis. So
how do you know?
Yeah. Do they fake?
Yeah, how do you know? You've made a claim about NASA spending millions of dollars. That's a claim. What have you got to back up your claim? And what is the relevance to this claim to the shape of the ground?
Yeah.
So, one at a time. How are you going to back up them spending millions of dollars? Interesting when you get to the nitty-gritty of it, isn't it? So how about this? NASA gets paid somewhere in the vicinity of about $70 million, what's it work out, per day? Now, of course, a sensible person would jump in and go, Mr. Matrix, that's a claim. How are you going to back up such a thing? Well, you could just Google it.
Yeah, their spending's out of this world.
Pun intended. Nice one, Chris. I'm not here to tell you about your beliefs, mate. You can believe whatever you want. Ain't nobody forcing you. All we're asking you to do is think for yourself. Don't let someone else do it for you. Challenge things, question things, and go out and test them for yourself.
Yeah.
Don't ask me what I'll accept, Session. Just answer the question. How do you know that it's the Earth's shadow on the moon? Just explain it to us. Don't just say, oh, because it's science, bro, and you think it's CGI, conspiracy theory, bro. Like, stop saying that. We're asking you a serious question. How do you know it's Earth's shadow? You could just say, that's what I was told. I don't really understand it, but I'm told that, so I believe it. That's a good answer if you want. That's an honest answer if that's your answer. But just tell us, what makes you think that it's Earth's shadow?
Holy shit. It's the only scientific, logical, mathematical conclusion that I see possible.
How? How and why is it the only possible one? Give details. You're not giving much. You're just throwing buzzwords around. Mathematics, science.
Logic.
Right? Logic, yeah. What's the logic behind it? What's the math behind it? Do you understand it? Can you express it? Can you detail it? Can you articulate it? Well, it's good enough to keep calling us conspiracy theorists and demanding that we give an explanation about it, or we must think it's CGI. Is that the extent of your English, is it?
Hello? I'm new in this Discord, and I've just been told that there's actually people that believe in the flat Earth. I would like to discuss that.
Yeah.
Well, that's the
Alright.
problem because
So
it's not
can
a
you give
belief.
me?
Yeah,
Can
hold on,
you
hold on.
can you
Pump
give me
brakes.
a point?
Just relax.
Challenge.
We're going to address the first thing you said.
Okay.
Wait.
Belief is not required for this topic.
Okay, it's not belief. You actually know that it's flat Earth.
No, it's not about.
So you're
okay,
in
listen.
you're in psychosis already. Okay, right.
Facts
Okay.
don't
okay.
care. Listen, pay attention. Facts are facts. Belief doesn't change that. The Earth is what the
Okay,
Earth
no.
is, and
That is
belief doesn't change what the Earth is.
Okay, no, that's beautiful. Okay, so that's the same thing with gravity then. If when you pick up something right now and you let go of it, where does it go?
What if you
It
don't
will
pick
fall
it up?
to the ground, right?
What if you
It falls
don't
to
pick
the
it-
ground, right? No,
What if you don't pick it
But
up?
if you pick up something and
Yeah,
let,
don't
and let
pick
it
it up.
fall,
Bro, did you
Yeah,
just
don't-
have a bottle of Ritalin? Slow down.
where does it go? No,
Yeah.
actually, tell me, where
Look,
does it go? It would fall,
Don't pick it up.
right?
Okay, don't pick it
There's
up. What
no
happens?
way of gravity if you
Hey,
believe.
kid, here you
well,
go,
let's say
clown.
if you know
There you
flat
go.
Earth,
Take a
there's no
breath,
gravity,
kid.
right?
Take it. Hey, here you go. Just breathe for a second, mate. This is not a horse race. As you can read up the top, it says 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It does not say 24 seconds Flat Earth Discord. You don't even talk and get over and done with in 3 seconds flat. So slow down, kid. It's all good. We're not going anywhere.
Mate, Tricks, please.
It's okay. I'm not gonna take you
Listen
serious
here.
because I know you
Please.
have a low IQ, so it's fine. Okay, so tell me
okay,
why do we have a
so-
curve? Why do we have a curve? And why can we not see
What?
further than a certain point?
I'm just gonna jump around. What
Yeah,
happens
it's going
if
to be
you
one of
don't?
those.
Why can we
Don't
not
pick it up.
see
Slow down.
after
Don't
a certain
don't
point?
don't pick it up. What happens?
It's gonna lay. You know why? Gravity.
Okay, so if it drops, that's gravity. If it lays, that's gravity. What if it floats up in the air? What's that called?
No gravity.
No gravity.
No gravity. There's anti-gravity.
Okay, so how the
then.
fuck does it rain?
How does it rain? That is literally gravity. I hope you never realized.
That's gravity
right?
too. Okay.
Yes, exactly.
So everything is gravity and nothing is gravity at the same time.
No, everything is gravity.
you
Everything
are
has a
low-
gravitational pull. I hope you realize
Dude, you're
even
low
the
IQ,
atoms
man.
flying
You're
around.
You're too triggered
Every
for this
single
topic.
thing has a gravitational pull because of the planet.
Because of a planet.
I hope.
Tell us more about
so
this
what
gravity.
Wait. Tell me what happens if the moon would right now go
Now the
out
moon.
of
Oh,
its ray, and
Dude,
we wouldn't have
seriously,
no moon. Tell me
can
what
we
happens.
address the last thing you said?
The gravitational pull of the moon,
Okay,
if
we'll
it
just
goes
shut
away,
up and
the
you just
oceans will
ramble
flood.
and then tell us when you're done and when we're allowed to talk,
guys,
all right, and address what you've said. Go.
I'm giving you a lot of times to talk, but you've been quiet the whole time and listening.
No, you've been doing a lot of rambling, and we're waiting for you to settle on which particular point you'd
Okay,
like
come
us
on.
to address.
Tell me then.
No, you
You have
tell us.
diarrhea.
Okay,
Which-
okay.
but there you go,
Explain me
there you
why
go.
gravity is not.
You tell us which particular point you wish us to address, and
Just
we'll go
told
from
you,
there.
gravity.
What about it? Look in the side chat. There's 82 different possibilities you can pick from. You might guess one.
I'm telling you, can you explain to me why there's gravity?
Which one, dude?
Which one? There's 82 to choose from.
We're talking about the gravity of the Earth's pull.
Okay, kid, let's just spell it out for you nice and simple. If there is one and only true gravity, that means 81 of those in that thing are incorrect. So which one is it?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
Because I'm not really into flat Earth.
You're saying gravity is gravity. Hey, I haven't mentioned anything about flat Earth. You questioned gravity. I asked which one. There's 82 to choose from.
There's 82 different gravities.
Correct.
So are you talking about different type of gravities or
no gravity?
Actually, like type of gravities.
You're not making it helpful for me because you're not really giving us any information. You referred to gravity, and I'm asking you which one.
The gravitational pull of the Earth.
So all of those fit into that category. So which one is it?
Mate, I don't know what you're saying.
Well, what we're trying to tell you is gravity is just a mathematical formula to describe things going down. Science, to date, does not know what the causational mechanism of down is. So, they don't know what gravity is in short form.
Okay, so can you explain to me when a mountain, right, let's say a snow mountain has a, what do you call that again? When all the snow ravages down? How does that happen? Because that also happens because of gravitational pull when it's too much. When there's too much of something, it falls. Let's say you have a whole mountain of sand. It will fall, wouldn't it? By itself, not picking it up.
Well, things when you stack them up will create a Bata angle, or Bata angle, however they say it, and everything will try to level itself out if it's not glued together. So if the ground shakes, of course a big pile of sand will go down and try to level itself.
What about the ocean, though?
What about the ocean? Water at rest is flat and level. What's the problem?
Yeah, water is flat.
Water at rest is flat and level.
Okay, so wait. So do you believe that when you go some point on the Earth, you would fall off?
No.
What do you think would happen?
I'd go to Jedi's house and we'd probably have a beer and laugh at people.
Probably.
So you're actually in a full-blown psychosis.
No, we just measure the surface of water to be horizontal. That's not psychotic. That's a measurement.
How is water horizontal?
How? I don't know how it is.
How is it horizontal?
Oh, it's measured to be horizontal. How is a different question. Yeah.
So if you would, So if you would point a laser over the ocean, right? A very strong laser, and we'll go all the way to the end.
No.
Do you actually believe it would hit the other end?
No.
No, but it does across lakes. But it does across large lakes. It does across large lakes.
Yeah, because that's still close enough, isn't it?
No, it's because
20 miles?
when you say across the Earth, that's thousands and thousands of miles. That's thousands and thousands of miles of air.
So at the end of the day, it would hit the other end, right?
I'm trying to help you. Please don't interrupt me. You asked a question, right? You asked why, if the Earth was flat, I should be able to shoot a laser from one side to the other. I'm pointing out the air that's in between the laser and thousands of miles. Do you understand why I'm bringing that up?
You're bringing it up because it would hit other things?
No, because the air would disperse the light of the laser. After about 200, 300 miles, then the air is going to act like a brick wall to the laser. That's why TW is saying across a lake, 20, 30, 40, 50 kilometers, we can shoot a laser where there should be curvature, but we measure it to be flat. You understand, right?
But to understand this, right, we need to go through a bit of theory with you, right? So we can go theory and then practical, because it's likely that you are not quite aware of the actual claimed size of the Earth and the consequence that would cause, like the geometric consequence, the curvature rate of the Earth. right? You're imagining it's really, really big, too big to be able to measure it over a lake. Well, it turns out it's not actually that big. And it only has a radius value of 3,959 miles, 6,371 kilometers if you like metric, right? Which causes a curvature rate. That would cause a curvature rate over water of approximately 8
My
inches
bad,
per mile
I'm back.
squared, right? Which could be easily measured. Over 10 miles, that results in 66 feet of curvature drop. Over 20 miles, about 266 feet of
Okay, so
curvature
why
drop.
the fuck would the government lie about the Earth being round?
Oh, sounds like you just understood the geometric consequences of an Earth that size and the curvature rate that would be present over a body of water.
I wasn't listening the whole time. My girlfriend called me actually, so.
Oh,
I
okay,
don't know
I
what
see.
you're talking about.
Right, right.
You're
No,
lucky
actually,
bastard.
my bad. I'm sorry, but I'm up there.
Yeah, you're probably imagining that 10 or 20 miles is not enough distance to measure a curvature and that the curvature would be so slight over that distance that it would just measure flat anyway, but that's not the case. Over 20 miles, there would be a 266-foot drop curvature rate, 8 inches per mile squared curvature rate, resulting in 266 feet of curvature drop over that
Are
distance.
you telling me that there is a curvature?
No, I'm saying that there would have to be that much curvature over 20 miles if the Earth was a sphere the size that they say it is.
Okay, so could you tell me when you look from a plane, you can literally see the curvature?
No, you can't. Did
Yes,
you ever
you can
think to
actually.
turn
When you go
around?
high enough, you actually can.
Dude, did you ever think to turn around? 360-degree panoramic view of the horizon. The horizon's a circle around you. When you look out
Wait,
of
so
an
you don't
aeroplane,
believe in the moon landing?
Dude. Right, this is a
Do you not
misconception.
believe in the moon landing?
Right, hold on, man who goes from aeroplane from seeing Earth curve to moon landing. Can you not stay on one topic to reach its logical conclusion, or are you scared of the subject that you bring up?
I'm just giving all the topics that I know of. I
Then
don't
why
know
are you?
almost
Then
any
that's
information
scattergunning, then,
about
isn't
this
it?
topic.
That's scattergunning.
I just
Then you're just going to bring up
listen.
subject after subject after subject and not
Listen real
listen
quick.
to the answer.
I'm just telling the subjects that I know of because I'm not informed about any of
Well,
this.
you're not very
I just think you
knowledgeable on the
guys-
ones you've
I just
spoken of
think you
so
guys-
far.
Listen, wait, no, okay, let me speak.
No,
I just
boring.
think you guys are actually stupid, and that's why it's
Well, you
fun
haven't
listen
listened to anything that we've said.
Well,
you
actually,
keep
I
running away
have.
from the
You've
things
been
that you
talking
bring
for the
up.
past, like, what?
That shows
Ego.
weakness.
Ego, you claim that we're stupid. What's the alleged radius of the Earth?
Alleged radius of the Earth.
Quickly
So what
Google
is
the
it?
radius
So you
of
tell
the
me
Earth.
then.
Exactly. So here's you are telling us we're stupid, and now you're asking us to tell you about your law. How are you going to back up your own bullshit if you only know it?
Kilometers.
I told you
That
about
is
5 minutes ago. If you'd have been
390
listening,
That is
I told you.
3,963 miles.
You were Googling it.
No shit.
Because you didn't know.
The
and you're
polar
calling us
radius is
stupid.
6.3
Ego, the
kilometers.
point of this was you were claiming we're the stupid ones, and you had to go and look that shit up, bro. Come on.
Bro, you know all of it because you're trying to prove the point of flat Earth. Like, actually.
Of course I'm going to know about your stupid bullshit lies if I'm going to argue against it.
Have you done LSD or mushrooms?
No.
God.
What's that got to do with the shape of the ground?
Come on, don't lie to me.
You haven't
Have
got
you
an
had an
intelligent
ego,
mind in your
Dad?
body, have you, dude?
Do you pick fights with guys bigger than you?
Indeed.
Oh no,
We're telling him that, but he didn't listen.
Wait, who's bigger than me?
Me.
You are? You're
Yeah.
taller than 194 centimeters? Alright.
No, my brain is bigger than yours, dude.
Oh, no, you're not.
Well, at the moment, you haven't demonstrated any type of intelligence. Any.
194 centimeters. Can you look it up real quick? Or do you know that in face?
How are you sure of that weight?
So you
How are you sure?
don't
How are you
know
sure of
it in
that,
face.
dude? How are you sure of that height?
Because I went to get a new ID, I think, 4 days
Okay,
ago.
and what happened?
And what do you mean, what happened?
For you to get that number, what happened for you to get that number of your height?
That was a ruler above my head, and they wanted me to stand against the wall, and then they
Okay, so
ruled my height.
So they measured you.
Yes.
Cool. And now they can use this measurement as empirical
I'm
evidence for your height.
6'4".
Dude, listen. So
I'm
now they can use
6'4". Are you
this.
taller than me?
Dude. So now they can use
Can you
this
tell me real
measurement
quick?
as
Are you taller than me?
Dude. No.
So you're not.
Now, can they use this empirical measurement as an identifier for you? You are now 6 foot.
Yes.
They've measured you to be this. Cool.
Yes,
Now, this is the
6'4".
same way. Shut up. This is the same way that we know that the Earth is flat.
And how tall are you?
Because we measured.
Shut up.
Dickhead. We know
5'4".
that the Earth is flat because we measured it. Do you understand the similarity now? You know your height because you measured your height. We know the Earth is flat because we measured it to be flat. Do you understand the similarity?
Okay, but wait, didn't it also be measured round though?
No, otherwise that would mean curvature.
It
The
has
surface
never
of the
been.
Earth is measured to
Really?
be horizontal. Why are
Really?
you talking through me? Have you done too much crack today?
So does the system just lie to us?
All right. Someone else talk to him. I can't deal with pricks this morning.
Okay, so can you just tell me how much % of the world would call you weird
No, you're
right
too
now?
slow, bro. You're too slow.
I'm too slow.
Yeah, you're too slow and arrogant. Don't want to listen to
I'm too
anything that's
slow and
said.
arrogant.
I'll translate for you.
You're not interested.
You're not
I
very
haven't-
bright,
no,
but
I'm
you can
not.
lift heavy things.
Because I.
Wow. That was one broken soul. There is no saving
That's
that.
too fucking early in the day to deal with that type of stupid.
I just missed a good meltdown.
Hello.
I just missed a good meltdown.
Oh no, that wasn't a meltdown. That was just class A stupidity. He wasn't smart enough to melt down.
He's gone to chase a squirrel now, I'm sure.
I like that. Go chase fucking squirrels, mate. Go on.
Good one.
It's the same Sachin won't get off the text off the keyboard and open his mic.
Oh, I'll
Apparently
have to
his
press
English sucks.
see what's happening in the chat button. Oh, wow. Oh, yes. Oh, Sachin should definitely get off the keyboard and onto the microphone.
Old dude's doing some PR work. He tried my patience in there, and old dude came along, and he's lucky he did because I was ready to give him the Indio boot.
Good old dude. Thank you, mate. Probably couldn't do half this job without you. Come and clean up our mess.
Hey, what's up? I just saw Artemis 2 debunk. Like, can you explain me why? How is it
What?
debunked?
How is it? Oh, the surface of the Earth is flat. Who cares what happens up in the sky?
We literally have, you know, videos, images,
Yep,
footage.
yeah, and you literally can wipe your bum with them too.
I mean,
the ground is measured flat, so what happens in the sky has no relevance to the ground.
Let's put it like this. In your Artemis pictures, they've taken pictures of the Earth, haven't they?
Yeah.
Cool, and that Earth has got a curved surface, hasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That means that I should observe and measure the curved surface on the Earth, doesn't it?
Right.
If the surface is curved, I should observe and measure that curved surface on the Earth, shouldn't I?
Yeah.
Cool. I don't, though. When trying to observe and measure the curvature of the Earth, I observe and measure no curvature of the Earth. In fact, the Earth is observed and measured to be flat. So that's how the images are debunked, by verification of the claim. The claim is the surface is curved. Try to verify that claim by measuring the surface to be curved, and when we measure the surface, it's measured to be flat. So I don't know about the space pictures, mate, but the surface is flat.
Yeah, can you show me the measurement of surface
Yeah, sure.
being flame?
Yep, sure. Give me a couple of minutes. I'll just put some measurements in the side chat for you. Hold on.
So this image I sent in the side chat is just Photoshop, or is it's AI?
Well, that's one of the images that's under a little bit of contention at the moment. So the real question is, how are you going to prove to us that that photo is taken from where it is claimed to be taken from?
Well, I cannot prove it.
That's a problem, isn't it? Whereas what we can do on the ground is we can measure the surface for curvature.
Why don't you just trust those people? I mean,
okay, I can ask the opposite. Why not? Why do I have to trust them? Why not trust them? It can go either way. So that's a 50-50. Flip a coin. Hey, NASA's great. Flip a coin. Sorry, they fail. That's nothing. At school, you were taught something. All we're doing is questioning what we've been taught at school. We were taught we live on a ball with a radius 3,959 miles. You might have learned it in metric. That's great. Now, if that's true, then at a given height, we should be able to measure the distance to the horizon, how much drop there should be, just based off of those numbers. And this is the issue. When we go out to test for these numbers, they're not there. But we do have a couple of unknown names in the channel. We've still got Sachin. We've got Guess. We've got Baba Tilu. If any of you guys have questions, queries, concerns, maybe you want to tell us you're a wild flat earther and how you come to that, or you're a bad boy baller. Tell us about your hopes and dreams. I mean, your belief system. Either way.
Yo. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yep.
Yo, how you doing?
Pretty good. Yourself?
Yeah, not too bad.
What's your story, mate? You're in here for a reason. Are you a bad boy baller, or are you just some flat earther chilling at the back of the stand, waiting for someone to make a mistake?
I'm a bad boy bowler, unfortunately.
How did you come to the conclusion it was a ball?
Guess I never really thought about it.
You're not so bad boy now, then. Holy!
Well, I mean, it just kind
man.
of makes sense, though, right? Like, you look up to the sky,
Well-
you see the moon, the star, and there.
So, how does looking up into the sky, seeing the moon and the stars, how does that tell you the ground is X, Y, or Z?
Well, because it's a pattern.
It's a pattern. Oh,
If
you're
I'd
some
seen
kind of
other-
like what's that kid in that movie? And he sees patterns and shit. No, that's me slack.
But if I'd looked up and if I'd seen, a flat planet, then yeah, sure, I'd be like, you know what, maybe we are flat.
So tell me, let's say you go for a walk into the woods. You're cruising through the woods. You're having a great old time. You look around. There's trees to the left, trees to the right, trees behind you, trees, and more bloody trees. Does that mean you're a tree?
Well, I've never seen a tree move.
Ah, so there's differences between you and trees, is it?
Yeah.
So, if you're thinking we're the same as these things up in the sky, that's how you came to that conclusion. What similarities does the moon have that we have here?
Hold on, what do you mean?
Well, if you came to the conclusion that the Earth is a sphere because it's similar to the moon, I'm questioning what similarities does Earth and moon have for you to come to the conclusion that they're the same thing?
Well, it's just big, kind of things in the sky, right?
Things in the sky? Which is still
Earth's not in the sky. Earth's under your feet, bro. Earth is not in the sky. So there's you don't see the Earth in the sky. No, you just don't see the Earth in the sky ever. So it's not in the sky. So Earth's not in the sky. The moon moves. Does Earth move?
Yeah, Earth moves.
Does the Earth move? Yeah, it moves.
Yeah.
How do you know that?
I would say
How do you
so.
know it moves? How do you know the Earth moves?
Because of night and day.
No, that doesn't tell you the Earth moves. That just tells you that the sun casts light over certain areas and not somewhere else.
Right, but it's moving around the Earth. So
the sun is, the sun moves across the Earth. I agree. That's what we observe.
Yeah.
So why would you say that the Earth is moving?
Well, I guess you could see that.
You don't observe the Earth moving, do you?
I mean, you could from reference points, right? Like,
no, but you
well,
don't,
no, you
though,
don't.
do
You don't
you?
see
But
it.
you
like,
don't, though,
realistically.
do you? Yeah, right. So we don't observe the Earth moving, but we observe the moon moving. So they don't share that similarity. Do you okay, the moon's round, it's curved, like it's got this circle, it's a circle. We at least see it as a circle, so it's got a curvature to it. Do we observe that on the Earth? Does the Earth share that similarity? Curvature?
Well, that's the question, isn't it?
Yeah. It doesn't, does it? We don't look around and observe the Earth
You
to
can't
be
see it with your
curving
eyes.
like
No,
the
not
moon
like
looks
that.
like it's curving. Right. So it doesn't share that similarity, not observably. So I'm struggling to see how it shares any likeness at all.
I don't think our friend here realised he was going to have to think when he popped in here.
No, I've been up all night. It's still like in the morning here. I'm half asleep. I'm not very good at it.
Yeah, if you're going to drop in here morning times, make sure you've at least had one coffee.
Yeah, I was just listening, but then you called me out by my name, so I thought I should say hello.
Sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes you call people's names out, and it's like, oh shit, and off they go. You just see them, you just hear the doorbell ring as they go out. It's a crack up. But it's actually interesting when you start getting questioned about really basic stuff, things that you've just taken for granted. Oh, I look up in the sky, and I just assumed everything else is the same. And then when you get questioned on how you come to those conclusions or those assumptions, and you actually stop and think about it, if you answer honestly, but what you should revert to is, you know what, they taught us this shit at school. I've got nothing to back it up. So don't stress. We're not going to start chanting or anything and convert you into a flat earther or anything weird like that. It doesn't work that way. I don't have some Thanos magic glove. I'll just snap me fingers and shwing. They're all converted.
Shit, you were
No,
right.
it doesn't work like that.
No, I've actually been in here a few times and I've listened, and well, there's pretty much nothing I could say really because I don't have any, super strong laser that could go over miles or access to a plane that can go like
You don't need
50,000
one.
feet into me.
You don't need one.
Well, I mean, it would be helpful there.
You got a lake near you that's probably 10 mile across, something like that?
Nah.
I was going to say something that simple. All you need is a couple of mates, you on one side, mates on the other side. Grab yourself some binoculars, or there's normally someone that's got a high-powered camera.
I think I might. How big does it have to be?
Well, how about we get the drop chart?
Well, it's the sea.
We'll
Does that
tell
make a
you.
difference?
It's a what?
It's the sea, not a lake. Does that make a difference?
Do you ever have days where it's calm and flat and not waves and shit all over it?
I don't know. Yeah,
I was gonna
that's
say.
pretty much all I've got.
Here's the drop chart. So let's have a look. If you can go 5 miles, that means you're looking at a 16-foot drop. So if you're standing on one side and you've got your toes touching the water, and your mates are standing on the other side and they've got their toes touching the water, that means they'd have to be over 16 feet tall in order to see the fellas on the other side.
All right, so 5 miles.
The chart's in the side chat. You can check it out for yourself.
Yeah, I took a look. Oh yeah, I've got that. 1, 2, 5 miles. Yeah, perfect.
Or if you're really keen or just lazy, go for a drive. As soon as you find some roadworks and they've got some traffic cones there, knock one off. One that's got the reflected stripe around the top third of it. Take that and go and place it on one side of the lake. Go around the other side. Grab yourself your high-powered camera and see if you can see the traffic cone. Done. You don't even have to get your mates involved. They'll probably want a bloody beer if you call them up. So you can save yourself a carton there.
Yeah, I'm going to visit a friend on Monday, and they've got a lake next to them actually, so I might give that a shot and see what happens.
So yeah, if you go there, and you've been to the lake when it's been like super calm and glass, that's the best time to do it because you don't have to worry about obstructions, waves, and random things. But that's a nice easy one, yeah. Just plonk a traffic cone on one side, go for a drive around the other side, grab your camera, zoom in and go, oh look, I can see the traffic cone that I shouldn't be able to see. Oh dear, that's a problem.
Hello everyone.
No,
Yeah, I'll give that a shot. I'll let you know how I go.
Yeah, that's a nice easy one for you. It's cheap.
Yeah, because I got binoculars and stuff like that. Got a lake.
Don't get caught knocking traffic cones off though, dude. They might ask rude questions.
I mean, it's 16 feet, you said, right?
At 5 mile, where's our
Yeah,
chart gone
5
again?
miles. Yeah, got it. I've saved that chart too.
Oh, cool. So yeah, so just jump onto Google Maps. So on your phone, you can do like a GPS lock, or from Google Maps from here to wherever you are. So you can probably do a GPS lock on your phone when you're putting the cone down. Go around the other side, measure distance so you can get the exact number. Grab yourself a tape measure so you can measure your elevation, how tall you are in comparison to the water, things like that. If you've got a thermometer, take it with you, drop it in the water temperature, air temperature. The more measurements you take of that particular whatever you're doing, the better. Because there's always going to be some numpty that goes, did you do this? Did you do that? And you'll never ever satisfy everyone. It's insane. Like, it's even to the point where one of our guys, Indio, was doing a particular long range shot, and he got his mobile phone and filmed the camera that was doing the filming, just to show that he was there actually doing it. That's the levels of stupid we got to go through just to satisfy some of the idiots that question us. That's just crazy. Like, you'll do your shot, and, oh, what temperature was it? There must have been refraction there. That's why you could see the cone. And you'll be sitting back going, bro, it's just an observation. Like, seriously, it's nothing over the top. Look at him, he's planning it out now. I like it. Or if you really want to have a laugh, when you put your traffic cone down, about half a step away from it, mark out an X on the ground with some masking tape or something like that, and then put a little note in the top of the traffic cone. So if someone comes there, they'll be standing on the X, they'll grab the note, because people are stupid, and then it's just right, on the note, just write, it's too late. Look down, or something like that, just to have a laugh while you're cruising around the other side, just to take a photo. Oh man, that'd be too funny. Oh, it looks like our friend is. Yep, keep
So
going.
at 5 miles, 1 foot cone on the ground should be totally visible, right? 100% visible.
Well, according to the ball mathematics, if you're at 5
Yeah,
miles,
so long as it's not like so long as it's not in a trench or something. If it's right on the edge of the water.
Yep, if you sit that cone right on the edge of the water and it's 5 miles away, that means you would have to be 15.67 feet tall in order to see it, according to the ball mathematics.
Yeah, I'll give that a shot then. Because I asked ChatGPT. ChatGPT says because of the height, you should be able to see most of it, but there might be a bit cut off. I don't know. Maybe it's just being stupid, but I'll give it a shot, see what happens.
Yep. Or if you've got a camera and you can lower your tripod down or something like that, lower it right down to water level, see how close to the water you can get and still film or photograph the cone, things like that. But anyways, mate, good luck with you. At least you're willing to get out and have a go. It's more than I can say for a few other people.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really mind like entertaining it, giving it a shot. I might
especially when you don't have to go too far out of your way, and it's cheap. Like if I said to you, look, this is going to cost you 10 grand, you're just going to go, yeah, nah, that's not happening. But the fact that you can get most of the components quite cheap.
That's it. Yeah, I've got nothing to lose.
It's quite cheap to get a mirror as well, isn't it? Get a mirror flash.
Yeah, but you have to involve his mates. They'll want to steal beers off him for helping.
Oh god, yeah, might have to get some beer as well. Shit, a cone, a mirror, and some beer.
See, the hard bit is if you're going to drag your mates into it, how are you going to tell them that this is some flat earth thing? Are you going to say, you wouldn't believe it, I was on surfing the net the other day and these flat earthers,
These maniacs on
These
Discord.
maniacs told me that I can't prove that there's curvature, and they said, "Go and do this."
That's what I'll tell them. You know, I'm quite open about. You know, I'm interested in pretty much anything. Why not? There's nothing wrong with testing something.
What's going to happen though if it fails in front of your mates?
I look like a right idiot. Eh?
No. All of a sudden, here's you saying it's a globetard, and you're trying to defend the globe. That's what you're doing these tests for. And then all of a sudden, it fails in front of your mates. You better make sure that grog's strong. He's got a sneaky extra carton in the back of the car.
I'm sure it won't fail. I trust you.
Ooh, I'm not worried about it failing for our side. I just want to see what excuses you'll give your mates. And that's the other one too that's pretty handy. In the side chat, old dude's just posted up the Earth curve calculator.
Yeah.
That thing is very handy because it does both metric and imperial. So if you've got that open, you can chuck imperial numbers in there, click metric, and it switches it over for you. So it's a really quick converter.
Nice.
Yeah.
Converter there, yeah.
It smashes
So
it,
if
man,
it
it's
fails,
great.
I'll send you a message with my PayPal, and you can send me the money for the beers. If it works, I'll send you the beers.
Oh, they'll probably be hot by the time they get here. That's not going to be good.
Get some VBs in you.
Get some VBs up, yeah. I actually drink Tooheys New when I'm drinking. Actually,
What's that?
in all fairness, I'll drink anything with alcohol in it. But this just an Australian thing. But no, cool. Have some fun while you're out there. Try different things.
Where are you from? Down under.
New South Wales.
Oh, nice. It's the place with the big beasties, right? Like
where the what
big
is?
spiders and stuff there, nah? New South Wales.
Oh, I don't know about big spiders, but they some of them are pretty nasty.
Yeah.
All right, it must be nearly time for our mate Sachin to step up to the plate. Hopefully he's had enough Dutch courage.
So do you have any opinion, like, about world organizations and whether or not they're lying about it? And for what reason?
World organizations.
Yeah,
like,
like
NASA, for example.
NASA. Yeah.
Well, I think a fair incentive for NASA to be pushing what NASA pushes would be approximately $70 million per day.
Yeah, 80 million a day is quite nice.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to argue with that, eh?
But then what about everybody else, you know? Like, with it being such a...
Who's actually lying? What if it's just misinformation that's been passed off through the generations? So, for example, you were taught something at school.
Yeah,
okay,
so
that's great.
Tell someone else.
And your teacher has learnt the same information as you, and their teacher learnt the same information. It's just the same information getting recycled over and over again. All that's happening is no one's taking a step out and removing themselves from the equation and testing to see if the information is true or false. They just accept it. They go to work and have a great life. What about it?
How would they track you if the Earth's in the sphere?
GPS is just based on a model. That's all.
Towers
or
on the floor.
triangulation, kind of.
Yeah, towers on the floor. You know those big things that you see in every housing estate? Those.
The what, sorry?
The big towers that you see around every housing estate and petrol station in the UK. Those.
Yeah.
The towers. That's how they know where you are. The towers.
But how would that work in the middle of nowhere?
Big aerials. Some of the largest structures on the world aren't the skyscrapers, they're the aerials. The aerials don't get spoken about because they're not as amazing as the skyscrapers like the Burj Khalifa. But some of these aerials are like a kilometre tall. Some of them are out at sea as well. There's lots of buoys, or buoys as we call them in the UK. Yeah. Never knew what that meant. But loads of those out at sea, but aerials as well. And signal communication primarily takes place on the surface of the Earth. If we're talking about I'm far away from like a local town or something, it's just because you got high power aerial signal across your area. If you're out of range, you need more power. It's basically what it is. If you're out at sea, there are obviously devices in the sky. People will then obviously start invoking satellites. Satellites can only work around the sphere. No, there are things up in the sky that can obviously repeat signals or send timing signals. So that type of technology obviously exists, but primarily it's ground-based technology. Your router in your house, for example. You asked as well earlier, like, do we have any like opinions or ideas about like groups or maybe cabals and things like that? I think probably most of us do, but we kind of keep it under wraps because as soon as we start talking about these things in kind of a line with flat Earth, dismissed very, very quickly. Yeah, it's very hard to point fingers when people aren't ready to listen to the information or don't have some kind of understanding about, you know, the world and have an experience of it. And it's not just one group. That's the thing. We think it's just this one shadowy cabal. No, it's not one. I think it's about 6. So yeah. Sachin has got a fantastic moustache. Shout out to that.
Sachin, are you a mad cricket fan?
Were you named after the famous Tendulkar?
Chaka! Don't be scared, guest. You can ask your question. We're not going to bite you. You've already spoken to us, so you know what we're like.
Nah, man, I don't have a question.
Oh, I just saw you flash up there. I thought, he's going to say something. He's on. Look out.
Nah, I'm used to being on Discord for ages, and I don't usually stay on mute because I'm like just chatting with friends or something.
Fair enough.
But
Alright,
yeah, I was walking about, so I didn't want to make a noise.
Ah. Well, we've got AM. It's not here. It's PM, actually. But AM still at the top of the chart. Feel free to ask any questions. If you've got any queries or concerns, maybe proofs of curvature, please tell us all about them. Who else we got down the list? Guest has been chatting with us. Jesper. Welcome. We've got Life Forever. Welcome. Mr. 1, Mr. Z, Ron H, and Sachin.
Thanks.
You're lucky I didn't say Mr. Z.
Hi, how are you?
Pretty good, mate. What brings you here today?
What?
What brings you here today?
Thanks.
Things. Okay.
My English is not good.
English is not good? Well, you can practice your English. I think this is a good idea.
Thank you. Yes.
So, while you're practicing your English, what shape do you think Earth is? Is it sphere? Is it cube? Is it flat?
I'm sorry. It's very hard.
No, I think he's overdosed already. Can't handle the accent.
So how did you figure out about the Earth?
How did I figure out about it?
Yeah, how long ago and what introduced you to it?
Well, my introduction to it was back in about 2007, 2008. A lot of people shake their head and go, "Oh wow, that's not good." But no, I didn't actually start looking into it until only the last couple of years. Like I've always been into me conspiracy stuff. There's a couple of magazines, Nexus and New Dawn. They've been out for forever and a day. Been reading those since I was about 17. But a couple of things have always bugged me, like where I used to live in Newcastle, Australia, Newcastle. We used to drive out through the Hunter Valley and they launch hot air balloons. So if you're lucky and you get out on the right day, there is hundreds of these things, all multicolored and shaped, and it looks awesome. It's spectacular. Anyways, if you hit them the right day, you see hundreds of these balloons in the sky just sitting perfectly still. And I've always wondered, why is it the Earth doesn't just rotate underneath them whilst they're up in the sky? And that has bugged me for years. And it was only recently, thanks to certain events, where I got an extended holiday from my previous job, and it gave me quite a lot of research time. So I basically went back into learning mode and did a lot of research in a very short amount of time and worked out quite a few things. So, yeah, it didn't take much to put two
So it's
and
been
two
going
together.
back a while. Good, like 17 years.
Yeah, I've always been into conspiracy stuff though. We don't normally push that in here, just because someone will say one wrong thing and all of a sudden you're off in the weeds for the next 6 hours.
Yeah.
So, but no, it's actually I like it, the 24/7 crew, because of that, because they don't push all sorts of random shit. Just stick to what you can back up. But no, the last couple of years looking into it, I basically spent probably a good 3 weeks doing laps across my lounge room floor. They call it doing head miles if you're ever in jail. You see people, they do laps, pacing up and down sections of the yard. Yeah, I was doing that at home. Gives you time to think. I don't know how I didn't wear tracks in my lounge room floor, but anyways, that's another story. But yeah, when I got a bit of thinking time, yeah, putting 2 and 2 together. And then a couple of lads went, hey, check this out. A whole bucket full of laser tests. Hey, check this out. Laws of nature, thermodynamics and the such. Oh, here we go. Hey, check this out. Measurements. Or lack thereof. And it just added fuel to the fire. For a while there, when I first started out, it was just a feeling. It's just a gut feeling that something wasn't right. And then all of a sudden you start looking up all these laser tests, and you get a lot of kids now that'll just jump in and they seem to think that the be-all and end-all saviour of arguments is one word, refraction. And we'll put forward a laser test or something like that, and these kids will just bleh, refraction, and they think that they've won an argument. They don't even know what it is. They don't even know how it operates. And then when you go and look it up, no one does. It's like we understand the principles behind it, but you can't predict it. You can't just sit down and go, oh, look, today is 22 degrees, and voila, this is how much you should get. It doesn't work like that.
You can't get the conditions to make it do what they claim it does.
Yeah.
It doesn't, yeah, it won't do what they want it to do. It's like saying that refraction exists, like Usain Bolt can run fast. And because Usain Bolt can run fast, he will eventually run as fast as the speed of light. It's like saying refraction will bend anything the way that you want it just because it exists. Fucking stupid.
Yeah, I was just telling, guest just asked me how it all come about for me with the FE stuff. And that's what I was just telling him about some of the things we get. That seems to be the most common one of late. And the scale one. How many times have I heard that now? I think it was you that brought that up the other day, Jedi, last week, that a lot of people have been saying, oh, you just don't understand scale. I have heard that nearly every day now, man.
Yeah, man.
You flat earthers just don't understand scale. Okay.
It usually comes after some conversation about the Earth looks flat. And then we ask them, does the Earth look flat to you? And then they start wiggling around. It's like, oh, well, it's so big. Yeah, but does it look flat? It's big. I don't care if it's big. I want to know if it looks flat.
What's your proof of Earth curvature? Well, when you go to the beach, you see ships going over the horizon. Oh, that's nice. How big is it? Well, just imagine you're an ant on a basketball.
Yeah. You wouldn't expect to see the curvature of the Earth. It's akin
I
to
love
being
that.
like an ant on the basketball. But when you go to the beach like an ant on the basketball, the ant's going to wonder why he can't see his other ant walk across the basketball because his ant friend legs are disappearing from the bottom up. Like, I can't see the boat anymore because there's the fucking Earth in the way. I can't see the curvature of the Earth out of one side of my mouth, but there it is blocking the bottom of that fucking boat out of the other side of my mouth. Interesting contradiction these people put themselves in. Still makes me laugh 10 years later. There are lots of people in the chat, especially for my time, lunchtime.
Our good friend Sachin still yet to step up to the plate. Mr. One going up the list. Bangionis, Bangionis. I got no idea how to say it. Like, seriously. I'm just chucking shit at the wall here and hoping something sticks. And we still got AM. Welcome, guys. Don't be scared. We're here to answer your questions. I know I sound like a cartoon. Feel free to remind me. Maybe it's too loud. Feel free to remind me.
How come there's always so many people in this VC, but then nobody's speaking?
Holy shit, this again?
Shit, Crit, that was fast. I didn't even get time to unmic.
How come no one's talking? I mean, like, we live stream this motherfucker, and they really expect that there's like 20 people in the VC, so 20 people should be talking all at exactly the same time.
That'd be a shitstorm. Yeah, I guess you're probably used to being in other channels where it's just noise, and you mute everyone except for the one person you want to listen to. I don't know. I've been warned about other channels, especially if you've been to the politics server. That's a bit of a clown show in there.
I didn't even know there was a politics server. I'm definitely not
Really?
joining that.
Oh, don't do it, bro. No, don't do it. No, better still, I dare you to go over and join it. And then when you come back, you'll go, holy shit, you weren't joking.
So peaceful in here. Is it all just American politics?
Oh, it's just shit in general.
Might be alright with a few beers.
No, it's just chaos, man. Absolute chaos. You can't hear a thing.
Oh, right, okay.
Okay, you hear how loud my voice is. Imagine just 15 of them all at the same time.
Yeah,
That's
all yelling at each other.
Probably the best way to describe it. All making sure they're all got debate bro tactics, and yeah, it's just toxic teenagers that think they know everything about world events because it came onto the Channel 7 news.
Well, you got basically be like a room with like 20 people in it. 8 people are basically just, laughing, play background noise. You have no idea what's, just like a car honking, dog barking. There's 3 people just saying random blurts. A dude says, "Oh, my dick stinks." Another 2 people who are talking to each other and have everyone else turned off. And then just some random people making animal noises or some shit.
So yeah, so that's why we're not yelling and barking and screaming at each other. Most of them are sitting here muted. They're just waiting for a volunteer Glober to come in, say something really stupid, so they can grab their popcorn and sit back and laugh.
Well, yeah, that's what I was doing when I was here before.
Sachin still has the opportunity to open his mic and get his text perms back once I'm satisfied that he is not an alt account that has been previously banned. So, Sachin, feel free to open up your mic, just say a few sentences. I don't care if you can't speak English very well. We'll be very good at being able to determine whether you're putting on an act or not. We're not going to criticize you for your bad English. All right? We understand this is an English learning server, and some people might not be able to speak English very well. But I just want to make sure that you are not an alt account because you've raised quite a number of red flags for me. Once I'm satisfied that you are not an alt account that has been previously banned, I will grant you back your text perms. So just open your mic, have a little bit of a conversation, say hello, talk to us, and then you get your text perms back. Okay? Until then, no, you're not getting them back. I'm sorry. But carry on, guys. Just wanted to let Sachin know that. Funny how his English is very bad, but he's made no attempt whatsoever to post in any other channel in this server.
Sachin. And someone else new just popped in. Tebow. How do we say that one, mate? We don't. Oh, it's worth a try.
Hello, everybody.
What's up,
Hey there,
Goose?
BB.
Hi, hi.
How are you? Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
How are you? Yes, I need to question you. Salam. Yes, talk to me.
Well, say something, dude.
You gay? You gay?
No, it's not gay if it's TSA.
All the way. No, you gay.
No, it's not gay if it's TSA. Just because I went to
You
the
don't fucking
airport.
gay?
Just because I went to the airport doesn't make me gay.
Oh. I like it, get it.
Just going to the airport and dealing with TSA doesn't make you gay. That's not gay.
You fucking gay.
No, it's not gay. It's just TSA.
No, you fucking gay.
No, it's TSA. It's not gay. It's just TSA.
Oh,
Bro,
what
bro.
language on you?
When do you live?
You blow your father
When
with
do
that
you live?
mouth?
When do you live? When do you live, motherfucker? What is it?
You sound like you're in the process of having a meltdown, young friend. Please tell us about your cope. So can we have that in English now, since it's the English hub?
Where are you from? Where are you from, bro? Where are you from?
That doesn't make a difference.
Where are you from?
Australia. See, it doesn't make a difference. I'm still
Oh,
going
I
to talk
like
the
it
same.
there, bro.
That's
I like
great.
it there. I like it.
Tell us how you
I am
think you
like
live
in
on a
Egypt.
sphere.
I am like in Egypt. You like in
That's
Egypt?
awesome. I've never been there. I'd like to go.
Oh.
Are
You
you
know
in the
pyramid?
Nile?
You know pyramid? Check
Do I
out
know the pyramids?
pyramid. You know pyramid?
Do I know pyramids?
Yeah.
I know
I like
what
to
they
hear.
are.
I like to hear.
I think that would be odd having them as your backdrop for your town, but yeah, that'd be out there.
Blah, 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 blah.
Bro, what are you
Okay,
talking
you're an
about,
idiot.
man?
Bro, I need to learn to project.
You
Bro,
need to learn to...
I need to learn to project, bro.
I don't know what that word is. You need to learn to something, bro. That word I missed.
I'm engineering.
You're in engineering. Oh, so you're a flat earther.
What?
What's a unit of power?
No, no.
Yes, it is. Go and look it up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello, bro. Hello, bro.
Okay. Hassan. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, bro.
Hello. कैसे हो?
Hello.
How are you? How are you?
I am fine, bro. And you?
Hello, I'm just going to cut to the
I'm
chase.
good.
Earth is flat and motionless, and you can't have gas pressure
I'm
without a container. Prove me wrong.
I'm good.
Yep, that's good. Now, Earth is flat. Earth is flat.
Sorry.
Do you agree?
We मैदान to agree. Agree.
You
I'm
agree?
agree.
Cool. No
Yes,
disagreement?
yes, bro.
We're on board. Earth is flat.
We will ask this year.
How can Earth be flat while everything around it is rounded?
Give me a perfect reason for that.
I just want to answer that question to AM. Not everything around it, things above it appear to be circles.
But when you see the moon is flat or not?
Who knows?
Huh?
Who knows about the moon?
The moon is like a round shape, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So maybe the
So
Earth also a round shape. I think
maybe.
that's my
Yeah,
So
maybe.
yeah, maybe. Like Mars, you look the Mars, Jupiter, they are all planets around shape. So why
Yes.
not Earth is round shape?
Because it doesn't fit the identity of planet.
Did you get it?
Yeah, it doesn't fit the identity of planet. A planet is a sphere
So what's
with a
your
curved
point?
surface
What's your
that moves.
point?
Why?
Yeah.
You made a statement. I'm addressing what you said. Why, when I'm talking, you talking through me? That's rude. Do you not want to listen to the answer?
Say again. What do you say?
Can you not interrupt me, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. So yes, I agree. The moon looks round, Mars looks round, Jupiter looks round, the sun also looks round. The question is the Earth also round? Right?
Yeah,
Okay,
maybe
that's
there's like a planet.
yeah, maybe. Right? I like the phrase or the word maybe, but we have to find out if it is. To figure out if the Earth is like Mars and Jupiter and the Moon, then we would measure the surface to find out if there was curvature, like on the Moon and Mars and Jupiter, right?
Mhm.
Good. So we would measure the surface of the Earth. That's how we would confirm if the Earth was like Mars and Jupiter. When we measure the surface of the Earth, it measures to be flat, so not like Mars and Jupiter and the Moon, if you say they are round.
Who told you that if you measure the Earth round, it's gonna be flat?
So
Even before the
how to know?
telescopes and before everything, there is scientists back there that discovered that the Earth is round. Before it,
Okay, we all measure the surface of the Earth to be flat every day.
if the Earth is
I
flat,
can't
how
speak to 5 people at once. I
that
can speak to
move?
one person at once.
If the Earth is flat, why planes moves in a curved shape, not straight to the destinations?
Because east and west are circles around the pole. If you fly east, you will end up where you started because east is a circle. You can go in circles above a flat surface, being as circles are flat, two-dimensional shapes. So aeroplanes travel in circles if you want to say they end up where they started from.
I mean, like if you're gonna go from point A to point B, the closest distance is gonna be a straight line, but all the
Yeah.
planes are moving in a curved shape.
No, aeroplanes fly from bearing coordinate to bearing in straight paths. An aircraft constantly banking. An aircraft follows flight corridors, some across the Atlantic between America and Northwest Europe change daily depending on the weather conditions. There are many factors involved in how aircraft fly. If you're saying it's because of the curvature of the Earth, then you would need to measure the curvature of the Earth.
So you want to tell me that everything around us is rounded in the space, that we also live in it, and the Earth is not?
No, because the Earth isn't like a flat disk in space and the odd one out, the black sheep of the family, because it's flat while everyone's around. The Earth might be easier understood from your point of view now as the floor that you stand on, and the lights on your ceiling are on your ceiling or up above you. That's what you observe every day. Now, the lights on your ceiling don't mean that the surface that you're standing on, your floor, is also a light, also with a curved surface. You experience being on flat surfaces like floors every day and looking up at lights in the sky and never coming to the conclusion that you're standing on a light.
Okay, how you can explain that when the ship crosses the sea, it disappears? Like you see
Angular
it, like it's
resolution limit
sinking.
of the angular resolution limit of the human, as well as atmospheric conditions, being as we can make the boat reappear again with an optical technology like a telescope or high-powered zoom camera. In actual fact, using this technology, we see things so far away that we know that we're not living on a sphere because they should most definitely be interrupted by Earth curvature. Being as we see too far is a problem for the sphere Earth, not for us.
Light curves with gravity.
That's nice. You'd have to prove that claim. Or are you trying to make the surface measurement of the Earth unfalsifiable?
My English is not that good, so I can't prove my point. But if you like see the ship disappearing in the far away, and you go somewhere higher, you're gonna see it again.
Okay. If you stay at the same height and get a telescope out, you can see it again. Why can
No,
I
that's
see
not
it again
true.
with a telescope? Yes, it is. Would you like the
There's someone
observation?
did this. There's
Yes.
someone did the
Yeah. Hold
experience.
on. Hold on. Give me 2 minutes. I'll post them in the side chat because if you've never seen them before, I'd love you to see them. So yeah, give me a moment.
Okay.
Now, while he's finding that, could you tell me who told you that light bends with gravity?
If the gravity is strong enough, the light bends with it.
Well, who told you that was happening?
I think I studied it or something, or I saw it in something.
Yeah, but so you need to ask yourself who is claiming this and what evidence have they provided for it?
There is black holes. The light
Black
moves
holes.
around it because
No, those are just a
gravity is so
mathematical
strong.
concept. No one's seen a black hole. Those are mathematical concepts.
There is a pictures of black holes and mathematical.
No, there is an artistic creation. It's art. It's not a photo. It's digital
There is a
art.
photo.
I guess
It's
it's
not a photo. Look
Einstein's
again.
relativity theory that says
Now, did
that
he
the
claim it or did he prove it?
I think he claimed it.
Right.
He didn't
Okay.
prove it.
So who proved it?
Modern satellites that
Modern satellites. Which
work
satellite proved it?
any satellites who the time
Okay, show us
difference
the
between
satellite proof. Which show us the proof that came from the satellite that you're claiming.
okay I can't tell you the specific satellite, but people claims that it is the
No, I don't want the
satellite
claims.
who
I know the claims. I want the proof.
you want the proof, right?
That's what you should want. Why don't you want the proof? You just accept the claim?
Because it makes sense. That's why.
No, it doesn't matter. What you imagine makes sense doesn't matter. What matters is what can be proven. And no one has proven any of those things that were just said. So that's imagination. Cool stories, bro. You familiar with those? Anyway, sorry, Jed. I was just filling that while you were getting your picks.
No, dude, you're absolutely fine. I haven't heard you for a.
Yeah, I've been busy. Busy, boys. Good to hear you, though. So yeah, before you say something like light bends with gravity, ask yourself, what am I saying here? Do I know that it's true? Or is this just a claim I've heard? That'll eliminate 97% of your questions. Indian guy, did you find that proof? Nope. Yes, not. you know why you can't find any proof? Because there is none. The globe is fake. All those stories you've heard about light bending around a globe is fake. Made up. Theorized, if you want to be kind. But debunked, if you want to be factual. All right, carry on.
He's gonna be looking for a while.
So if the Earth is round, how can I, if I stand in let's say in Africa, there is different stars than if I stand it in somewhere else.
What, like Australia?
Because you're standing under a different part of the sky. Obviously.
If the Earth is flat, I'm gonna see every star in every way.
Nah. Like imagine you're in a giant warehouse that's miles and miles wide, and it's got random fairy lights strewn across the ceiling in random patterns. You stand at one end of that giant warehouse and look up, you're going to see a bunch of different patterns, and then you go to the other side, you're going to see a bunch of other patterns. So no, you don't see the same stars everywhere because you've gone to a different part of the Earth, which is under a different part of the sky. The globe is fake, dude. Just, time to
find anything.
move with the times. Well, you just have to recognize what water is doing. You know what water is. You know how it behaves. It's flat.
Yes.
Yeah, it's flat. And they say that 70% of the Earth's surface is covered in water. You know that?
Everyone knows it. I studied in middle school or something.
Right. So you've got the Earth is 70% flat water. So how are you going to get a 70% flat ball?
But I forgot the name. It's the name in English. Like the water moving with the moon. How is that gonna be possible if the Earth is flat?
That would be a different subject and something that you couldn't prove either. Saying the water moves with the moon. That's just another old wives' tale. A little globe.
No, there is something. The Mad and Jadder.
Bedtime
I
story.
forgot the name is in English.
No, the correlation doesn't really exist like you think it does. That's not to say that there isn't an effect caused by the sun and the moon on water's behavior, but your idea that it's getting pulled by the moon's gravity or whatever is debunked. That's nonsense.
If you're standing in the near to the sea in the day, you're gonna see that the water level is low. But if you're standing at the same time at night, at the same place,
whether the level is high or low,
water,
you're still going to see that it's level, aren't you?
Because the Earth is so big, you're gonna see it's
all right. So you see the Earth flat because it's a ball. Is that it?
Yes, because it's so big.
Who told you that, bro? Listen to this. So do you realize that it's very possible that you're seeing the Earth as flat because it is flat? Do you understand that?
The math is not gonna work if it's flat.
Yeah, math debunks the globe. The math of the globe doesn't work in reality. The water is flat, not curved. It measures flat, dude, not curved. You know what that means?
Gonna do a research and come back.
Yeah, you should do some research. You don't need to leave, though. You can research here, ask questions, figure out what
I
you
don't
should
know
be
how. I
researching.
don't use Discord.
You don't need to know how to use Discord to ask questions verbally, like you're doing right now with your mouth. You're talking. This is how you learn. I don't know. I couldn't hear that.
Like, I'm trying to understand why would the scientists like lie about the shape of planet Earth.
They're not
Like,
necessarily
why can't they
lying. They
just
just
say the
believe it
truth?
too. They just believe it too.
Oh.
They're not measuring for curvature. They're not checking to see if it is true. They just already believe it. For the most part. I mean, I'm not speaking for everyone. I'm sure some of them do know it. And they just like money, or they've got a family to feed.
Do you think the scientists have never lied before? Like they're incapable of lying?
I'm sure she doesn't think that, right? That'd be very naive.
What do you think there? Run off.
I don't know. I don't know who we were speaking to. I'm not looking at the chat.
I can't think of why scientists would lie. Just like, you can think of a reason why they tell the truth. Like we're looking at here. Got clean coal, the low tar safe cigarette, lobotomy, the war on drugs, evolution.
Hillbound man.
Like, where do you want to start with
no
where
further.
they've lied?
If you see this girl, can you tell her where I am?
And don't do that, Saki. Thank you. Who's the girl who was just asking that question?
Oh, that was me.
Okay. Do you wanna chat? You wanna have a conversation?
I don't know, yeah, maybe to hit the free energy, hit treasure, hit your.
Hey, Saki, put yourself on mute, dude.
Oh, okay.
So what was that? Owner of the something. Can't even see your full name. But yeah, do you understand that? Scientists are just people. People lie. Some people just believe. We're not saying all the scientists are lying, but even if they were, so what? People lie. What we need is actual evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball, not just this, sorry to say, quite naive notion that why would people lie? That's not good enough. You understand that answer?
Yeah.
So how the changing of the seasons work if the Earth is not round?
Have you noticed that the sun moves?
The changes happens because the Earth moves around the sun.
Well, I just asked you, have you noticed that the sun moves?
Yes, the sun moves because the Earth is moving around it.
Well, no, you don't know that. You just know that you see the sun moving. You don't experience the Earth moving.
So how?
Do you?
Explain it to me.
I just told you, the sun's moving. You just said it.
What about
You know when you go outside?
solar eclipse?
Or so you happy with that? You happy with the sun moving? And that's why we have days and nights. You on board?
No, but let's continue. So how about the
All right, what you're not
solar
on board
eclipse?
about? Let's go through it. So the sun moves. Agree or disagree?
I disagree.
You disagree. So when you go outside, you don't see the sun moving.
The sun moving because the Earth is moving around itself.
Right. So you do agree that the sun's moving.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So you agree that the sun's moving. So what was the disagreement that you don't agree with?
That the sun is moving around the Earth, not the Earth moving around the sun.
Right, but you've only observed the sun moving.
And every time it moves, it changes its place.
Yeah, the sun moves, so it changes its place. Yeah, that makes
If the
sense.
sun is moving in a same consistence,
What do you mean? If
it
the sun
should
is
be
moving,
every
dude,
time
when you
in the
go
same
outside,
place.
right?
It should be when it go down in the same place, and then when it go up in the same place. But that's not happening.
You can't say it should look like this or it shouldn't look like this. You've got no idea what it should or shouldn't be doing. It should be doing what it is doing, and you only see what it is appearing to do. You only see it move.
Yes, every time it tries from another place than the other.
So the sun is moving above you, and it's bringing its light, and it's taking its light away. What doesn't make sense to you about that?
So when the sun sets, every day in the month, it sits in another place, not in the same place. If
Yeah,
the sun
because
is moving
it's not just
around the
moving in
Earth,
like one repeated circle. It's got a whole cycle that it does. That's how you get the seasons. It's moving between the tropics in the north and in the south. That's how the sun moves. That's what everyone observes.
Everyone sees the sun moves, but is it true? Because it could be otherwise.
Well, if it's not true, you would
What
have
if we
to
are moving
prove
around
that.
sun?
So can you prove? Well, what evidence do you have for that?
Everyone sees
because
the sun is moving, but uh,
Yeah, the sun
what
is
we
moving. No,
see
that's just evidence
doesn't.
for the sun moving. You need to be
What
proving
we
that the
see every
ground
time
is
doesn't
moving.
means it is true. Because if a
It's not
person
evidence.
sees outside a train, a moving train, he can see objects are leaving behind. So who is moving? In relative to him, the objects are
Well, it
moving,
depends what the
and
object is. If
it
it's a
depends
car,
on
it
the
could be moving at
observer.
the same
Okay.
time. Yeah. So yeah, but I mean, okay. So you arguing that you're like in a train?
Yeah, and outside, every other things are moving behind.
Well, try
And I am
spinning that
in
train around on its horizontal axis and flying around at millions of miles an hour in accelerating and decelerating orbital
no.
ovals,
Train
essentially. Yeah. So
doesn't
train
move
doesn't do
around
that.
us.
So it's not analogous
It is
to what you're claiming about the Earth.
one-dimensional, not
Right. So, but then
three-dimensional.
even with that, you would just be saying you don't know if the sun's moving or if the Earth's moving. You're not proving that the Earth is moving. You're just saying I wouldn't know. So that's not an argument, even for your position. So what's your argument for your claim that the ground is moving?
because the planets are changing. Like you don't see
No, they're moving
every
too.
day
That's just
in
like the
the
sun.
month.
They're moving too. Yeah, they're moving too, just like you observe. So that's only evidence
Yep.
for them moving. You're trying to prove the ground is moving.
The ground is moving because it's moving around the Earth, around the sun.
All right, how fast is the ground
there
moving,
is,
dude?
it moves
So you don't even
around the
know.
sun like 12 months.
You don't even know. You don't even know what you're trying to claim the ground is doing. How fast? What's it doing? How fast is it going?
Every 23 hours, the Earth moves around itself. And
All right,
every
what's
12
that in
months,
miles
the
per
sun
hour?
moves. I don't know. I don't
How
remember.
fast is the ground? Okay, so you don't even know what you're arguing there. You're just saying,
I can
oh, the Earth
search
is
the
moving in
numbers for
some way
you.
that I don't know. Even though I have no evidence for the Earth moving, it's moving in a way I can't describe. What kind of an argument is that?
Because I'm not a scientist.
So go and tell me. Yeah, well, whatever you are, whatever you aren't, you don't know what you're what you believe. You don't even know what you believe. and you're trying to argue it's true when you don't know what it is that you're arguing. So go and find that out. How fast? Because you're telling me the ground is moving. Okay, tell me how fast.
I'm gonna
And
get the
then,
numbers and come back.
and then you can prove how you know it's moving that fast. That's how this would work. If there was any proof to be found. But yeah, go and get those numbers and let us know. That's fair, right, guys? You're going to make a claim that the ground is moving. You should be able to tell me how it's moving.
Yo, man, are you Scottish too?
Who's that?
Me.
Oh, yep. Are you?
That's cool. Yeah, I am as well.
Where are you from? What city?
You know North Berwick?
All right. Okay. Yeah.
How about you?
Nice. I'm in G-Town at the moment.
Oh yeah.
What brings you by? You into all this, or you new?
Nah, I'm new. I was just chatting to somebody earlier, and well, I've been here a few times. I just like to listen mainly, but
All right, sweet. So you've heard some of the arguments we make and points we
I
put
have,
forward.
yeah.
What do you think about? What's your general high level take about what you've heard here since you've been listening?
Well, I was speaking to the Australian dude earlier. I can't remember his name, but I'm a big bad baller. You'll be disappointed to hear, but
No, that's what I
the
love. I
dude's
don't like talking to flat earthers. The globe believers are much more fun.
well, you know, I'm quite open-minded. I'm open to new ideas, so I'm going up to this lake next week with my friends. I was planning to go there anyway, so I'm just going to bring a cone and go 5 miles apart, see if I can still see it,
Okay.
and I'll
What kind of
update you with
what
my
size of cone
findings.
are we talking? Like traffic cone or like a little
Well, it shouldn't really
football
matter. Yeah,
training
traffic
cone?
cone, right?
Big traffic cone. Okay. Try and yeah. Okay. That's cool.
And I've got some
What kind of
binoculars and
optics you got?
stuff.
You got some binoculars. Okay. And you're doing. So you're going to do this during the day?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's good.
And
That's
it's
a
got a
good way
little
to get
reflective
started.
strip on the top, so I'll give it a shot, and then
Yeah. Give it a
just
go.
go from
Why
there, I
not?
guess.
That is
Yeah, I got
it.
nothing to lose.